I'm Nathan, 40 years old, and I work in marketing. I've always tried to keep things straightforward with my family, but lately, that's been harder than I thought. What started as a simple family milestone turned into one of the most painful experiences of my life. My dad, Richard, has been an engineer for over 3 decades. He's the kind of man who values tradition and hard work. For years, he was the rock of the family, at least in the eyes of most people. My older brother Andrew, who's 45, always seemed to be Dad's favorite, and honestly, it's no secret. Andrew had this way of charming everyone, the golden son, everyone expected to succeed. Me? I was always the troublemaker or the ungrateful one, labels that stuck even when I tried to prove otherwise. When Dad announced his retirement, I thought maybe things would change. This was his big moment. I imagined a party, speeches, family photos, everyone there, including me. I was looking forward to celebrating with him, to finally feeling like I mattered. But as the date approached, something felt off. I hadn't received any word about the retirement dinner. No calls, no texts, no invitations. I reached out to Mom a few times, trying to be casual about it, but she always seemed busy or dismissive. Then, a week before the event, I ran into my Aunt Lena at the supermarket. I asked her about the party, trying to keep my tone light. "Oh, Nathan, you didn't get the invite? They sent it last month. Andrew RSVP'd ages ago," she said, her eyes flicking away quickly. My stomach dropped. I confronted Andrew that evening. "Hey, did Dad's retirement dinner invite come to me? I haven't heard anything," I asked. His reply came cold and blunt. "You weren't invited. Dad and Mom agreed it was better this way. You've always been the ungrateful one. They didn't want you ruining his big night." I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. Ungrateful? Ruining the night? That wasn't me. I'd always been respectful, though admittedly critical when it came to how Dad treated us differently. But excluding me completely? That was something else. I took a deep breath before responding. "If I'm so ungrateful, then I guess you won't mind missing my promotion celebration next week. Everyone else is invited." He didn't reply after that. The night of the retirement dinner, I heard through family group messages how beautiful the event was. The speeches, the laughter, the toasts. Pictures showed Dad beaming with pride, surrounded by family. Except me. I stayed home that night, nursing the sting of rejection. 2 weeks later, my promotion celebration was a success. Colleagues and friends congratulated me. I felt genuinely proud. Then, a message from my cousin Sarah shook everything up. She sent a photo of an unopened invitation addressed to me, with Andrew's handwriting on the envelope, alongside a note inside that read, "Do not deliver." I sat there, stunned. They had deliberately kept me in the dark, hidden the invitation from me. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Dad. "Nathan, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it had gotten this far. Can we talk?" I stared at the message, knowing this was far from over. After reading Dad's message, my mind was a chaotic swirl of emotions. Confusion, anger, sadness, and a small flicker of hope. I didn't know if I was ready to have a conversation with him, but part of me wanted answers. I typed back simply, "When can we talk?" He replied, "Tonight? I'll call you after dinner." I spent the evening pacing, replaying everything that had happened. How had things gotten so twisted? I kept thinking about the invitation Sarah had sent me, how Andrew had intercepted it, hid it away like some secret weapon. It was clear now that my entire family was conspiring against me. When my phone rang later that night, it was Dad. "Hey, Nathan." His voice was quiet, a little shaky. I wanted to explain, but it's complicated. "Explain what, Dad? Why you didn't want me at your retirement party? Why Andrew and Mom decided I was too much trouble?" I asked, holding back the frustration. There was a long pause on his end. "Look, I never wanted you to feel excluded. But your brother, he's always been the responsible one. He took care of Mom and me during the harder years. You, on the other hand, have been distant, always questioning decisions, always causing friction. We thought it would be easier without you there." I closed my eyes. "So, instead of talking to me, you just decided to erase me? Like I don't exist? And Andrew's the one who decides who gets invited and who doesn't." "It's not like that," Dad insisted. "Your mother and I made the call. Andrew just helped." Helping by stealing my invitation? By lying to Aunt Lena and the rest of the family? By making me out to be the villain? I asked, voice rising. Dad sighed heavily. "Nathan, family isn't always perfect. Sometimes you have to choose your battles. We wanted a peaceful night to honor me, not a confrontation. A peaceful night? You left out your own son for peace? That's not peace. That's betrayal, I said, the words stinging as I spoke them. I'm sorry you see it that way, Dad said softly. But things won't be the same anymore. That phrase hit me harder than anything. Things won't be the same. It was like he was already writing me off. We ended the call with an awkward goodbye. I didn't know if I was more upset at Dad or Andrew. The two of them had teamed up to push me out, and Mom hadn't lifted a finger to stop it. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about everything. I replayed all the moments when Andrew had subtly undermined me growing up, how Dad always praised Andrew's accomplishments and brushed mine aside, how Mom seemed to swoon over Andrew's perfect behavior but ignored my struggles. I dug into the past, calling Aunt Lena and a few other relatives who weren't caught up in the family drama. From what they told me, Andrew had always been the golden child, but in recent years, he had gotten worse. He was no longer just the favored son, he was actively sabotaging me, canceling events where I was supposed to be invited, spreading stories to make me look bad, and convincing Dad and Mom I was a disruptive influence. One relative even mentioned an incident from 2 years ago where Andrew had pressured Dad to cut off financial support for a project I was working on, something Dad reluctantly agreed to, believing Andrew's version of events. It was becoming clear Andrew had been working behind the scenes for a long time, and the retirement dinner exclusion was just the latest step. A few days later, I decided I needed proof. I called Sarah again. Can you send me everything you have? Invitations, messages, anything about the party, I asked. I'm already on it, she said. You won't believe what I found in Andrew's trash bin. Later that afternoon, Sarah texted me several photos. There were multiple envelopes, all addressed to me. Unopened, some marked with phrases like return to sender or do not deliver. Alongside those were screenshots of text messages between Andrew and Mom discussing who to exclude. One particularly chilling message had Mom telling Andrew, Nathan's presence will only cause more tension. Better to keep the family image clean. Reading those words made my chest tighten. Family image. It wasn't about me. It was about appearances. They had painted me as the villain, the black sheep, so they could keep up the perfect family facade in front of friends, colleagues, and the community. I confronted Andrew in person a few days later. I showed up unannounced at his office, hoping to get a reaction. He looked surprised but quickly masked it with a smug smile. Nathan, what a surprise. Didn't expect you to show up. I didn't waste time. Why did you do it? Why exclude me from Dad's retirement? Why lie to everyone? He shrugged, leaning back in his chair. Look, Dad's retirement was about him, not your drama. You've always been the one stirring things up. Mom and Dad agreed, and honestly, it was for the best. I shook my head. You don't get to decide who is family and who isn't. You just wanted to control the narrative, didn't you? Make yourself the golden son, the perfect kid. He laughed, cold and dismissive. Narrative? Maybe, but it works. And honestly, you've made it easy for us. I clenched my fists. You made it easy by lying, by keeping me out, by manipulating Dad. He shrugged again. You can't handle the truth, Nathan. Maybe it's better if you just stay out of our lives. I left his office that day feeling hollow, but I knew I wasn't done. If they wanted a war, I was ready to fight, just on my terms. Over the next week, I started reaching out to people who had witnessed Andrew's behavior over the years. Former family friends, co-workers, even some distant relatives. I collected stories, dates, and proof of Andrew's scheming. At the same time, I focused on my own life. My promotion celebration was coming up, and I wanted it to be a statement, not just a party, but a clear message that I wasn't invisible. Then, 2 days before the celebration, I got another message from Dad. This time, it wasn't just a text. It was a voicemail. His voice was shaky, almost desperate. Nathan, I don't know how to fix this, but I miss you. Please, at least hear me out. The invitation photo Sarah sent me earlier was still burned into my mind. The voicemail left me torn. Was Dad really sorry, or just guilty? Either way, the family I thought I had was fractured, and it was time to decide what to do next. After hearing Dad's voicemail, I sat alone in my apartment for a long time, weighing my options. Part of me wanted to pick up the phone and try to mend things. But the more I thought about it, the clearer it became that a simple apology wouldn't undo years of manipulation and exclusion. They had built a narrative painting me as the troublemaker, the ungrateful son, And that story had cost me my place in family events, milestones, and even my own father's affection. I realized then that if I wanted to reclaim my life, my dignity, I needed to do something bigger, not just for me, but to expose the truth for everyone who had been hurt by Andrew and the way he'd twisted the family dynamic. The first step was to gather undeniable proof. I reached out to Sarah again and asked her to keep digging. Meanwhile, I contacted some old friends and colleagues of Andrew's, the ones who had grown wary of his attitude and rumored behind-the-scenes tactics. Surprisingly, many of them were eager to share what they knew. One woman, Claire, had worked with Andrew at the engineering firm where Dad used to be. She told me Andrew had a habit of taking credit for projects that weren't his and undermining coworkers to climb the ladder faster. Another acquaintance mentioned that Andrew had been involved in questionable financial dealings connected to the family business, something Dad refused to see because of loyalty. I started compiling emails, text messages, and even some financial documents Claire managed to share discreetly. The picture was clearer than I wanted. Andrew wasn't just the favored son, he was actively poisoning the well around him to keep control. Meanwhile, I planned my promotion celebration carefully. It was going to be more than just a party, it was a statement. I rented a small venue, invited friends, co-workers, and some distant relatives who still remembered who I really was. I even reached out to a local journalist who covered family business stories, someone I trusted to handle the situation delicately but honestly. The day of the celebration, the venue was packed with genuine smiles and warm congratulations. It felt like a breath of fresh air after months of tension and silence. I made a short speech, thanking everyone for their support, and then subtly hinted at how sometimes family isn't just about blood, but about loyalty and respect. No one missed the underlying message. 2 days later, I decided it was time to take the next step. I compiled everything I had, the intercepted invitations, the text messages, the financial evidence, into a comprehensive dossier. I sent a copy to Dad via email, attaching a note. Dad, I'm sharing this not to hurt you, but so you see the full picture. Andrew has been manipulating you and Mom for years. I hope this helps you understand why I was excluded. I waited anxiously for a response. To my surprise, Dad replied quickly. Thank you for sharing this, Nathan. I was blind to a lot. Please, let's meet this weekend. That weekend, we met at a quiet coffee shop. Dad looked older than I remembered, tired and regretful. I never wanted it to come to this, he said quietly. Andrew convinced me he was protecting the family, but it was really about control. I'm sorry for not seeing it sooner. I nodded, holding back the flood of emotions. It's not just about apologies anymore, Dad. If we want to fix this, we have to confront Andrew together. He hesitated, but finally agreed. The next few days were a tense waiting game. I knew Andrew would fight back, maybe even harder now that he realized we were onto him. Then came the day of the family's annual reunion, a perfect stage for what I planned next. I arrived early with Dad and Sarah, dossier in hand. As relatives gathered, Andrew strolled in, confident as ever, wearing that smug grin like he owned the place. I waited until the moment was right, then stood up and addressed the crowd. I have something important to share, I began. For years, Andrew has manipulated not only Dad and Mom, but this entire family. I have proof of invitations I never received, messages where they admit to excluding me, and evidence of financial wrongdoing. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Andrew's face darkened, his eyes narrowing. Lies, he spat. This is just sour grapes from the kid who couldn't handle the spotlight. Let's hear the facts then, I said, and handed the dossier to my aunt. She started reading aloud excerpts, undeniable emails, texts, and documents. The room grew colder as relatives exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. Andrew's facade cracked. You're destroying our family, he shouted. No, I said calmly. I'm saving it. At that moment, Mom appeared, eyes wide but cold. Nathan, this is outrageous. You're tearing this family apart. I met her gaze steadily. Mom, this isn't about tearing us apart. It's about truth. And maybe it's time we all faced it. Andrew stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The family reunion ended in chaos, whispers and broken loyalties hanging thick in the air. That night, I got a text from Dad. Thank you for standing up. I'm proud of you. We'll figure this out together. For the first time in years, I felt hope. But I knew the fight was far from over. Andrew wouldn't back down easily, and I had no intention of letting him win. The fallout from the reunion was immediate and brutal, more intense than I had even anticipated. Andrew was furious, that much was obvious. But what surprised me was that he didn't back down or try to calm things. Instead, he doubled down, launching an all-out campaign to isolate me from the family and anyone remotely connected to them. Within days, I started receiving strange, unsettling messages from distant relatives I barely knew. These weren't the typical awkward, "sorry you're upset" texts. They were thinly veiled warnings, filled with phrases like, "for the sake of family peace, you should consider letting this go," or "sometimes it's better not to dig up the past." The tone was patronizing, borderline threatening. What made it even clearer was how uniform they sounded, as if Andrew had rallied a small network of loyalists to pressure me into silence. The weirdest part was that some of these people were distant cousins or family friends I had never spoken to much before. Suddenly, they were calling or texting, repeating the same lines, urging me to stop making waves. I could almost hear Andrew's voice behind their words, orchestrating the whole thing like a puppeteer. Meanwhile, Dad and I found ourselves in an uneasy rhythm of meeting almost daily. He wanted to fix things, I could see that much, but it was painfully clear that he was struggling. On one hand, he felt the undeniable truth I had brought to light, and on the other, he was caught in the web of his lifelong loyalty to Andrew, the son who had been the perfect one for so long. Dad's regret was genuine. I saw it in the way he avoided my eyes when he spoke, in the way he sighed deeply during our conversations. But his weakness was just as real. Sometimes, when Andrew's name came up, he'd falter, almost instinctively defending him or minimizing the evidence. "Andrew's not all bad," he'd say quietly. "He's just complicated." It was like watching a man torn between the facts and decades of denial, and it left me exhausted. Rebuilding a relationship with Dad wasn't going to be easy, and sometimes I wondered if it was even possible. Then there was Mom, an entirely different story. She was unyielding, almost stonewalling in her response. Where Dad showed cracks, Mom was a solid wall of denial and anger. She refused to admit any wrongdoing, going so far as to accuse me of betrayal and disrespect. Any attempt I made to talk to her was met with coldness, silence, or outright dismissal. She pulled away completely, cutting off almost all contact. Mom's allegiance to Andrew was total. She reinforced the family narrative that I was the black sheep, the troublemaker trying to tear the family apart. Watching her retreat so fully was painful, like losing a part of my identity I never thought I'd lose. But I knew then that some bridges were permanently burned. Andrew's retaliation didn't stop there. His tactics became more calculated and insidious. Quietly, he contacted my employer with twisted stories about my character and family instability, hoping to cast doubt on my professionalism and reliability. He painted me as a volatile and unreliable employee, dragging our family drama into my workplace. A few coworkers pulled away at first, uncertain what to believe, but thankfully most stood by me once the truth came out. Even so, fighting battles on so many fronts was draining, emotionally, mentally, and physically. It felt like a war with no clear end. On top of that, Andrew tried to rally support from family friends, business partners, and even community members, portraying himself as the victim of a jealous, vindictive younger brother who was trying to ruin a good man's reputation. But the evidence I had compiled was damning, and people started seeing through his carefully constructed lies and manipulations. It was clear Andrew was desperate to keep control, but his tactics only served to expose the lengths he was willing to go to maintain his image. In the months that followed, I focused on rebuilding my life piece by piece. I threw myself into work, channeling my frustration and energy into my career. Outside the family, I cultivated friendships and relationships that were genuine and supportive. People who valued me for who I was, not simply because I was the other son. Slowly but surely, I started creating new traditions, new milestones, and a new definition of family that didn't rely on their approval or validation. Dad and I kept in touch, but our relationship remained cautious and fragile. He was trying to be honest with himself and with me, but the years of blind loyalty to Andrew and the gaslighting had left scars too deep to fully heal overnight. Sometimes we spoke openly and honestly. Other times, conversations were strained and filled with unspoken tensions. There was hope, but it was tempered by reality. Mom and Andrew? They became shadows in my life. After repeated attempts to reconcile, each met with coldness, indifference, or outright hostility, I stopped reaching out. Their actions, more than words, made it clear they had chosen a side and were not willing to budge. I accepted that their version of family didn't include me anymore, and I stopped trying to force something that wasn't there. Looking back, I realize now that the family I grew up with was never the warm, supportive unit I once imagined. It was a carefully constructed performance, a fragile illusion maintained by lies, favoritism, and manipulation. Andrew was the director of this charade, casting me as the villain so he could play the hero, the perfect son, and the family's golden boy. The image they projected to the outside world was far from the truth behind closed doors. But I refused to let their toxic version of family define me. The pain of exclusion and betrayal shaped me, yes, but it also fueled my determination to live authentically and on my own terms. I learned that sometimes standing up for yourself means standing against those you once trusted most. So where are we now? Dad and I talk occasionally, carefully rebuilding some connection, but with clear boundaries and a mutual understanding that the past can't be erased but can be acknowledged. It's a cautious peace, not a full reconciliation, but it's progress. Mom and Andrew remain aligned, choosing to maintain their narrative and exclude me completely. They continue living in their world where I'm the villain, and I no longer expect anything different from them. I've built a life surrounded by friends and chosen family who appreciate me for who I am, not because of family ties or favoritism. Most importantly, I'm no longer the ungrateful son who ruined the party. I'm someone who stood up for himself against a family that tried to erase him and won. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I'm Howard, 27 years old, and for as long as I can remember, I've been the reasonable one in my family. The one who followed rules, stayed quiet, and did everything expected of him. My parents always said they wanted the best for me, but their version of best always seemed to mean, do what your brother does. My older brother, Matt, has been their pride and joy since day one. He's 3 years older, loud, charming, and perpetually confident in a way that borders on delusional. Growing up, it was always Matt's world, and I was just renting space in it. When we were kids, I remember my mom saying things like, "Howard, you should go play outside with your brother. He's so creative, you might learn something from him." Or my dad shaking his head at me when I'd spend hours tinkering with small projects, building things from scrap parts one found in the garage. "That's not going to get you anywhere," he'd say. "Focus on something useful, like your brother." I didn't realize until years later how deeply those words sank in, how they slowly reshaped the way I viewed myself. Matt's creativity, as they called it, translated into a long series of half-baked schemes. Everything from designing sneakers in middle school by drawing on them with permanent marker, to inventing a new kind of phone case that was just a regular one with a piece of Velcro glued on the back. But each time, Mom and Dad would beam at him like he was the next great innovator. Meanwhile, when I told them I wanted to study industrial design, they exchanged glances like I'd just announced I was joining a circus. "That's not a real career, Howard," Dad said. "You're too smart to waste your time on something like that. Be practical. Do business like your brother." At 17, I got my first job at a small hardware store. I liked it, fixing things, organizing tools, helping people solve problems. But my parents acted like I was working in a coal mine. They'd make comments like, "It's just temporary, right? You're not planning to do this forever." Matt, on the other hand, got a part-time job at an electronics store and quit after 2 weeks, saying it didn't inspire him. Mom told everyone he was taking time to find his true passion. That phrase, true passion, became a running joke in my head. It was what my parents used to justify every reckless decision Matt made. When he dropped out of college halfway through his sophomore year to start his own company, they supported him completely. "He's got vision," my dad said proudly. "You can't teach that." What did this visionary company do? He wanted to create custom luxury drones for influencers. He had no engineering experience, no investors, and no plan beyond some sketches he made on napkins. But my parents didn't just encourage him, they gave him everything. I remember the night they told me. I was home for the weekend, sitting at the dinner table when Dad said, "We've decided to help Matt get his business off the ground." I smiled, thinking they meant emotional support or maybe some advice. But then he added, we're investing our savings into it. It's his big chance. Your savings? I asked carefully. Like, the money you've been putting aside for retirement? Don't worry, Mom said, waving her hand dismissively. It's an investment, not a loss. You'll understand when you see how successful your brother becomes. I wanted to say something, anything, but what could I say? They'd already made up their minds. I watched as they poured everything into Matt's company. Money, time, attention. They even co-signed a loan for him. Meanwhile, when I asked if they could help me pay for a specialized design course that could boost my career prospects, Dad said, we can't just throw money around on hobbies, Howard. Be responsible. That was the first real fracture between us. I kept my distance after that, working extra hours to save up for my course, renting a small studio apartment, and quietly building my own small business designing ergonomic furniture. It wasn't glamorous, but it was honest work, and over time, I started getting noticed. People appreciated the functionality and simplicity of my designs. I even landed a few contracts with local offices. But I never told my parents much about it. They never asked. Meanwhile, Matt's company burned through cash faster than anyone could have predicted. He bought expensive equipment, leased a huge office space, hired friends with no qualifications, and bragged online about being a young CEO. Every time I saw his posts, I felt a strange mix of resentment and pity. When things inevitably fell apart, he blamed unreliable partners and bad market timing. My parents? They comforted him like he'd just lost a loved one. Failure is part of success, Mom told him one night when I visited. At least you tried. I don't know what stung more, the fact that they didn't hold him accountable, or that they didn't even seem disappointed. They still believed in him, despite the mountain of debt he'd racked up. And they still refused to believe in me. Years passed. I built my company slowly, one design at a time. I got my own office, a small team, and clients from neighboring cities. I wasn't rich, but I was proud of what I'd built, without anyone's help. My parents, however, never mentioned it. Whenever we talked, it was always about Matt, his next big plan, his potential comeback. At one point, they even let him move back in with them, rent-free. They paid his bills, cooked his meals, and told everyone he was regrouping. Then, about a year ago, something inside me shifted. I stopped trying to earn their approval. I stopped sending them updates, stopped waiting for them to ask how I was doing. I focused on my business, on my life. I started collaborating with larger companies, designing office furniture on a national scale. It wasn't something I bragged about, but deep down, I knew I'd made it further than they ever believed I could. But last week, something happened that changed everything. Mom invited me to dinner at their house. A family get-together, she called it. I hesitated at first, but eventually agreed. I figured it couldn't hurt. Maybe things had softened between us. Maybe, just maybe, they'd see me for who I was now. When I arrived, Matt was already there, sitting at the table, laughing loudly like he owned the place. He looked the same. Expensive clothes, smug grin, that same unearned confidence. I nodded politely and took a seat across from him. Howard, Dad said as he poured himself a drink. How's that little project of yours going? Still doing the furniture thing? My chest tightened. It's going well, I said evenly. We've been expanding. Matt smirked. Expanding? You mean you got a second table to sell? He laughed like he'd told the world's funniest joke. Mom chuckled softly, trying to hide it. I forced a smile. Actually, we just signed a long-term deal with a corporate client. So yeah, I'd say it's going fine. Oh, come on, Matt said, waving his hand. You've been doing that same thing for years. Don't you ever get tired of trying so hard for something so small? Something in me snapped a little at that. The way he said trying, like effort itself was something to be mocked. My parents didn't defend me. They just sat there, letting him talk. Matt leaned back, smirking. You know, some people are just meant for bigger things. Not everyone's cut out for business. I looked at him across the table, and for the first time, I didn't feel anger. I felt clarity. Cold, sharp clarity. Because in that moment, I realized I didn't owe any of them my silence anymore. 5 minutes later, my lawyer arrived. He walked in quietly, dressed in a gray suit, holding a folder under his arm. My parents looked confused, Matt frowned, and I said, calmly, I think it's time we talk about something important. When my lawyer opened that folder and began speaking, my dad's face went pale. Matt's smirk disappeared instantly. The moment my lawyer set the folder on the table, the room changed. The air went heavy, like someone had turned down the oxygen. My mom blinked a few times, looking from me to him, her polite smile faltering. My dad, fork halfway to his mouth, froze. Matt just stared, trying to process what was happening, his confidence cracking for the first time that evening. "Howard," Dad said slowly, his voice controlled but already edged with irritation. "What's this about?" I leaned back in my chair. "It's about a few things, actually. But let's start with the house." That got his attention. He straightened in his seat, his expression hardening. "What about it?" My lawyer opened the folder and pulled out a few documents, neatly stacked. "Mr. Lawson," he began, addressing my father with professional calm. "We're here to discuss the property deed on Elmwood Drive. The one that was partially financed by funds originally belonging to our client, Mr. Howard Lawson." For a second, no one said anything. The only sound was the quiet hum of the refrigerator in the background. Then my dad scoffed, a short, humorless sound. "You've got to be kidding me. That money wasn't yours, Howard. It was family money. Everyone contributed." I felt my jaw tighten. "No, Dad. I contributed. You took it from my savings account when you said you needed to borrow it for Matt's business. You told me it was temporary, that you'd pay it back as soon as things took off." Matt rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on, Howard. You're seriously bringing that up now? That was years ago. I told you I'd make it up to you when things got going." "When things got going?" I repeated, trying not to raise my voice. "Matt, you burned through everything. You didn't just use my savings. You drained Mom and Dad's retirement fund. You borrowed against the house. And when it all collapsed, everyone just acted like it was bad luck. But when I wanted to take a design course, suddenly that was wasting money." Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. "Howard, your brother was taking a risk for his future. You can't compare that to what you were doing." "What I was doing?" I said quietly. "You mean working, saving, building something real?" Her expression hardened. "Don't twist my words. We've always supported both of you in different ways." I laughed, low, bitter, and tired. "No, Mom. You supported Matt. You tolerated me." The silence that followed was sharp. Matt shifted uncomfortably, then tried to laugh it off. "You're really holding a grudge over some old money? You're doing fine now, aren't you? You've got your little shop, or whatever it is. What's the big deal?" My lawyer looked at him briefly, then at me, as if to confirm whether he should continue. I nodded. He laid out more papers. "The big deal, as you call it, Mr. Lawson, is that those funds were never repaid. And as it turns out, they were used in transactions tied to property now listed under your name." Matt's face drained of color. "What property?" "The Elmwood Drive house," my lawyer said evenly. "The one your parents transferred to you last year." Mom gasped softly. Dad's chair creaked as he shifted, suddenly angry. "That's none of your business," he snapped at my lawyer. "That was a family decision." My lawyer simply nodded. "Of course. And as a family decision, it involves family assets, including those belonging to my client. Which is why we're here to establish documentation for repayment and equitable ownership." Matt slammed his hand on the table. "This is insane. You're acting like I stole something." I met his eyes. "You did. You just didn't expect me to do anything about it." Dad leaned forward, his voice rising. "Howard, this is not how you handle things. If you had a problem, you could have come to us. Not." He gestured sharply toward my lawyer. "This nonsense. You're making a fool of yourself." "I did come to you," I said quietly. "Every time you dismissed me. Every time you told me to be patient, to trust you. I kept waiting. I waited for years. But the truth is, you never planned to pay me back, did you?" He didn't answer. His jaw clenched, his eyes shifting away for the first time. That silence said more than anything. Mom sighed, shaking her head like I was being dramatic. "Howard, you have to understand. We were just trying to help your brother. You have your own life now, don't you? Why dig up the past?" "Because you never stopped pretending," I wanted to say. "Because every time I visit, it's like nothing ever happened. Because you taught me that I had to earn love that was freely given to him. But instead," I said, "because it wasn't the past to me. You never gave me closure. You never gave me respect." Matt leaned forward, sneering. "You really think this little stunt is going to make you look better? You're just jealous. You always have been." "Jealous." That word hit me like a spark in dry grass. "Jealous of what, Matt? The debt? The handouts? The way you've coasted on their money and called it ambition?" His smirk faltered, but he quickly recovered. "At least I tried something big. You've been stuck doing the same small-time stuff for years." I looked him straight in the eye. Small time? You might want to check the name on the furniture in this house. The dining table you're sitting at? The office desk upstairs? The shelves in the living room? They're all from my company. That stunned silence I'd been waiting for finally arrived. My dad blinked. Mom glanced around, as if seeing the furniture for the first time. Matt's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Yeah, I continued, keeping my tone calm. I sold those designs to a local distributor 3 years ago. Turns out people like functional furniture. Including you, apparently. The lawyer remained silent, letting the weight of my words settle. Then he slid another document forward. This, he said, is the proposed repayment plan for the borrowed funds, adjusted for inflation and interest. Mr. Howard Lawson has also agreed to waive any further claims if this agreement is finalized. Dad's face went red. You're blackmailing your own family? No, I said firmly. I'm holding you accountable. There's a difference. Mom covered her mouth, visibly upset now, not with guilt, but with embarrassment. Howard, this isn't like you. We didn't raise you to be so cold. I almost laughed. No, you raised me to stay quiet, to keep forgiving and pretending everything was fine. But it's not fine anymore. For a long time, no one spoke. The lawyer started packing the papers back into the folder, saying he'd follow up within the week. When he stood to leave, my dad didn't even look at him. I walked him to the door in silence. As soon as the front door closed, I turned back to face them. The quiet was suffocating. Matt stood with his arms crossed, jaw tight, avoiding my eyes. My mom looked like she'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. My dad was staring into space, his fingers drumming on the table. Finally, he spoke. You've made a big mistake, son. I tilted my head. How so? You've drawn a line in the sand. You can't undo this. Once lawyers get involved, it's not family anymore. Maybe that's the problem, I said softly. Maybe it hasn't felt like family in a long time. He didn't reply. He just shook his head slowly, as if disappointed. That same look he used to give me when I brought home anything less than perfection. Then, in a last attempt to twist the knife, Mom said, "You'll regret this one day, Howard. Blood is blood. You can't replace family." I met her gaze and said, "You're right. But you can outgrow them." I grabbed my coat, nodded once toward the table, and walked out. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of messages, angry ones. My parents claimed I'd humiliated them. Matt sent me a string of voice messages calling me ungrateful, saying I'd ruined everything. But what really caught my eye was one message from an unknown number, a photo of my dad standing outside my company's office building. He was looking up at the sign, the one with my logo on it. He finally knew where I worked. The next few days were a blur of tension and paranoia. I'd barely slept, checking my phone obsessively, expecting another message from Matt or my parents, or worse, a visit from one of them. My inbox was flooded with texts, some pleading, some angry, all dripping with the same entitlement I'd been battling my whole life. But one thing stood out, a message from my dad that wasn't just words. It was a photo, time-stamped from the previous night. Him standing outside my office building, looking up at my company's logo as if seeing it for the first time. I felt a rush of vindication mixed with unease. I hadn't given him my address. Not only had they tracked me, but someone in the family knew exactly where I worked. I realized, then, that this wasn't going to be a quiet resolution. My parents weren't going to bow to reality. They were going to fight, manipulate, and undermine me in every way possible. And I had to be ready. 2 days later, I got a call from my attorney. "Howard, I think you should come in. There's something you need to see before proceeding with any of the documents." When I arrived at the firm, my lawyer ushered me into his office and closed the door. He spread a few papers across the desk and handed me one that made my stomach drop. It was an official notice from the city. A building code violation complaint had been filed against my office space. There were photographs attached, taken from outside, showing my company's sign, the entrance, and even my team inside the building. The complaint was detailed, accusing us of safety violations, improper permits, and potential fire hazards. "This isn't random," my lawyer said quietly. "Someone filed this intentionally, and it's clear it's meant to create legal trouble for you. The timing coincides with the family dinner." My mind raced. Who could it be? I didn't have enemies besides my family. I'd never even advertised my address publicly. This had to be them. Later that day, I called Matt, not out of hope, but to confront him directly. He answered on the second ring. "Howard," he said, a strange tension in his voice. "What's this about?" Don't play dumb, I said, keeping my voice calm. Someone from your side filed a complaint against my business. I don't know who, but I have a strong suspicion. There was silence, just breathing on the other end. Then, in a tone that was half frustration, half fake innocence, he said, Howard, that's serious. You're accusing me of something without proof. Matt, I said slowly, carefully, I don't need proof to see the pattern. You, your parents, everyone, mocking me, sabotaging me, taking what's mine, and now this. I don't know if it's you or dad or mom, but this is harassment. I would never, he started, then paused. Howard, don't do anything rash. We can talk this out. It's just a misunderstanding. I hung up. There was no misunderstanding. I knew the lengths my family would go to protect Matt, even if it meant destroying me. The betrayal hit harder than anything before. Not just the money, not just the ridicule, but the fact that they were willing to attack my livelihood directly. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat at my desk, scrolling through messages, emails, and photographs, piecing together a timeline. The complaint had been filed under an anonymous account, but the IP trace, something my lawyer could pull, showed it originated from a device registered to my parents' home. I couldn't believe it. They had actively sabotaged my business. The people who were supposed to be my family, my support system, had betrayed me in a way that was irreversible. Over the next week, the tension escalated. I received more notices, tax audits, minor legal notices about zoning violations, and even calls from clients saying they'd been contacted by someone claiming my company was unsafe and unreliable. I realized it wasn't just a one-time attack. It was a coordinated effort to make me look incompetent and force me to back down. Then came the phone call that broke what little composure I had left. It was my assistant, sounding frantic. Howard, you need to see this. Someone came to the office asking for access to your designs, claiming they're from the company. They have a notarized letter signed by your parents. I froze. My parents had somehow forged authority over my business. The audacity left me speechless. I drove to the office immediately. By the time I arrived, a representative from a local law firm was sitting with my assistant, waving a document. My lawyer arrived moments later, reviewing it and shaking his head. This isn't just harassment anymore, he said quietly. They're trying to claim ownership over your company through deceit. This could be classified as fraud if we pursue it legally. I stared at the papers, feeling my hands shake. My parents had not just mocked my work, stolen my money, and sabotaged me. They were now attempting to steal the very company I had built from scratch. The betrayal wasn't abstract anymore. It was physical, tangible, and aimed directly at everything I had worked for. Later that evening, I called my dad. I needed to hear it from him directly. Dad, did you authorize the complaint, the fake ownership claim, the legal intimidation? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. There was silence on the line, then a slow, deliberate laugh. Howard, you've lost perspective. We're just protecting what's ours, what belongs in this family. You can't just take your life and pretend we had no say. We gave you life. We gave you opportunity. This is what happens when you refuse to see reality. I felt my blood boil. Opportunity? You mean mocked me, ignored me, and then tried to ruin my business? That's not opportunity. That's sabotage. Sabotage. Dad's tone sharpened. Howard, don't twist this. We've always supported you, differently than your brother, sure. But this is your issue, not ours. You're the one letting pride blind you. That's not pride, I said through gritted teeth. This is survival. And you? You're attacking your own child. There was a pause. Then he said, cold and precise, sometimes survival means making hard choices. We don't apologize for protecting Matt. If you can't see that, then maybe you're the one who doesn't belong. I hung up. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the phone. Everything I had built, everything I had worked for, was under direct threat from the people who were supposed to be my family. I realized, fully and painfully, that I could never trust them again. Not with money, not with loyalty, not with anything. The betrayal cut deeper than I expected. I wasn't just angry, I was grieving. Grieving the illusion of a family that had supported me, only to find out they had been working against me all along. And the worst part? I had no clear way to fight it without engaging in a full-blown legal battle. I spent the next few days meticulously documenting everything. Emails, bank statements, photographs, contracts. I collected evidence of every insult, every misappropriation of funds, every undermining act. Every time I looked at the evidence, the betrayal felt heavier. I realized my parents had been manipulating me my whole life, praising Matt, dismissing me, teaching me to wait for approval that would never come. And now, they were using the law as a weapon against me. Then came the final blow. I received an envelope in the mail, no return address. Inside was a series of photographs of my team, taken without consent inside the office, with captions written in my father's handwriting. Howard's little empire. Too small, too fragile, not meant to last. I stared at the images, my stomach twisting. Not only had they tried to attack me financially, legally, and socially, but they had crossed a personal line. They had violated my workspace, my privacy, and my sense of security. I realized something fundamental. My parents had never seen me as their child in the way anyone else would. To them, I was a threat to their favorite son, an inconvenience, and now, a challenge to be crushed. I remember sitting in my office late that night, looking at the photographs, reading the threats, feeling the betrayal weigh on my chest like a physical weight. For the first time, I understood fully what it meant to be entirely alone against people who should have loved you unconditionally. My mind kept returning to Matt, that smug, untouchable smile that had haunted me my entire life. The realization hit me hard. If I didn't act, if I didn't protect myself, they would succeed. Not just in hurting me, they would destroy everything I had built. And that's when I started planning. Not impulsively, not in anger, but deliberately, meticulously. Because if they thought they could betray me and get away with it, they had another thing coming. The fallout hit hard. The legal notices, the fake complaints, and the constant harassment weren't just background noise anymore. They became my daily reality. Every morning, I'd wake up to a new email, a new letter, a new threat masquerading as a bureaucratic formality. The first week after the family attack, I barely slept. I found myself pacing my small apartment late at night, imagining every possible way they could corner me, forcing me to sell, to give up, to accept their twisted version of family control. I felt like a trapped animal, and the despair was overwhelming. There were moments I doubted myself, questioning if I had overstepped by bringing my lawyer to that dinner. Maybe I had made them furious for no reason. But then I'd remember Matt's mocking smile, the way my parents had laughed when he belittled me, the years of favoritism that had built him up while dismissing me at every turn. The anger simmered beneath the exhaustion, giving me focus. My first move was damage control. I hired a security consultant to make sure the office and my team were safe, changed our IP systems, and installed surveillance cameras. Every single access point was monitored, and the sensitive client files were backed up in multiple secure cloud servers. I realized that if I was going to survive this, I had to be smarter than them at every turn. Meanwhile, the business itself became a source of solace and distraction. I dove into projects with an intensity one hadn't allowed myself in years. Late nights became the norm. My team noticed my renewed drive and responded in kind. The energy in the office shifted. There was a sense of unity and purpose that hadn't existed before. I stopped worrying about recognition from my parents entirely. My validation came from the work itself and the clients who appreciated it. The first breakthrough came unexpectedly. One of the large corporate clients I had been courting for months finally agreed to a contract that would more than double our revenue. I remember reading the confirmation email at my desk, staring at the screen in disbelief. For a moment, I allowed myself to smile, a real, unguarded smile. I felt the familiar pride of creating something real, something that belonged to me alone. At the same time, I kept my legal strategy close. My lawyer advised patience. Any overt action could provoke my parents to escalate, and I needed evidence, a full record, to ensure their attempts to manipulate or sabotage me could be countered decisively. So I watched, waited, and documented everything. Emails, phone records, even casual social media posts. They all became pieces of a puzzle I would use when the time was right. Despite the pressure, I started noticing subtle shifts in myself. Where I had once been cautious, seeking approval at every turn, I began acting decisively. I delegated more responsibilities, trusted my team with important decisions, and allowed myself to take calculated risks. It was liberating, in a way I hadn't expected. The betrayal had forced me into survival mode. But survival had a strange byproduct: confidence born from necessity. The personal toll was heavy, though. Social events became difficult. I avoided friends who might mention family or ask about my parents. Every day, I felt the sting of absence. The people who should have been my safety net were instead the source of my stress and anxiety. I realized that I had to walk away, emotionally, from them. Not with forgiveness, not with reconciliation, but with complete detachment. Their approval was irrelevant. Their opinion had no weight. And slowly, life began to improve. I started taking better care of myself. Exercise became a daily ritual again, not for vanity, but for focus and clarity. I cooked my own meals, organized my apartment meticulously, and even took weekends off to recharge. I was building not just a business, but a life that wasn't overshadowed by their manipulation. The next big shift came when one of my designs was featured in a national magazine. I received calls from potential clients who had never heard of me before, and suddenly, the little furniture company that my parents had mocked was gaining national attention. I could see the power of my work speaking for itself. No one could diminish it, not my brother, not my parents. It existed independently, tangible proof of my capability and perseverance. I also started seeing patterns in my parents' behavior. Their attacks were not spontaneous. They were calculated, designed to destabilize me emotionally and financially. Understanding that gave me clarity. If I could anticipate their moves, I could counter them without exposing myself unnecessarily. The fear they once inspired began to fade, replaced by a strategic awareness. A turning point came when Matt tried to visit the office to talk things out. He arrived with a forced smile, clearly trying to assert some kind of dominance. But instead of engaging, I calmly greeted him, led him on a tour of the facilities, and introduced him to my team. Each introduction was deliberate, each handshake a subtle demonstration of the progress I had made without their help. He could see it, the contracts, the organized offices, the clients who trusted me. But he couldn't say a word. I didn't need to rub it in. The room spoke for itself. After he left, I sat at my desk and allowed myself a quiet moment of satisfaction. The betrayal, the years of neglect, the attempts to sabotage me, they hadn't broken me. They had forced me to rise higher, to build more, to outsmart and outwork the very people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. I realized something else in that moment. Power wasn't about wealth or recognition alone. It was about control over my own life. It was about setting boundaries so firm that even those who once had influence over me could no longer breach them. The confidence I had gained wasn't just professional. It was personal, psychological armor I hadn't realized I needed. But the story wasn't over. As much as I had gained control, my parents and Matt weren't done. Their jealousy, their entitlement, and their obsession with superiority remained intact. I knew the moment I relaxed, they would strike again. I had to be vigilant, patient, and ready to use the advantage I had quietly built. The rise wasn't glamorous or instant. It was slow, painstaking, and often lonely. There were nights when I doubted whether I could maintain it, whether I could continue fending off the emotional and logistical attacks. But each small victory, the new client, the positive review, the successful launch of a product line, built a reservoir of strength within me. Each time they tried to undermine me, I responded not with anger, but with preparation, intelligence, and patience. By the end of that period, I wasn't just surviving, I was thriving. My company was no longer small time. My designs were respected, and I had a team that believed in me completely. The power dynamics had shifted subtly but irrevocably. The family that had once mocked and dismissed me no longer held influence over my life. I could see them scrambling to understand what had changed, but they couldn't reach me. I had built walls they couldn't scale. And yet, deep down, I knew that the ultimate confrontation was still ahead. The betrayal had taught me one thing above all else. People who hurt you once, especially those who claim to be family, will do it again if you give them the chance. Patience, planning, and resilience were my weapons now. I was ready for whatever came next. I had risen from the rock bottom they pushed me into. And when the time came, I would make sure the world and my family finally understood the cost of underestimating me. After months of careful rebuilding, I finally felt untouchable. Not because I had wealth or fame, but because I had a plan. I'd learned their patterns, their blind spots, the way entitlement blinded them to reality. The first step was gathering leverage, solid, undeniable evidence. Contracts, emails, bank statements, photographs, and even recordings from their repeated attempts to intimidate me legally. My lawyer helped me organize it all in a way that would leave them no room to wriggle. Then came intelligence. I quietly dug into Matt's next big project, a startup he had been hyping for months, claiming it was revolutionary. My parents were helping fund it again, feeding his confidence and spreading rumors in their social circles about his inevitable success. I made discreet calls, researched publicly available data, and uncovered a pattern of mismanagement and risky loans that even seasoned investors would find alarming. Essentially, Matt was sitting on a ticking financial time bomb, and my parents were holding the matches. I didn't act immediately. Revenge isn't about rage, it's about timing. I built a personal network of investors, clients, and corporate contacts who trusted me completely. They were my allies, unaware of the drama behind the scenes, but ready to act if I asked. I strengthened my company's position, expanding operations nationally, so that when the confrontation happened, I would appear untouchable. My business became a fortress, both legally and financially. The moment to act came at a family gathering, the annual Lawson holiday dinner. My parents were smug, expecting Matt's latest venture to wow everyone, including me. I arrived with calm confidence, dressed simply but sharply, and immediately noticed the tension as they realized I had brought my lawyer. Matt, naturally, started mocking me the second I sat down. "Still doing your little projects, Howard? Must be cute, watching you try." I ignored him and gestured to my lawyer to hand the folder across the table. "Actually, I thought it was time to discuss your new project. You know, the one Dad and Mom are so excited about funding." Dad and Mom exchanged nervous glances. Matt frowned, clearly sensing a trap. I opened the folder calmly. Inside were the financial documents I had compiled on Matt's new venture. Proof of mismanaged loans, inflated promises to investors, and contracts that clearly violated regulations. I had also included correspondence showing how my parents had knowingly funneled money into this failing business despite warnings from financial advisors. "Here's the problem," I said evenly, looking around the table. "This isn't just a risk to Matt. It's a liability for anyone connected to the funding, especially family." Dad swallowed hard. Mom's eyes widened. Matt's smirk wavered, then disappeared. "Howard, what are you?" "I've already notified the investors I work with," I continued, "and I've ensured they have a copy of these documents. They're concerned about exposure, as they should be. The only way to protect themselves, and you, is to retract all funding immediately and legally distance yourselves from this venture." The room was silent. My lawyer added calmly, "We also have documentation of the previous misuse of funds, Howard's repayment claims, and evidence of harassment and sabotage against his business. The combination of these documents makes any further interference risky and legally perilous." Matt's face turned pale. You can't do that." "Oh, I can," I said. "And I will, if this company moves forward while ignoring the risks. You've already relied on my parents' support one too many times. This time, the consequences could be serious." Dad's face was ashen. Mom looked like she was about to faint. They had always assumed their influence was untouchable, that I would remain the quiet, ignored sibling. They hadn't accounted for the fact that I had built my own power base, legally and financially, and had meticulously prepared for this exact moment. Matt tried to argue, to yell, to charm, but it was useless. The investors I had alerted had frozen funds, pending legal confirmation, and my lawyer confirmed that any attempts to bypass this would trigger immediate lawsuits. Matt realized, finally, that he had no escape. He was boxed in, cornered by the very system he had ignored and the sibling he had mocked. I leaned back and said calmly, "I've spent years being underestimated, ignored, and mocked. I've waited patiently while you all tried to diminish me. But patience isn't weakness. It's strategy. And today, the truth catches up with you." The room stayed silent, the tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. For the first time in my life, I saw the raw fear in Matt's eyes. Dad was frozen, his mouth open, but no words coming out. Mom's face had gone pale, the realization of her miscalculations settling in. I closed the folder and smiled faintly, almost gently. Consider this a learning moment. Family isn't about entitlement or favoritism. It's about accountability, something you seem to have forgotten entirely. That night, I left the house without a word. I didn't gloat. I didn't celebrate openly. I let the consequences unfold quietly, like a tide gradually pulling everything under its weight. Over the next few days, Matt's project collapsed under scrutiny, funding evaporated, and investors withdrew. My parents were left scrambling, forced to confront the reality they had ignored for years. The best part? I didn't just survive. I thrived. My company continued to grow, my reputation soared, and my family, once untouchable in their entitlement, was left exposed, scrambling to cover mistakes they couldn't blame on anyone else. For the first time, I felt a profound satisfaction that had nothing to do with money or recognition. It was about justice, smart, calculated, undeniable. They had underestimated me for a lifetime. And for the first time, I had the upper hand completely. I realized then that revenge wasn't about chaos or anger. It was about preparation, patience, and precision. And in that quiet, controlled victory, I finally felt the weight of my years of struggle lift. I had turned their underestimation into my ultimate weapon. The aftermath of that night was more dramatic than I could have ever imagined. I had prepared for legal battles, for tense conversations, for subtle revenge, but watching the dominoes fall across my family felt surreal. Matt's startup imploded within days. The investors I had discreetly informed froze funding, citing regulatory concerns and mismanagement. News of the collapse circulated quickly within their social circles, leaving Matt humiliated. For the first time, I saw the smugness drained completely from his face. He wasn't just embarrassed, he was powerless, cornered by the consequences of his own recklessness and my calculated foresight. My parents, meanwhile, were a study in anxiety and anger. Dad, who had always projected confidence and authority, seemed lost. The moment the legal letters came back confirming investor withdrawals and highlighting potential liability for him and Mom, he stopped speaking in public settings. He spent hours pacing the house, muttering about mistakes and how could this happen, but never actually facing me directly. Mom was worse. She oscillated between frantic calls to accountants, worried explanations to friends, and bursts of frustration at Dad for not controlling me. Every attempt they made to regain control was met with my lawyer's calm, unyielding presence. Each time, the weight of evidence, of financial accountability, of meticulous planning, kept them from maneuvering freely. Matt tried to salvage his reputation with desperate maneuvers, small media appearances, social media statements claiming miscommunication and unforeseen circumstances, but the damage was permanent. I had carefully documented the evidence of his mismanagement and my parents' complicity, and once the media got wind of it, it spread like wildfire. Friends and business contacts of theirs began to distance themselves, leaving them isolated. The same people who had once praised Matt's potential were now openly questioning his judgment and integrity. I stayed quiet during the fallout. I didn't post online. I didn't make public statements. I let the system I had built do the work for me. Calls from concerned investors, business partners, and financial advisors flooded my parents' house daily. They tried to spin the narrative, claiming they had acted out of love and protection, but no amount of words could undo the financial and reputational damage. Their credibility, painstakingly built over decades of social networking and influence, collapsed under the weight of documented evidence and undeniable facts. One evening, I received a forwarded email from a mutual acquaintance, a lawyer who had previously worked with Matt. It contained a simple statement. Due to repeated mismanagement and failure to adhere to fiduciary responsibilities, all partnerships and funding for Mr. Lawson's venture have been terminated effective immediately. Liability for losses remains with Mr. and Mrs. Lawson and Mr. Lawson personally. That single line summed up everything. It wasn't vengeance fueled by anger. It was a surgical strike, executed with calm, precision, and complete control. The emotional fallout was even more satisfying. I watched from a distance as the family dynamic shifted irreversibly. Dinner conversations that used to be dominated by Matt's boasting and my parents' critiques now contained awkward silences and careful maneuvering. Friends and relatives who once eagerly listened to their self-aggrandizing tales began to avoid them altogether. The social authority they had wielded for years evaporated. Matt called me once, voice strained and shaking. "Howard, I don't know what to say. Can we talk?" I listened quietly, hearing the vulnerability in his voice, the same vulnerability that my parents had never allowed me to see. I let it linger, the silence long and pointed, before I finally responded. "There's nothing to discuss, Matt. You had your chance. You made your choices." He stuttered, trying to argue, to plead, to shift blame, but I had no patience for excuses. For years, he had laughed at me, mocked me, and taken what wasn't his. Now, the tables had turned completely. He couldn't charm, manipulate, or intimidate me anymore. The power was mine. Dad tried to approach me the next week, ostensibly to talk things through, but the moment I saw him standing on the porch, I felt nothing but clarity. I didn't open the door. I didn't reply to his calls. The finality of that decision, the choice to walk away, to remove them from my life entirely, felt liberating. They had spent years teaching me that family loyalty meant silence and compliance, but I had learned something far more valuable. Loyalty to oneself is the only loyalty that truly matters. Mom called a few days later, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. "Howard, you have to understand, we only ever wanted what was best for the family." I interrupted her, calm and steady, almost bored with the drama. "I understand perfectly. You wanted what was best for Matt and yourselves. But what was best for me? That was never part of your plan. And now, you'll have to live with the consequences." The house, the family gatherings, the old routines, they no longer held sway over me. I had reached a point where their opinions, their manipulations, and their disdain had no power. My company was thriving, my life was secure, and every insult, every slight, every attempt to belittle me had been turned into fuel for my growth and preparation. Weeks later, Matt called again, quieter this time. "Howard, I guess you win." I smiled faintly, almost imperceptibly. "I didn't win. I just survived while you kept playing the same game. And survival is stronger than any chance you'll ever have without effort." I hung up, knowing he finally understood. Not just that he had lost, but that he had underestimated me his entire life. My parents, too, would spend the coming months and years reckoning with the fact that the child they mocked, ignored, and undermined had quietly grown into someone untouchable. For the first time, I allowed myself to fully breathe. No lawyer, no plans, no strategy. Just me, standing in the middle of my office, looking at the thriving business, the team that trusted me completely, and the life I had built from the ground up. The betrayal, the years of mockery, the sabotage, they had forged me into someone stronger than I ever imagined I could be. And as I looked around, I realized that the ultimate victory wasn't just the collapse of their plans or the humiliation of Matt. It was this. I had reclaimed my life entirely, on my own terms, without compromise, without apology, and without ever letting them break me. The last message I received from my parents came a month later. A brief, terse email. "We are disappointed." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The life I had built, the respect I had earned, and the power I had quietly amassed spoke louder than anything they could say. For the first time, I felt untouchable, not just in business, but in life. And that, more than anything, was worth everything I had endured. I finally understood the most important lesson they never taught me. You don't need approval to succeed. You only need determination, patience, and the courage to rise above those who try to keep you down. And I had done exactly that. The silence that followed, free from their manipulation, free from their judgment, was the sweetest sound of all. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My name's Eden. I'm 26, and I've learned the hard way that family pride can turn into poison if you let it. On paper, my extended family looks perfectly ordinary. Sunday dinners, birthday gatherings, the occasional wedding or graduation. But underneath that, there's always been this unspoken competition, especially between my Aunt Lillian's side of the family and mine. My parents and I have always been the quiet ones, the ones who don't brag, who just show up, bring a gift, and go home. Lillian, on the other hand, has built her entire identity around making sure everyone knows how well her family is doing. Her son, my cousin Nathan, is her trophy. Every time she talks about him, you'd think he was some kind of modern-day Einstein. He got good grades, went to a decent university, and apparently, according to her, has a brilliant mind for business. I've heard that phrase so many times it's practically burned into my memory. Nathan just has a brilliant mind for business. I used to nod along politely when she said it at family dinners, even when Nathan himself would smirk across the table and say something condescending like, "Don't worry, Eden, I'm sure you'll find your path eventually." He'd say it in that syrupy, fake nice tone people use when they want to sound humble while rubbing your face in something. For years, I let it slide. I told myself I didn't need to prove anything to them. I grew up pretty modestly. My parents never had a lot of money, but they always made sure I had what I needed. I wasn't spoiled like Nathan, who got a brand new car at 18 as a reward for his dedication. My parents couldn't afford things like that, so I worked part-time through college, paid off my own student loans, and started my own small marketing agency from scratch. It wasn't glamorous at first, just me in my apartment, designing campaigns for small local businesses, but over time, it grew. I hired people, got an office space, and slowly built a solid reputation. The best part? I didn't tell my extended family much about it. They didn't ask, and I didn't feel the need to share. I liked the peace that came with being underestimated. But that peace started to crack last year when Lillian found out through social media that my agency had been featured in a local business article. It wasn't anything huge, but apparently, it was enough to get her attention. The next time we saw each other, she said, "Oh, I saw that little article about your business. That's cute. You're really doing something with those online ads, right?" I smiled and said, "Yeah, something like that." Even though I wanted to correct her, it wasn't just online ads. We'd worked with corporate clients, national campaigns, the real deal. But Lillian didn't care about facts. She just wanted to make sure I knew she still saw me as the kid who doodled logos in her notebook. And then came Nathan's engagement party. Lillian had been planning it for months, and she made sure everyone knew how extravagant it would be. My mom told me it was being held at some high-end venue downtown, with a catering company that usually does events for politicians. When I got the invitation, I hesitated. I hadn't spoken to Nathan in almost a year, and the idea of being trapped in a room full of my aunt's smug compliments didn't exactly thrill me. But my mom insisted. "It's family, Eden. We can't just not go." So I went. The moment I stepped into that ballroom, I could feel the hierarchy. Everyone was dressed like they were attending a gala. Lillian was floating around in a glittery dress, hugging guests, making introductions, talking too loudly about Nathan's bright future. My cousin stood near the bar, flashing his rehearsed smile and shaking hands like a politician. His fiancée, Ava, was sweet and soft-spoken, honestly, too good for him. I could tell right away she wasn't comfortable with the over-the-top event. When my parents and I approached, Lillian's eyes lit up with that saccharine enthusiasm she reserves for people she's about to subtly insult. "Eden, you look lovely, dear. It's been so long. How's your little business going?" she asked, drawing out the word little just enough to sting. I smiled politely. "It's going really well, actually. We've expanded to a second office this year." Her expression flickered for a split second, but she recovered quickly. "Oh, that's nice. Nathan's been looking into some management positions recently, haven't you, sweetheart?" She turned to him like a director feeding lines to her lead actor. Nathan smirked. "Yeah, I've been getting offers. Big companies, you know. But I'm taking my time. Don't want to settle for something small." The word small hung in the air between us, deliberate. My mom looked like she wanted to step in, but I gently squeezed her hand to let her know I was fine. I'd learned how to keep my cool around them. That night, though, it felt different. Their smugness didn't just irritate me, it made me curious. Because I happened to know something they didn't. A few weeks earlier, one of my HR managers had mentioned that a candidate named Nathan L. had applied for a mid-level position at our company. I didn't think much of it until I saw his resume. There it was, Nathan Lowell, my cousin. He'd applied 3 times for different roles, each time trying to angle his way in. The irony was almost poetic. The same cousin who once said my business was probably a hobby that'll fizzle out, was now trying to work for me. I hadn't said a word to him or anyone else about it. I wanted to see how long he'd keep pretending. The engagement party was exactly what you'd expect. Overdone speeches, fake laughter, and a buffet that could feed an army. I spent most of the night standing near my parents or chatting with Ava, who seemed genuinely sweet but completely out of place. Nathan strutted around like he owned the place, telling people about his consulting work, which I knew from mutual acquaintances meant unemployed but keeping options open. Then came the moment that would change everything. We were all seated at our tables, and someone made a toast to Nathan and Ava. After a few sentimental words, Lillian stood up, glass in hand, glowing with pride. "You know," she said loudly, "watching my son succeed has been the greatest joy of my life. He's worked so hard and accomplished so much. Maybe one day, Eden," she added with a little chuckle, "you'll be as successful as him." The room erupted in polite laughter. Even some relatives who barely knew me smiled awkwardly, following Lillian's lead. My parents froze. I could see my mom's eyes dart to mine, silently begging me not to react. But I didn't need to. I just smiled. Calmly, genuinely. Then I said, "That's funny, Aunt Lillian. He's been applying for a job at my company for weeks." The silence that followed was deafening. Nathan's fork clattered against his plate. Lillian's grin faltered. For a moment, no one said a word. All the laughter evaporated into an uncomfortable hush, broken only by the clinking of a waiter's tray in the background. My dad looked stunned, my mom's lips pressed tightly together, and Nathan's fiancée looked like she was trying not to choke on her drink. And me? I just kept smiling. That was the exact moment I realized the dynamic had finally shifted. For the first time, they couldn't pretend anymore. But that was only the beginning, because what happened after that night made everything far messier than I ever could have imagined. The morning after the engagement party, my phone started buzzing before I even got out of bed. I already had a gut feeling who it might be. When I saw Aunt Lillian flashing across the screen, I wasn't surprised, just mildly entertained. I stared at it for a few seconds before answering, letting her stew in the uncertainty. When I finally picked up, her tone was sugar-coated and sharp at the same time. "Eden," she said, drawing my name out like she was trying to stay calm. "I just wanted to clarify something about what you said last night. You must have misunderstood. Nathan didn't apply to your company. He was just exploring opportunities. Networking, you know? I don't think it's appropriate to make a scene like that, especially at someone's engagement party." I could practically hear the tightness in her voice, the mix of anger and embarrassment. "Funny," I replied casually, sitting up in bed, because our HR department forwarded me his resume 3 times. Same email, same phone number. Unless there's another Nathan Lowell who graduated from Ridgeway University and worked at a consulting firm that dissolved last year. There was a pause long enough that I thought she might hang up. Then came the inevitable shift, from fake calm to passive-aggressive defense. "Well, I think it's unprofessional to bring personal business into a family event," she said. "You embarrassed him in front of everyone. He's been under a lot of stress lately, and your little comment didn't help." I almost laughed. My little comment? After years of her backhanded remarks, her condescending jokes, and her endless bragging, suddenly I was the problem. "Right," I said quietly, "because saying he's been applying for a job at my company is way out of line. My mistake." "You've changed, Eden," she snapped. "Success has clearly gone to your head. Nathan was always so supportive of you." That was when I couldn't hold back anymore. "Supportive?" I repeated, incredulous. "Do you mean when he told me my business would probably collapse before I hit 25? Or when he laughed in front of everyone at Christmas because I couldn't afford to travel to Europe with you all?" She didn't answer. "Didn't think so," I added, and hung up. I sat there for a minute afterward, letting the silence settle around me. There wasn't anger, not really, just this dull, exhausted feeling. The kind that comes from realizing you've spent years trying to earn respect from people who never intended to give it. But I should have known that wouldn't be the end of it. That afternoon, I went into the office to catch up on a few projects. My assistant, Tessa, greeted me with her usual cheerful tone, but there was something hesitant in her expression. "Hey, Eden, there's something weird you might want to see," she said, handing me her tablet. On the screen was an email forwarded from the HR department. The subject line read, "Regarding the position application, Nathan Lowell." Apparently, after the party, Nathan had written to HR personally, accusing them of mishandling his application and suggesting that the CEO, me, had violated professional boundaries by discussing it in a public setting. He'd actually tried to spin the situation to make himself look like the victim. I couldn't help but let out a low laugh. The audacity was almost impressive. I told HR to document everything and leave the matter to me. For now, I just wanted to focus on work and let things cool off. But the more I tried to move on, the more I realized how deep my aunt's influence ran. She'd already started calling relatives, twisting the story until I sounded like a villain. By the weekend, my mom called me, sounding tired and anxious. "Eden, honey, I've been getting calls from Lillian. She's saying you humiliated Nathan intentionally, that you've been, her words, using your money to lord it over everyone. I groaned. Of course she is. What else did she say? My mom hesitated. She said maybe it's best if we skip next Sunday's family dinner, just until things calm down. That stung more than I expected. I wasn't close to my aunt, but I'd always gone to those dinners for my parents. It was our one stable family ritual. The idea that I had to skip it because of Lillian's gossip made my chest tighten. Still, I agreed. Yeah, maybe that's for the best. Over the next week, the rumors spread like wildfire. Apparently, I'd mocked Nathan's career, insulted him in front of his fiancée, and bragged about being rich. My parents tried to defend me, but Lillian's version of events had already sunk its claws into everyone's perception. Then one day, I got a call from Ava, the fiancée. "Hey, Eden," she said softly. "I just wanted to apologize for how things went that night. It was uncomfortable, to say the least." "It's fine," I said, leaning back in my chair. "You didn't do anything wrong." She hesitated. "I think Nathan's embarrassed. He didn't expect you to be doing so well. He's been really down about it." "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. "I can tell." "I shouldn't say this," she went on, "but Lillian's been talking nonstop about you. She keeps saying you owe the family an apology." I felt my jaw tighten. "An apology? For what existing?" Ava let out a nervous laugh. "Honestly, I don't know. I just thought you should know what's being said." That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. All those years I'd quietly worked my way up. All the nights I stayed up managing deadlines, pushing through burnout, and wondering if I'd ever make it. And now, because I'd dared to succeed, they were treating me like I'd done something wrong. It wasn't about money or status for me. It was about self-respect. And for the first time, I realized how much they'd chipped away at mine over the years. The following Sunday, I went to visit my parents instead of attending the family dinner. My mom was relieved to see me, though I could tell she was torn between loyalty to me and the desire to keep the peace. My dad, on the other hand, was fuming. "You should have seen Lillian last night," he said. She went on and on about how Nathan's career prospects are better than ever, and how you could learn something from him about humility. My mom winced. Let's not make things worse. But I was done staying quiet. The next day, I decided to stop being passive about it. I reached out to my lawyer, not to sue anyone or anything dramatic, but to get advice about formal HR protocols. If Nathan was still applying under false pretenses, I wanted everything documented. And, sure enough, 2 days later, HR informed me that he'd submitted another application, this time under a slightly altered email address, probably hoping I wouldn't notice. I stared at the screen, shaking my head in disbelief. He actually thinks this will work. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I let it simmer. Let him keep digging. Meanwhile, Lillian escalated. She started calling my mom daily, asking for updates on me, saying things like, "I just worry about Eden. She's always been so sensitive." That was her favorite word. She'd used it my whole life to undermine me, to make every reaction sound like an overreaction. When she realized she couldn't get a rise out of me directly, she went for subtle sabotage. A client of mine, someone we'd recently signed through a family friend, called me out of the blue. "Eden," he said, awkwardly, "your Aunt Lillian spoke to my wife at a dinner party. She said your company's having some internal issues and that you might be stepping back." I went completely still. "She said what?" "Look, I didn't believe it," he added quickly, "but I thought you should know." I thanked him and hung up, trying to keep my breathing steady. That wasn't just petty gossip anymore. That was deliberate damage. For days after that, I couldn't shake the unease. Every time my phone buzzed, I half expected it to be another call about something Lillian had said or done. My parents tried to reassure me, but even they were starting to crumble under her manipulative guilt trips. "She's family, Eden," my mom pleaded at one point. "She's just hurt. You embarrassed her in public." "She embarrassed me for years," I said quietly, "and no one ever told her to stop." My mom didn't reply. A few weeks later, things reached a breaking point. Nathan himself showed up, unannounced, at my office. Tessa buzzed me, sounding uncertain. "Eden, there's a man here who says he's your cousin. Should I?" I told her to let him in. When he walked into my office, he looked different. Not confident, not smug, just cornered. "Eden," he said, shutting the door behind him. "We need to talk." I gestured to the chair across from me. "Go ahead." He sat down, rubbing his hands together. "Look, I didn't mean for things to get so out of control. My mom's been dramatic. You know how she gets. But you kind of humiliated me in front of everyone. I tilted my head slightly. Did I say anything that wasn't true? He hesitated. No, but you didn't have to say it like that. Like what? I asked. Like I finally had a voice? He sighed. Eden, I just need a break. A chance. Things haven't been going great for me, and your company. That's when I realized what this visit was really about. He wanted me to hire him. You're kidding, I said, half laughing. I'd work hard, he said quickly. I know I said some things before, but I've matured. I just need a foot in the door. I leaned back, studying him. You insulted my work for years. You let your mom belittle me in front of everyone. And now that things aren't going your way, you want me to fix it for you. His jaw tightened. I'm family. I almost smiled. Exactly. And that was when I made my decision. Quietly, firmly. I wasn't going to let them keep writing my story. But before I could do anything about it, Lillian pulled her boldest stunt yet. Something that would take this family feud to a whole new level. The betrayal hit me faster than I ever could have anticipated. I had thought I knew the depth of Lillian's entitlement, the way she'd tried to manipulate and undermine me over the years, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. It all started with a routine day at the office. I was going over some campaign reports when Tessa walked in, her expression unusually serious. Eden, you need to see this, she said, holding out her tablet. On the screen was a private email thread between Nathan and one of my biggest clients. I froze. Nathan had been messaging them for weeks, pretending to be a consultant independent of my agency. He was offering insider tips on a project my company was already handling, subtly undermining my team's work. Even worse, he had copied Lillian on some of the messages, and her responses were dripping with condescension and approval. I felt the blood drain from my face. I couldn't believe it. My cousin, my own blood, was actively trying to sabotage my business, and my aunt was cheering him on. I called the client immediately, trying to contain the situation. I just saw the emails, I said firmly. I want to clarify that Nathan is not affiliated with my agency, and I have no idea why he's contacting you. I assure you this has no bearing on our work, and I apologize for any confusion. They were polite, but I could hear the unease in their voice. It wasn't just embarrassing, it was dangerous. Reputation in this industry was everything. One wrong rumor, one misstep, and it could cost years of work. After the call, I sat in my office, fists clenched, trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't just petty rivalry anymore. This was an attack. And it was personal. I knew I had to confront them both, but I also knew that doing it in the heat of anger would give them the satisfaction of seeing me ruffled. I needed a plan. I started by documenting everything. Every email, every interaction Nathan had initiated, every text Lillian had sent endorsing his efforts. I wanted an unbreakable chain of evidence. As I worked, I realized just how long this had been going on. Nathan hadn't just applied for a position at my company. He'd been quietly trying to edge his way in for months, all while pretending to be the golden boy of the family. The next week, I was forced into a tense situation at a family brunch. My parents had invited me, hoping to smooth things over before Lillian could escalate further. Of course, she showed up. She had that same infuriatingly bright smile plastered on her face, acting as if nothing had happened. Nathan trailed behind her, looking far too pleased with himself. Eden, Lillian exclaimed, pulling me into a hug that felt more like a restraining hold than affection. It's been ages. So glad you could make it. I hugged back lightly, letting her overconfidence settle around us. Wouldn't miss it, I said with measured politeness. Nathan waved, and I forced myself to meet his eyes without flinching. Hey, Eden, he said casually. Hi, I replied. The brunch started cordially enough, but the undercurrent of tension was palpable. Every other sentence from Lillian was a veiled insult. Every glance Nathan gave me was a silent challenge. And then came the moment I'd been dreading. Lillian leaned in, speaking loud enough for everyone at the table to hear. I was just telling everyone how brave Nathan is for trying new opportunities. He really does take after his father, always looking for ways to advance and get ahead. Unlike some people who might shy away from risk. I felt my stomach twist. The barbs were obvious, and everyone at the table glanced at me. My parents shot me apologetic looks, but I stayed calm. Funny, I said, keeping my voice light. Nathan's been taking a few risks lately too, like undermining my company while pretending to be a consultant. Must be a family trait. The room fell silent again. Lillian's face paled, and Nathan's smug confidence faltered. And that's when it happened. The act that broke trust in a way I hadn't expected. After brunch, I returned home to find a package on my doorstep. Inside were several confidential contracts, internal memos, and client lists from my company, documents that had never left my office. I immediately recognized the handwriting of the courier. It was from someone I had trusted in my inner circle. My assistant, Tessa, had no idea how the files had been duplicated or sent out. But the implications were clear. Someone was trying to sabotage me from the inside, feeding Lillian and Nathan the exact tools they needed to attack my business. I felt the floor drop beneath me. Betrayal like this wasn't just cruel. It was personal, a violation that cut deeper than anything my aunt or cousin had said at a party. I couldn't even begin to comprehend how they'd orchestrated it. It was methodical, premeditated, and chillingly efficient. I immediately contacted my lawyer. "You need to know," I said, holding the package in trembling hands. "This isn't just harassment. It's deliberate theft and corporate espionage." My lawyer's tone was grave. "Eden, we need to act fast. This is serious. Whoever did this could be criminally liable. Do not confront them directly. Document everything. Secure all your digital and physical files, and let me handle communications with anyone who has access to the company." As I hung up, the enormity of it hit me. This wasn't just about family rivalry anymore. This was war. And the people I had trusted most, the people who were supposed to love and support me, had crossed a line I didn't even know they were capable of crossing. Over the next few days, Lillian's manipulations became even more blatant. She called my parents incessantly, spinning a narrative in which I was portrayed as paranoid and difficult, insisting that Nathan was the victim of a hostile work environment that I had created. She painted herself as the concerned mother, worried about her son's well-being, while orchestrating attacks behind the scenes. My parents were caught in the middle, and I could see the strain it caused them. My mom was heartbroken, torn between defending me and keeping the peace with her sister. My dad was furious but hesitant to confront them, wary of escalating a family feud into a full-blown disaster. And then Nathan did something so audacious, I could barely believe it. He showed up at one of our company events, not as a guest, but as a self-proclaimed consultant, using a fake badge he'd forged. He walked in, confidently inserting himself into meetings, offering unsolicited advice, and trying to take credit for work that wasn't his. I confronted him quietly in a hallway. "Get out," I said firmly. "Eden," he said with a smirk, "I'm just here to help. You don't have to be so dramatic." I stared at him, and for the first time, the calm I usually maintained cracked. "You've crossed every line imaginable. This isn't a game. Every action you take from here on out is going to be documented and reported." He laughed lightly, like I was the unreasonable one. "You're so sensitive. Mom would have a heart attack if she knew you were threatening her baby boy." That was the final straw. I realized, with a cold clarity, that Lillian had orchestrated everything. She had groomed Nathan to believe he could walk all over me, manipulate the company from within, and get away with it, all while maintaining her image as the perfect, supportive aunt. The audacity of it, the sheer premeditation, it broke something inside me. I sat in my office that night, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, trying to process what had happened. This wasn't just family drama. This was betrayal in its purest form. Someone I had known my entire life, someone I had trusted implicitly, had decided that my success was a threat that needed to be dismantled. And the worst part? It worked. My nerves were frayed, my confidence shaken, and the stress was starting to affect every aspect of my life. I realized that from here on out, I couldn't just rely on being calm and collected. I needed a plan, a calculated, intelligent strategy to protect everything I'd built and, eventually, to ensure that Nathan and Lillian paid for what they had done. After the espionage incident with Nathan, I felt like I'd been punched in the gut and then left in a dark room to figure out how to breathe again. My company had weathered attacks before, small mistakes, minor leaks, a client threatened by a competitor, but this was different. This was personal, orchestrated by people who should have been on my side. That night, I sat at my desk, staring at the legal documents I'd compiled, the contracts Nathan had stolen, and the email trails linking him to Lillian. Everything screamed betrayal. The first week after the discovery was the hardest. I barely slept, and when I did, It was a restless haze of imagining Nathan walking around my office, pretending to be an insider, and Lillian gleefully telling my parents how concerned she was for him. I had moments of panic when I thought of the clients who might have doubted my professionalism, worried that the leak had reached further than I could control. I even considered stepping away from the company, just to escape the stress, but deep down, I knew that wouldn't solve anything. Walking away would only validate them, give them the satisfaction of thinking they'd won. I started with small protective measures. I updated security protocols, restricted file access, and installed monitoring systems to track any unusual activity. Tessa became my second pair of eyes, and I trained her to spot anything that seemed off. I also began reviewing every interaction Nathan had with our clients, mapping the timelines, and compiling evidence. The lawyer I'd contacted became a lifeline, advising me on how to handle potential sabotage without risking the company's reputation or legal standing. Emotionally, I was drained. I felt isolated in ways I hadn't before. Every time my parents tried to discuss it, it turned into a debate about family loyalty versus business integrity. My mom would sigh, her voice trembling. "Eden, I just want everyone to get along," as if my desire to protect my business and myself was some kind of overreaction. And my dad, normally my rock, seemed frustrated and helpless, muttering things like, "She's your aunt, Eden. You can't fight this." I knew he was trying to be rational, but all I felt was the sting of being utterly unsupported. Yet, amid the chaos, something unexpected happened. The very challenge that threatened to destroy me forced me to grow in ways I hadn't anticipated. I began delegating more, trusting Tessa and my senior managers with bigger responsibilities. I discovered that giving up control didn't mean losing it. It meant creating space for strategy. I learned to compartmentalize my emotions, to turn the adrenaline from fear and anger into meticulous planning. For the first time, I allowed myself to step away from the constant need to prove myself in family settings. I stopped attending unnecessary family gatherings, stopped explaining myself, and stopped justifying my success. The peace that came from ignoring Lillian and Nathan's theatrics gave me mental clarity I hadn't realized I was missing. It was as if a weight I didn't know I was carrying had been lifted. Then came the turning point, the subtle rise. One of our longtime clients, a regional retail chain, was expanding nationally and looking for a marketing partner who could manage multi-state campaigns. They approached me directly, impressed by the efficiency and creativity of our previous work. This client had been the kind that a larger firm would usually try to poach. Landing them was a major coup, not just for revenue, but for reputation. I felt a surge of quiet satisfaction, not because I could finally show anyone, but because this was proof that I had built something that could not be undermined by petty family sabotage. At the same time, I began noticing cracks in Lillian's perfect image. Word got back to me that Nathan had been confronted by a potential client who had caught wind of the forged badge and unauthorized communications. They were furious and had reported the incident to the local business association. Meanwhile, Lillian was busy trying to spin her narrative, claiming Nathan was misunderstood, but people weren't buying it. My cousin's attempts to infiltrate my company had left a trail that spoke louder than any excuse she could make. I used this to my advantage. Without broadcasting anything, I strengthened my network, reached out to new prospects, and positioned my agency as a trustworthy, resilient company, subtly contrasting the chaos Nathan and Lillian were creating elsewhere. Within weeks, new opportunities started landing on my desk. Clients who had previously been out of reach, impressed by the professionalism and stability of our operations compared to the scandals Nathan was inadvertently creating. Socially, I pulled back from toxic family interactions and focused on people who valued me for me. I reconnected with old colleagues, invested more time in my team, and cultivated professional relationships that reinforced my growth and independence. I began mentoring younger marketers, guiding them through projects and offering advice, not as a boss with ego, but as someone who had navigated failure, sabotage, and betrayal and come out stronger. Even Nathan's repeated attempts to worm his way in began to lose their power. Each email he sent, each phone call he tried to make, I treated as data points. I learned to predict his patterns, anticipate his moves, and document everything meticulously. I created a wall of sorts, both legal and operational, that kept him and Lillian from interfering directly while I quietly expanded my business. Yet, The emotional toll was undeniable. There were moments I cried alone in my office, overwhelmed by the realization that family could be so cruel and calculated. The weight of betrayal, especially from someone I had trusted implicitly, was crushing. But each tear, each sleepless night, seemed to forge something stronger within me, a resilience I hadn't recognized in myself. Months went by. The agency grew. Our client base diversified. Revenues increased, and my reputation strengthened, not because of a dramatic confrontation, but because I had refused to let sabotage dictate my life. I started investing in infrastructure, hiring additional staff, and even expanding into consulting for other agencies, carefully building an empire that could not be shaken by family antics. At home, my relationship with my parents transformed. They saw the tangible results of my efforts, and while they still struggled with Lillian's influence, they gradually began to recognize the independence and strength I had cultivated. My mom started expressing quiet pride, and my dad began offering strategic advice, no longer framing it around family loyalty, but around business acumen. I also found an unexpected ally in Ava, Nathan's fiancée. She reached out occasionally, expressing frustration with how Lillian and Nathan treated her and subtly confirming my suspicions about their manipulation. We developed a cautious, professional rapport. I never trusted her fully. She was still loyal to Nathan, but she provided insights that helped me anticipate further attempts at sabotage. Despite the rise, there was always the shadow of the family feud looming. Lillian and Nathan were still scheming, still trying to undermine me indirectly, still spreading rumors. But now, I had control, strategy, and evidence on my side. I had learned patience, restraint, and the power of preparation. I had learned to turn adversity into fuel, to let betrayal forge a stronger, smarter version of myself. Every small victory, the retention of a difficult client, a successful campaign, the thwarting of Nathan's interference, felt like a quiet, private triumph. I was no longer reacting emotionally. I was calculating, building, and rising in ways that were invisible to my aunt and cousin, but devastatingly effective. They didn't see me, and that was perfect. I knew that one day, the moment to reclaim not just my dignity, but my power over the situation would come. I didn't need to rush it. The beauty of my rise was in its quiet inevitability. Nathan and Lillian were playing checkers while I was playing chess. Each move they made only gave me more insight into their patterns, more leverage for the day when the scales would tip fully in my favor. And yet, despite the successes, the company growth, and the strategic advantage, a part of me still hurt deeply. The sting of betrayal lingered in private moments, a reminder that sometimes the people you trust most are the ones capable of the deepest treachery. That pain, however, was no longer debilitating. It had become a tool, sharpening my resolve, fueling my ambition, and reminding me exactly what was at stake. By the time the next family gathering rolled around, I was ready, not to confront them openly, but to quietly assert my power. I had grown stronger, smarter, and far less naive. The seeds of my eventual revenge were planted in these months of patient, strategic rebuilding. The rock bottom I had hit had forced me to rise higher than I ever imagined. And when the time came, Nathan and Lillian would learn just how dangerous it is to underestimate someone they tried to destroy. After months of rebuilding, documenting, and sharpening my strategy, I finally reached a place where I could stop reacting and start engineering outcomes. The thing about long, patient work is that it gives you options, tiny levers you can pull when the time is right. I'd spent those months quietly building influence, fortifying my company, and collecting everything I needed: emails, forged badge photos, client messages, courier receipts, witnesses. I wasn't reckless about it. I didn't want a messy, emotional spectacle where I looked like I'd lost my temper. I wanted something clean, undeniable, and public enough that Lillian's gossip and Nathan's petty schemes couldn't wiggle out from under it. I wanted proof, objective proof that could be shown to neutrals, people whose livelihoods depended on integrity, not family stories. The first piece of the plan was to expand my standing in the professional community. I applied to sit on the local business association's committee that handled vendor standards and professional conduct. It was bureaucratic, slow, and exactly the kind of process that favored someone who didn't need to rush. I submitted a portfolio, letters of recommendation from clients who'd weathered the Nathan nonsense and continued to work with me, and a concise statement about ethical practice in marketing. I made the point without malice, just fact. The association accepted me. Having that seat was more valuable than I'd expected. It gave me access to formal pathways for complaints and investigations, and it put me in rooms with people who valued documentation and process above anecdotes and family loyalty. While I built institutional credibility, I kept working on the human side. Ava, Nathan's fiancée, proved to be an awkward but useful ally. We never became friends, but she started to send me things, screenshots of texts she'd overheard, tangential comments Nathan made in frustration, receipts that hinted at how involved Lillian had been behind the scenes. She was caught in her own loyalty split, and I respected that. I didn't pressure her. I let her give what she felt comfortable giving. Her information helped complete small parts of the picture. Dates, names, moments where Nathan had admitted he'd been coached or given talking points by his mother. Piece by piece, the mosaic formed. The technical side of the plan required patience and a little creativity. I couldn't just storm into a press conference waving documents. That would either frighten people off or be dismissed as a family feud. Instead, I framed a professional event, a panel and networking forum on marketing ethics and vendor verification that my agency co-hosted with the business association. The event sounded innocuous and beneficial on paper. Best practices for working with third-party consultants. It attracted the exact crowd I wanted: local business owners, association members, a few of our long-term clients, and importantly, people from other agencies who had no stake in any family drama. I had spent months cultivating their trust. They would listen. I planted the bait carefully. Through a mutual contact I knew would forward the invitation to the professional network Nathan frequented, I nudged an invite his way, phrased as an opportunity to present a short case study on consulting successes. His ego made him take it. He couldn't resist an audience where he could display himself as an expert. The contact who forwarded the invite did so innocently. They thought they were helping a local professional get exposure. Nathan, of course, didn't know the room would include people whose firms he'd attempted to worm into, nor that it would include the client he'd been emailing, warmly, persistently, and falsely, about projects my company was already handling. In the weeks before the event, I refined the materials I planned to present. I didn't want to look like a prosecutor. Instead, I framed the content as a neutral case study of vendor fraud and the signs businesses should watch for. Part of the presentation was an anonymized timeline of a typical infiltration: suspicious resumes, duplicate emails, forged badges, and unsolicited consultant outreach that mirrors real-world campaigns. I used redacted real emails with metadata, courier receipts, and timestamped screenshots, all things that an unbiased business audience would recognize as red flags. I also prepared a small packet for attendees, a guide to due diligence that included a checklist and examples. Those packets were practical, useful, and would land with people whose trust mattered. I scheduled my reveal for the second half of the event, after the speakers had established the context. The morning of, I felt the same tightness in my chest I'd felt the night I found the package on my doorstep, but it was different now. That tightness was purpose, not panic. I had rehearsed every line and prepped every piece of evidence. My team knew their roles. Tessa was in charge of the slides and the timing. My lawyer, who had become a steady presence through all of this, sat in the front row in plain clothes, ready if anything threatened to cross legal lines. We had non-disclosure measures in place for the documents we couldn't publish, and we built a forensic trail for anything that needed to be handed to authorities. Nothing about the event was improvised. Nathan arrived looking confident, which made me smile inwardly. He greeted people with the practiced, easy charm of someone who had always been told he was brilliant. Lillian sat with a small group at a side table, her smile bright and contained. She greeted me briefly, coldly polite, and then turned her attention back to her circle, probably smug that her golden boy was on stage to shine. I began with general stories, examples of companies I'd worked with, the harm caused by slick but empty consultants, and the emotional cost of discovering betrayal when you least expect it. I watched faces throughout the room, business owners leaning forward, association members scribbling notes, people who'd been burned before nodding in recognition. Then, when the room was already primed, I transitioned into the timeline. I spoke slowly, deliberately, narrating events with a careful, professional tone. For every claim I made, I had something to back it up. An email header showing the originating server, a courier tracking number matching a drop-off near Lillian's house, internal logs that synchronized with the timestamps Nathan had been using. I kept the family details minimal on stage. No melodrama, no petulant finger-pointing, because I knew how the room would react to sober facts. Then I showed the forged badge. I'd had it verified by a security consultant. The lamination style, badge numbering, and holographic seal were wrong. Small details that only someone who knows the system would notice. I displayed the photos side by side with authentic badges from other firms. The room murmured. A few people craned forward, suddenly very interested. Next, I played muted video clips with subtitles showing Nathan attending a competing firm's meeting with a self-made badge. He didn't look like a villain there, just someone eager and out of place. But context matters. Paired with the emails and the courier receipts, the mosaic of deception grew clear. I kept my language neutral. We believe, I said, that this was not an isolated incident, but a coordinated attempt to infiltrate operations. I clicked to the slide that showed the email trails, headers, IP addresses, and metadata. I explained in simple terms how the headers linked the messages to a device that had been used frequently near Lillian's home at specific times. I showed a redacted excerpt from an email where Nathan made a recommendation that mirrored the falsified tips he'd been peddling to my clients, and I pointed out how a client had responded, confused, because our team had already been executing that exact action plan. The room's hum turned into silence. I expected denial, of course I did. If you've ever tried to convince someone of a betrayal inside their family, you know denial is as much a psychological defense as it is social. But what I didn't expect was how quickly the association members responded. People who depended on impartial professionalism started comparing notes. Someone in the back whispered that a similar badge had been used at another event. Another attendee, a local retailer, mentioned that someone claiming to be an independent consultant had contacted them with suspiciously detailed knowledge. The dots connected in real time, not because I forced them to connect, but because the objective evidence I'd assembled made the pattern inevitable. Halfway through the presentation, I did something I'd rehearsed and felt uneasy about, because part of me still hated the idea of directly humiliating family, but it was effective. I pulled up a brief excerpt of a voicemail recording from a client who had been confused and upset by Nathan's outreach. The client's voice was steady but incredulous, saying, "We've been working with Eden's firm for months. Someone kept emailing me pretending to be an outside consultant and claiming we hadn't briefed them. It felt like someone was trying to destabilize our partnership." That client, who didn't know anything about my personal life, was clear, calm, and genuinely concerned. The room reacted to her professional discomfort the way neutrals do, with concern and practical curiosity, not schadenfreude. That was the first public moment where the story shifted from family rumor to business risk. Then I presented the clincher, a dated email where Nathan had forwarded internal memos to an address that matched a domain Lillian had been using for her community project emails. It was a tiny, almost petty oversight on their part, but it connected the familial tie to the operational sabotage. The association's counsel leaned forward, quietly asking about evidence preservation, an institutional response that signaled we weren't just airing grievances. We were preparing a professional complaint. I watched Lillian's face as I presented these facts. For someone whose whole identity is performance, she didn't recover well. Her smile faded, then hardened. She whispered to the people at her table. Nathan, who had been brimming with confidence when he came in, looked progressively smaller. I felt neither triumph nor revenge-seeking glee. The satisfaction was quieter, like a long, necessary equation finally balanced. I had built a structure where truth could stand on its own, and I was letting it do its work. But I hadn't finished. The last part of my plan required a psychological nudge, an undeniable moment that would force choices. I arranged for two people who'd been directly affected to be in the room: the client whose project Nathan had tried to usurp, and the security consultant who'd authenticated the badge. I'd briefed them to be ready to speak if asked. When I paused and opened the floor for questions, the client raised her hand without hesitation and said, calmly, "We were contacted by someone claiming to be an external consultant offering insights that matched our internal strategy almost word for word. When we pushed back, they became defensive and tried to sow doubt about our vendor. She looked around the room. It didn't feel like a genuine outreach. It felt engineered. A silence heavier than any I'd felt at the family table followed. Conversation rippled, practical, immediate, focused on trust and next steps. That was the point, to move the scene from emotional to operational. Once professionals started talking process, how to verify consultants, how to handle forged credentials, how to escalate complaints, the family narrative mattered less. The question in the room became, what do we do about someone who compromises the integrity of our business ecosystem? And then I did the unthinkable. At least, it felt unthinkable at the last family dinner where I'd been mocked. I turned to Nathan, who was sitting near the front, and in a voice that carried, I asked, "Do you want to speak to these points? Can you explain why you were sending unsolicited recommendations on projects we were already contracted to run, or why you showed up at a partner meeting with a badge stating you represented a firm you don't work for?" He looked like someone unprepared for the gravity of a professional forum. He stammered, this is private." It was, and then he tried to laugh it off as if charm could dissolve evidence and timestamps. But charm doesn't erase a chain of custody. The security expert politely explained what forged credentials meant in practical terms. The association counsel asked if there were more victims. Heads nodded. Phones were out. People took notes. My lawyer, who'd stayed quiet the whole event, stood up and said, simply, "We have documentation that supports these claims. If anyone here has been contacted in similar ways, please report it to the association so we can investigate formally." At that exact moment, the moment when institutional wheels started turning, the lights in the room seemed to focus differently. People who had laughed at Lillian's quips at family gatherings were now asking for forms and timelines. The tone had shifted from social judgment to procedural consequence. That was the miracle of process. It removed personal bias. The truth, packaged and verified, demanded a neutral response. But life and family rarely hands you a neat, satisfying finality at that exact second. As the murmurs and procedural talk blossomed, someone from the back of the room stood up abruptly. It wasn't one of the professionals I'd expected. It was my father. He'd come, quietly, and had been sitting there the whole time. He stood with a set expression I hadn't seen in months. The mix of a man who felt betrayed but still bound by family. He cleared his throat, so the hum of voices dipped instantly. For a heartbeat, I saw 1,000 small memories flash by. Childhood holidays, whispered bedside reassurances, the way he used to teach me to tie my shoes. The room contracted around us. "Eden," he said, and his voice was steady but raw. "I think we need to talk about this as a family." His gaze landed on Lillian and then Nathan, compassion and exhaustion twisting together. "This is serious, but it's our family." There was a plea in the last words, unvarnished and honest, and it hit me like an unexpected current. Everything changed in that split second. The professional momentum, the association's focus, even my internal script. People looked between us, unsure whether this was a courtroom or a living room. Lillian's shoulders stiffened like she'd been called out in a way she hadn't rehearsed for. Nathan's face tightened into a mask. I realized then that the revenge I'd carefully built was no longer just a public, professional dismantling of their schemes. It had also become a reckoning that cut through the layers of family obligation and memory. I had a choice in that silence. Keep pushing for the institutional process and let the professional consequences unfold publicly, or step back into the folding lines of family negotiation and risk everything unraveling into private pleas and manipulations. I had prepared for both outcomes, but nothing could fully ready me for the way my father's presence reframed the room, his plea pulling at something older than the contracts and emails. I inhaled, feeling the room hold its breath with me. My hand hovered over the next slide, the one that contained the final piece of evidence, the email with the explicit forwarding chain linking the internal memos to Lillian's email address, revealing it would accelerate the formal consequences. It would also make the situation irreversible. The moment to click was there, electric and final. And that's where I stopped. The slide remained unshown. The packet I'd printed on my lap felt heavier than paper. My father's eyes searched mine, and for the first time since this whole thing started, I felt the scale of what I was about to do in the presence of the people who'd shaped me. I realized the revenge I'd engineered wasn't just about exposing deceit. It was about forcing my family to see themselves in the mirror with no filters. It would change our relationships forever. It would make me the catalyst for consequences they had never imagined. It would take away their right to pretend it never happened. I didn't click the slide. Not yet. The room hummed with possibility and dread, and the final turn, the one that would tip everything, hung between my fingers like a decision that couldn't be unmade. I had planned, prepared, and executed with patience and precision. I had the power, the evidence, and the platform. But even the cleanest strategic move has a human cost, and in that suspended breath, I felt every facet of it. I looked at my father, at Lillian's hidden fury, at Nathan's shrinking posture, and at the association members waiting for direction. I felt the surge of quiet satisfaction that comes with being in control, but I also felt the weight of responsibility. The revenge I had set into motion was no longer an abstract concept. It was a force that would reshape lives. So I paused. The room leaned forward, waiting for the final click. The room held its collective breath for a heartbeat longer than it should have, and then I clicked the slide. Everything unfolded in that instant. The final piece of evidence appeared on the projector. The email chain linking Nathan directly to the internal memos, timestamps matching the exact days he had tried to insert himself into client projects, and the metadata confirming the forwarding originated from Lillian's email domain. I let it sit for a moment, allowing the professionals in the room to absorb it. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. Silence had more power than any explanation. A hand went up almost immediately, one of the association council members. This is irrefutable. The chain of evidence here demonstrates deliberate sabotage, fraud, and misrepresentation of credentials, she said, voice steady but firm. We'll need to initiate a formal investigation and notify any clients or partners who could have been affected. Her words landed like a hammer. Even Nathan's feigned confidence faltered. I turned slightly toward Nathan and Lillian. Their reactions were instantaneous and visceral. Nathan's face had lost all color, replaced with a pale, tight-lipped panic. His mouth opened, then closed, a futile attempt to conjure a defense that simply did not exist. Lillian's composure cracked in a different way. Her hands fidgeted with the edge of her tablecloth, her eyes darting between me and the professionals in the room, realization slowly dawning that her carefully constructed web of manipulation was unraveling. This isn't, Nathan started, but the room cut him off with a murmured chorus of "This is serious, and we need documentation." He froze, and I could see the cognitive dissonance struggle across his features. He had spent months believing he could charm and manipulate his way through, and now the empirical proof of his actions had rendered charm useless. Lillian finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly, but attempting authority. "Eden, I think this is personal. You're blowing this out of proportion." I held up a hand, calmly, measured, entirely in control. "No, Lillian, this isn't personal. This is factual, verifiable, and professional. You and Nathan attempted to manipulate business operations, compromise client trust, and gain access to confidential information. That's not opinion. That's evidence." I let each word sink in, slow and deliberate, letting them feel every syllable. The association member next to her leaned forward. "Miss Lillian, are you aware that assisting in such actions could result in formal sanctions? We take integrity seriously. Your involvement will be scrutinized." The subtle but clear legal tone hit hard. Lillian's eyes widened, the first genuine crack in her veneer of control. I paused and allowed the energy to shift further. I didn't need to shout. I didn't need to curse. I didn't need to dramatize. Everything I had built, the evidence, the methodical presentation, the professional context, did the work for me. Nathan slumped in his chair, realizing his miscalculation. Lillian's attempts to command the room dissolved under the weight of impartial scrutiny. "Furthermore," I added, calmly clicking to the final slide, "the clients involved have been briefed and assured of the integrity of our company. Any further attempts to contact them outside of official channels will be treated as formal harassment, and legal measures will be enacted." I let the words linger in the room, knowing exactly how they landed. The fallout began almost immediately. The client whose projects Nathan had tried to infiltrate stepped forward, a steady presence of calm professionalism. "We've already documented our experiences," she said, "and any future contact from Mr. Nathan will be forwarded to the proper authorities." She glanced at Lillian and Nathan, her tone polite but unmistakably clear. "It is imperative that business operations are transparent. We appreciate Miss Eden bringing this to light before any damage could escalate." A ripple of acknowledgement spread across the room. Other professionals began exchanging notes and murmurs, some quietly connecting their own experiences with Nathan to the unfolding scenario. The atmosphere had shifted. This was no longer Eden versus family. This was undeniable evidence against those who had attempted deception in a professional sphere, and it was being recognized by neutral parties with authority. I felt a strange, quiet satisfaction. Not the kind that comes from gloating, but the kind that comes from seeing justice unfold as a natural consequence of deliberate preparation. Every smile that Lillian tried to muster was brittle. Nathan's nervous energy filled the space like static electricity. Neither could charm, excuse, or manipulate their way out of this one. Then my father, who had been silently observing the proceedings, stood. "Eden," he said, his voice carrying over the low murmurs of the room. "I see now the truth of what's been happening. This is not just professional misconduct, it's betrayal. And I see how carefully you've handled it, balancing evidence with patience. I am proud of how you've managed this." It was subtle but transformative. My father's acknowledgement carried weight, not just emotionally, but in the eyes of the room. The professionals noted the presence of a family member who was finally confronting the reality of their private misconduct, giving further legitimacy to the process. Lillian's composure failed entirely. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but the room's attention and the mounting professional scrutiny froze her words. Nathan tried again, a desperate, almost childlike attempt at charm. "It wasn't supposed to go this far." I stepped closer, calm and steady. "It wasn't supposed to go unnoticed, Nathan. But facts are facts, and evidence is evidence. You've forced a professional evaluation of your actions. I suggest you cooperate, or you will face the full consequences." My voice was quiet but unyielding, a stark contrast to the chaos that had defined our last year. By the time the meeting ended, the consequences were already manifesting. The business association formally documented Nathan's misconduct and placed restrictions on any future professional activity under his name without verification. Clients received direct communication explaining the situation, and my company's reputation not only survived the attempt at sabotage, it was reinforced by the clear, methodical handling of the incident. Nathan's attempts to usurp credibility evaporated in the face of neutral, authoritative assessment. Lillian's reactions were even more pronounced in private. I later received word from a mutual acquaintance that she had been quietly castigated by her own social circle. Friends and colleagues expressed shock at her complicity in corporate sabotage. Her carefully curated image of being a supportive, concerned aunt was shattered. Nathan, meanwhile, faced professional embarrassment that reached beyond our local community, forcing him to resign from any ongoing freelance engagements that could have conflicted with my company. The family fallout extended further. My parents had long discussions with both of them, but now the tone was clear. There would be no favoritism, no excuses, no attempts to downplay the sabotage. I had quietly built a position of authority and proof that gave me leverage not just professionally, but personally. It was a rare position where my actions were vindicated, the truth acknowledged, and the consequences unavoidable. Privately, I allowed myself to feel the full scope of relief and triumph. I hadn't just survived betrayal. I had transformed it into power. Months of meticulous planning, strategic patience, and professional diligence had produced a payoff that was clean, undeniable, and permanent. Nathan and Lillian's own actions had constructed the framework of their downfall. I had merely facilitated it, ensuring every step was documented and every move had precedent. Even better, the result wasn't just punitive, it was instructive. The professionals in the room, the clients, the association members, and even my family saw the clear lesson. Deceit, no matter how well hidden, eventually encounters consequences when met with patience, preparation, and principled action. And in that lesson lay satisfaction deeper than any personal vindication. As I left the event, my lawyer at my side, the weight I'd carried for months finally began to lift. I knew the story would ripple outward, affecting Nathan's reputation, constraining Lillian's influence, and reinforcing my own authority. I didn't need applause. The quiet acknowledgement from those whose opinions mattered most was enough. Driving home, I thought back to the family gatherings where I had been mocked, dismissed, and underestimated. Every insult, every slight, every whispered joke about my capabilities now felt like part of a long equation, each piece contributing to the moment where justice aligned perfectly. I had not reacted in anger. I had not overextended my hand. I had acted deliberately, calmly, and with precision. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, a quiet, serene backdrop to a storm that had finally settled. I pulled into my driveway, and for the first time in months, I felt entirely at peace. The weight of betrayal, sabotage, and family manipulation no longer rested on my shoulders. The equilibrium I had fought for, professionally, personally, and morally, was restored. I opened the door and stepped inside, letting the calm sink into my bones. For the first time in a long time, I smiled without reservation. The lesson was complete. The balance had shifted. And in that quiet, powerful moment, I knew one undeniable truth. You can betray me, undermine me, and try to destroy what I've built. But if you underestimate patience, planning, and principle, you will inevitably meet the consequences you've earned. And finally, in the stillness of my own home, I allowed myself to whisper aloud, not in triumph, but in quiet affirmation, I am unshakable. The ripple of what I had done would reach far beyond this one confrontation. But in that moment, it was enough to know that justice, smart, calm, and undeniable, had been served. The storm had passed, and I was standing tall. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My name's Anthony. I'm 37, married, and a dad to a 7-year-old boy named Liam. I work in IT, which means I spend most of my days behind a screen fixing other people's urgent problems. But the real challenges in my life don't come from my job. They come from my family. More specifically, my mom and my older sister, Clara. If you ask them, they'd both tell you that family means everything. But I've learned that in their dictionary, family really just means them. Growing up, Clara was always the favorite. She was the golden example Mom loved to brag about. Clara got straight A's. Clara made the cheer squad. Clara got accepted into that great university. Meanwhile, I was the quiet kid who liked drawing and computers, two things my mom considered nice hobbies, but not real passions. My dad tried to even things out, but after he passed away 6 years ago, Mom's favoritism became more blatant than ever. Clara had 2 kids, Ava and Miles, and from that point on, they became Mom's entire world. Every holiday, every family event, every Sunday dinner revolved around them. Don't get me wrong, I don't resent my sister's kids. They're great kids. What gets under my skin is how my mom treats Liam like he's a distant cousin instead of her only grandson on my side. She forgets his birthday gifts, mixes up his age, and once even gave him one of Ava's old toys that still had Ava's name on it in permanent marker. The hurt on Liam's face that day stuck with me. I let it go because I didn't want to make a scene, but inside, I was fuming. So when Mom called one Sunday afternoon, saying she had amazing news, I didn't expect much. But her voice had that sing-song tone she used when she thought she was doing something generous, so I picked up. Anthony, she started, I just wanted to tell you. I've booked us a family trip. We're all going to Disneyland. I blinked. Wait, seriously? That's actually really nice, Mom. I looked over at Liam, who was building a small Lego castle on the living room floor. The idea of taking him to Disneyland lit something up in my chest. He'd been obsessed with the idea ever since watching a YouTube video about it. I pictured his face when I'd tell him. Mom went on, yes, it's been too long since we've done something as a family. I figured we could all use a little getaway. That sounds great, I said, genuinely smiling for once. When's the trip? In August, she said. Perfect timing before school starts. Clara helped me pick the dates. Cool. Should I send you money for our tickets, or? There was a small pause, just long enough for something to feel off. Oh, don't worry about that, she said, her tone suddenly lighter, evasive. We've got it covered. I hesitated. What do you mean covered? You're paying for all of us. Well, she trailed off, then laughed in that nervous way she did when she was trying to gloss over something. We only had enough to cover Clara's family for now, but we thought maybe you and Liam could come later or drive down and meet us. The words didn't sink in at first. Wait, what? It's just, airfare is expensive, she said quickly. And since Clara's kids have never been, we thought we'd start with them this year. You understand, right? We can always plan something for you guys another time. I sat there in stunned silence, the phone pressed against my ear. You said this trip was for everyone. I finally said, my voice quieter than I meant. It is, she insisted. It's a family trip. Except my family, I said flatly. Oh, Anthony, don't be so dramatic, she sighed. You know how things are. It's not personal. Well, Clara and I already booked everything through the airline account, and they didn't have enough tickets left in the promotion deal. It's really no big deal. No big deal. I stared at Liam, who was humming to himself as he stacked the last Lego brick on his castle. I could already imagine how he'd react when I told him we weren't going. He'd smile politely, maybe ask if Grandma didn't want him there. He'd ask why, and what could I even say? That Grandma ran out of tickets. I ended the call before I said something I'd regret. My wife, Nora, came into the room a few minutes later, holding a basket of laundry. You look like you just saw a ghost, she said. It's my mom, I muttered. She booked a family trip to Disneyland. But apparently, family doesn't include us. Nora frowned. You're kidding. Nope. Only Clara and her kids are going. Mom said they didn't have enough tickets. Did she even invite you? Technically, yes, I said bitterly. But she made it sound like we were supposed to be grateful for the idea of being thought about. Nora put down the basket. That's cruel, Anthony. Especially to Liam. I nodded slowly. I know. That night, after we put Liam to bed, I sat at my desk staring at the shared airline account we'd all used for years. My dad had set it up when we were younger, and the family had kept using it for trips and points. Mom and Clara still used it all the time, and I'd been the one managing the login since I worked in tech. The account was under my dad's name, which automatically transferred to me after his passing, though they probably never realized what that actually meant. Out of curiosity, I logged in. And there it was, for tickets to Disneyland, booked under Clara's name. 2 adults, 2 children, all fully refundable. I wasn't planning on doing anything. Not yet. I just stared at the bookings, my cursor hovering over the cancel flight option. I wasn't even angry at that moment, just tired. Tired of being treated like the family's backup option, the afterthought. Tired of my son being the one who noticed the things I tried to downplay. The next morning, while I was making breakfast, Liam walked into the kitchen in his pajamas. Dad, yeah, buddy. He climbed onto a stool and looked at me with that serious little expression he gets when he's thinking hard. Grandma said we're not going to Disneyland. My chest tightened. Who told you that? Ava, he said softly. She said they're going with Grandma and Aunt Clara. She said it's the whole family trip. I set down the spatula. I'm sorry, bud, I said. Grandma didn't get tickets for us this time. He looked down at the counter. Did I do something wrong? That question shattered something inside me. I knelt beside him, taking his small hand. Hey, you didn't do anything wrong. You're amazing, okay? Sometimes grown-ups just make bad decisions. That's all. He nodded, though he didn't look convinced. He just quietly ate his breakfast after that, swinging his feet under the stool, eyes downcast. That day, I went through the motions at work, but my mind was elsewhere. Every time I thought of Liam's question, did I do something wrong? My stomach churned. That night, after Nora went to bed, I sat in front of my computer again, logged back into the shared airline account, and stared at those bookings. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I couldn't let this slide. Not this time. And that's when something inside me clicked, a calm, focused kind of anger I hadn't felt before. Because if Mom wanted to play favorites using my dad's legacy, she was about to learn what happens when the forgotten son finally stops being quiet. Over the next few weeks, I tried to push the whole Disneyland situation out of my mind. I told myself to just let it go, that confronting my mom or sister wouldn't change anything. But that resolve didn't last long. Every time I checked social media, Clara was posting about how excited they all were for the family trip. Pictures of matching t-shirts, Minnie Mouse ears for the kids, even a caption that said, "Can't wait for the best family vacation ever. So grateful to Mom for making this happen, best family vacation ever." Liam saw one of those posts when I accidentally left my phone unlocked. He didn't say anything, but I could see the way his shoulders slumped, the way his little fingers tapped the edge of the counter before he walked off quietly. It wasn't just about missing out on Disneyland. It was the realization that he wasn't part of what they called family. That kind of thing sticks with a kid. A few days later, Mom called again. I thought maybe she was calling to make things right. I was wrong. Anthony, she said in that overly sweet tone that immediately put me on edge. I just wanted to check. Are you still okay to drive Clara and the kids to the airport? For a moment, I couldn't even process what she said. What? Well, it just makes sense, she continued breezily. You live closest to them, and since you're not going on the trip, it would be such a big help if you could take them. You know how hard it is for Clara to juggle all that luggage with the kids. I let out a dry laugh. You want me to drive my sister's family to the airport for a trip I wasn't even invited to? Oh, don't make it sound like that, she said sharply, her tone switching from sweet to defensive. You're part of the family, Anthony. We just didn't include us. I finished for her. She sighed. You're being petty. I thought you were more mature than this. I bit my tongue so hard I could taste blood. You thought wrong, I said, and hung up before she could say another word. That conversation stuck in my head the entire week. It wasn't even about the trip anymore. It was about the pattern. The way Mom and Clara always expected me to be the helper, the backup plan, the one who quietly handled logistics while they took all the credit. It was like I was permanently cast as the supporting character in their family narrative. That Friday, Nora's patience finally cracked. You can't just keep letting them do this, she said, crossing her arms at the kitchen table. It's not just unfair to you anymore. It's unfair to Liam. He sees how they treat you. He sees how they treat him. I know, I said, rubbing my temples. But if I push back, they'll just twist it like I'm the problem. You've seen how they are. Then let them, she said firmly. They already act like you're the problem when you stay quiet. You might as well earn the title. She wasn't wrong. A few days later, Mom invited us to Sunday dinner, something she hadn't done in weeks. Nora didn't want to go, but I did. I needed to see them, to really look at them, before I decided what to do next. When we arrived, the house looked the same as always, spotless, lavender-scented, and full of framed pictures of Clara and her kids. There was exactly one photo of me on the wall, a family shot from years ago where I was half-cropped out of the frame. Mom greeted us with her usual half-hearted hug. Oh, you made it, she said, as if she'd been surprised I'd shown up at all. Come in, dinner's almost ready. Clara was already there, sitting on the couch scrolling through her phone. Hey, little brother, she said without looking up. You bring dessert? I frowned. No one told me to. Oh, Mom said you'd probably bring something. I guess we'll just have to make do. She gave a mock sigh, her tone dripping with fake disappointment. Liam tugged on my sleeve, whispering, Dad, can I go play with Ava and Miles? Sure, I said softly. He ran off, clutching a small action figure he'd brought along. Dinner was a tense blur of small talk and thinly veiled jabs. Mom went on and on about the trip plans, what rides they'd go on, what hotels they'd booked, even how she'd gotten matching lanyards for the kids. She didn't once acknowledge that Liam was sitting right there, silently picking at his mashed potatoes. At one point, she turned to Clara. I just can't wait to see the kids' faces when we get there, she said, smiling warmly. It's going to be magical. I bet, Clara said, nudging her glass. They've been counting down the days. I felt my stomach twist. I glanced at Liam, who was staring down at his plate, pretending not to listen. Nora gave me a look that said everything she didn't have to say out loud. After dinner, when the kids went to the living room, I finally spoke. You know, I said quietly, it's a little cruel to keep talking about the trip like that in front of Liam. Mom looked at me, genuinely surprised. Cruel? Don't be ridiculous. He's fine. He'll get over it. Get over being excluded? I said, he's 7, Mom. He doesn't understand why Grandma's taking his cousins somewhere he's not allowed to go. Oh, Anthony, she said with a dismissive laugh. You always overthink everything. You're too sensitive. Clara chimed in without looking up from her phone. He's a kid. He'll forget about it the second he gets a new toy. The casualness in her tone made something in me snap. You know what, Clara? He's not like your kids. He actually notices when people treat him differently. She rolled her eyes. Here we go again. Mom's expression hardened. Don't raise your voice at your sister. I'm not raising my voice, I said evenly. I'm just tired of pretending this is okay. You're ruining dinner, Mom said coldly. Can we not have one nice evening without you creating drama? Drama, I repeated, almost laughing. You excluded my family from a vacation, made us sit through dinner hearing every little detail about it. And I'm the one creating drama? Clara scoffed. Maybe if you were more grateful once in a while, Mom wouldn't feel like she has to tiptoe around you. Grateful, I repeated. For what? Being ignored. That was when Mom stood up, her hands shaking. That's enough. I will not tolerate this attitude in my house. If you're so unhappy, you can leave. For a second, I thought about apologizing. Old habits die hard. But then I looked at Liam again, sitting quietly on the rug, his little shoulders hunched as he played alone while his cousins laughed nearby. And something in me hardened. Fine, I said, standing up. We'll leave. Nora gathered our things without a word. Liam looked confused but followed. As we walked out the door, Mom called after me, her voice sharp with indignation. You always have to make yourself the victim, Anthony. That's why no one enjoys being around you. I didn't respond. I just opened the car door for Liam, waited until he was buckled in, and started the engine. The drive home was silent, except for the sound of the turn signal clicking. When we got home, Nora turned to me. You know they're not going to stop, right? I know, I said quietly. But I think it's time I stopped pretending they will. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying every word from dinner. Every time Mom dismissed me, every time Clara smirked like she'd won something. The next morning, I woke up early, made a cup of coffee, and sat down at my desk. I opened my laptop, logged into the shared airline account again, and stared at the flight reservations. My dad's name was still listed as the account holder. The bookings were all tied to the points he'd accumulated back when he traveled for work, points that technically now belonged to me. I hesitated, my cursor hovering over the cancel button again. It wasn't about revenge, not really. It was about fairness, about boundaries, about finally standing up for myself and for Liam. Still, I hesitated. My rational side told me to leave it, to be the bigger person. But then my phone buzzed. It was a message from Clara. Clara, hey, can you do me a quick favor? I forgot to add our TSA pre-check numbers to the booking. Can you log in and fix it? You've got the login right. No, please. No, thank you. Just another assumption that I'd handle things for her. I stared at the message for a long time. And that's when something inside me settled. Not anger this time. Just a quiet, steady certainty. They'd taken advantage of me for years. Used me. Dismissed me. Treated me like I didn't matter. And now, they'd crossed the one line they couldn't come back from. I typed a short reply. Sure thing. Then I opened the booking details, selected all 4 flights, and clicked cancel. A confirmation box popped up. Refund will be processed to the primary account within 24 hours. I hit confirm. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. For the first time in a long time, I felt calm. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't a message, it was a barrage. Clara, what did you do? Mom, Anthony, why are the flights canceled? Clara, the airline says we got refunded. Fix this now. I didn't reply. Not yet. I just let the messages stack up while I poured myself another cup of coffee. Then, finally, I typed one line back to Clara. Just making sure the whole family trip is fair. For a few blissful minutes after I hit send, the house was quiet. I sat back in my chair, feeling that strange, heavy calm that comes after years of pent-up frustration finally spill over. I wasn't proud, exactly, but I wasn't sorry either. I'd done what needed to be done. I told myself it wasn't about revenge, it was about standing up for myself and my son. But deep down, I knew it was a bit of both. That calm didn't last long. My phone started lighting up with a fury I'd never seen before. Clara called first. I didn't answer. Then Mom. Then Clara again. Finally, a string of texts came in so fast, it almost froze my screen. Mom, what have you done, Anthony? You ruined everything. Clara, they refunded to your account. You need to send it back right now. Mom, you're acting like a child. This was supposed to be special for the kids. Clara, I had to tell them the trip was off. Do you have any idea how hard that was? Mom, you've embarrassed the family. Embarrassed the family. Of course. That was always her line when I stopped letting her control the narrative. Nora came into the room, still in her pajamas, holding a mug. I'm guessing the fireworks started? I nodded. Oh, they're livid. She leaned over, reading the texts, then gave a small, approving smile. Good. Maybe now they'll finally understand they can't treat you like an errand boy. I doubt it, I muttered. If anything, they'll just double down. I was right. By noon, Mom was at my front door. No text, no warning. Just bang, bang, bang. Nora glanced at me. You sure you want to open it? I sighed. Might as well. The second I opened the door, Mom pushed past me, her perfume filling the hallway like a cloud. She looked furious, hair disheveled, eyes wild in a way I hadn't seen since my teenage years. How dare you? She snapped, her voice already rising. You canceled the flights. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Good morning to you too, I said dryly. Don't get smart with me, she barked. You had no right. Actually, I said, keeping my voice calm, I did. Dad's account transferred to me when he passed. Legally, I'm the account holder. I've been paying the annual fees. Those points were mine. That's not the point, she shouted. You sabotaged your sister's trip out of spite. I canceled the tickets, I said evenly, because you made a family trip that excluded half the family. Her mouth tightened. Don't twist this into something it's not. We simply didn't have enough money for everyone. Then don't call it a family trip, I interrupted. Call it what it was, a trip for Clara's family. There's a difference. You always have to play the victim, she snapped, jabbing a finger at me. You could have offered to pay your own way if it mattered that much. I stared at her, disbelief spreading through me. You told me it was already booked. You said there were no tickets left. She hesitated, eyes flicking away for a moment before she recovered. Well, yes, but we could have made it work if you'd been more flexible. You always expect things handed to you. That line hit like a slap. Expected things handed to me. This, from the woman who'd handed everything to my sister her whole life. Mom, I said slowly. Do you even hear yourself? Don't you dare talk to me like that, she hissed. I raised you. I've done more for you than you'll ever appreciate. I could feel Nora's presence behind me. Quiet, steady, watching. You raised me, sure, I said. But you also spent my entire life reminding me that I wasn't enough. And now you're doing it to my son. That finally made her flinch. Just a little. Liam, she said, her voice softening for a fraction of a second. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Anthony. I love him. Then why didn't you want him there? I asked. She folded her arms. Because he's sensitive. You know how he gets overwhelmed. Disneyland isn't for every child. I just stared at her. You mean it's not for my child? She sighed dramatically. You're twisting everything I say. I can't even talk to you when you're like this. Then don't, I said quietly. You can leave. Her eyes widened like I'd just struck her. What did you say to me? I said you can leave. I repeated, opening the door wider. I'm done arguing about this. You owe Liam an apology, not me. She didn't move. For a moment, I thought she might actually cry. But then her face hardened again. You've changed, she said coldly. Ever since Nora came into your life, you've become selfish. You think you're better than us. That stung, not because I believed it, but because it was such a classic move. Deflect, project, accuse. I don't think I'm better than you, I said. I just don't want to be treated like I'm less. Her lip trembled, and for the briefest moment, I thought she might apologize. But then she turned on her heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind her so hard that one of the picture frames rattled. For a long while after she left, the house was quiet again. Liam was still asleep, blissfully unaware of the chaos. Nora leaned against the wall, exhaling. Well, she said softly. That went about as well as expected. Yeah, I muttered, rubbing the back of my neck. But it's not over. I can feel it. And I was right again. By evening, the group text started. Clara added me, Mom, and even a few of our extended relatives, an audience, because of course she needed one. Clara, everyone, just so you know, Anthony canceled our flights to Disneyland. The kids are devastated. Mom, he's been acting unstable lately. I think Nora's been influencing him. Aunt Marie. Wait, what? Why would he do that? Clara, out of jealousy. He always ruins things when he's not the center of attention. Mom, your father would be ashamed, Anthony. That one hit harder than I wanted it to. My dad and I had been close. He was quiet, kind, the opposite of my mom in every way. He used to say, Son, don't let their noise drown you out. You know your worth, even if they don't. He was the only person who ever defended me in that house. And now, they were using his memory as a weapon against me. I stared at the screen for a long minute before typing back. Me. Dad would be ashamed, yeah, but not of me. He'd be ashamed that you used his account to exclude his grandson. Then I muted the group and put my phone down. That night, Liam woke up around 10 p.m. and wandered into the living room, rubbing his eyes. "Dad." "Yeah, buddy." He climbed onto the couch beside me. "Ava called me," he said quietly. My stomach tightened. "She did?" "Yeah. She said Grandma told her I was mean for canceling their trip." His voice cracked just a little. "I didn't do anything, did I?" I felt something in me go cold. "No, buddy. You didn't. You did nothing wrong." He nodded, but his little face looked so defeated that I had to look away. I could deal with my mother's manipulations, my sister's tantrums, but dragging my son into it? That was a line I never thought even they would cross. The next morning, I found out how deep that betrayal went. Nora walked in while I was making coffee, holding her phone. "You need to see this," she said, her voice shaking. She handed me her phone, and there it was, a Facebook post from my mother. "Heartbroken today. Some people will never understand the meaning of family until they destroy it. All we wanted was a magical trip for the grandkids, but jealousy and bitterness ruined it. Please pray for us, and especially for the kids who are confused and hurt." The comments section was flooded with sympathy. "Oh no, that's awful. Some people just can't stand to see others happy. Sending love to Clara and the kids." And then, the one that made my jaw tighten. "Wait, was this about your son, Anthony? I remember you saying he's always been difficult." I didn't even realize my hands were shaking until Nora reached over and took the phone back. "This isn't just toxic," she said softly. "This is malicious. She's painting me as the villain," I muttered, "and she's using my dad's memory to do it." Nora hesitated. "You need to respond, Anthony. You can't just let her rewrite what happened." "I will," I said, "but not yet." Because as furious as I was, something in me clicked at that moment. A realization that this had gone past simple family drama. This was war. And wars aren't won by shouting matches or angry texts. They're won by strategy. For now, I kept quiet. I let them talk, gossip, spin their story. I wanted them comfortable. I wanted them sure that I'd back down again, like I always did. Because the next move I was planning would change the balance of power in our family for good. And when I finally played that card, it wouldn't just be about the canceled flights anymore. It would be about exposing the truth behind years of manipulation and making sure my son never had to question whether he was wanted again. That moment, the betrayal, the lies, the way my mom turned the whole family against me, was the breaking point. The emotional turning point that made one thing crystal clear. I wasn't just standing up for myself anymore. I was taking everything back. After the Facebook post, life didn't immediately get better. In fact, the next few weeks were some of the loneliest I'd ever experienced. Every time my phone buzzed, my stomach sank. The texts didn't stop, they intensified. Clara's messages were nonstop, alternating between guilt tripping me, pleading for the family trip to be reinstated, and outright insults. Mom's were worse, carefully phrased barbs about how I ruined the family, how I was letting bitterness control my life, and how she was praying for me because clearly I was so lost. Even some distant relatives, who normally had nothing to do with our family affairs, chimed in with passive-aggressive comments about fairness, responsibility, and how I needed to grow up. At first, I tried to respond. I tried to defend myself, to explain the truth. But every message I sent was twisted, dissected, and turned against me. I felt like I was screaming in a vacuum. Every reply made me more exhausted, more frustrated, and eventually, I realized the only thing I could do was step back. It was crushing. For the first time in years, I questioned myself. Was I overreacting? Was I being unreasonable? Sitting in the quiet of our living room at night, watching Liam sleep, I felt that heavy weight of hopelessness, the feeling of being completely alone in the world with your own family against you. And yet, even in that darkness, a small, stubborn spark refused to die. I couldn't let them win, not for me, but for Liam. I started small. I stopped engaging with their messages entirely. I muted their group chats, blocked notifications from Mom and Clara, and decided to focus on building my own space, literally and metaphorically. Instead of letting their chaos define my days, I began creating routines for myself and my family that were unshakable. Work became my sanctuary. I threw myself into projects with a focus I hadn't had in years. I was developing a new internal tool for our company that automated a process people had been complaining about for months. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine, and it was something I could control. I started waking up earlier, exercising with more discipline, and making meals for Liam that were both healthy and fun. Slowly, the chaos around me felt like it belonged to someone else, and my life began to feel like it was actually my own. Nora was a rock through all of this. She encouraged me to keep my distance, to stop trying to justify myself, and to channel my energy into something productive. "They're trying to make you react," she said one evening as we cooked dinner together. "If you react, you're giving them power. Don't. Build your life instead." It wasn't easy. There were nights I'd lie awake staring at the ceiling, imagining every angry phone call, every cutting remark, every public humiliation. The sting of betrayal burned fresh every morning. But those nights also became my thinking time. Quiet, undisturbed thinking time where I could plan. I started keeping a notebook, writing down every slight, every pattern of manipulation, every way Mom and Clara had tried to control me over the years. It was methodical, clinical. I wasn't letting emotion run the show anymore. I was collecting facts. And then, slowly, opportunities started to appear. The IT tool I'd been developing at work caught the attention of my manager. Within a month, I was asked to lead a small team to implement the tool across other departments. It wasn't a huge promotion, but it gave me influence, and for the first time in years, I had authority that no one could undermine. No mom, no sister, no relatives with their opinions. With each success, the spark inside me grew. I started networking outside my department, quietly learning about management and operations, finding ways to make myself indispensable. I wasn't doing this for revenge yet, not overtly, but I was building the foundation. If life had taught me anything over the years, it was that patience was far more dangerous than impulsiveness. Wait long enough, learn enough, and when the right moment came, the impact would be undeniable. At home, Liam noticed the change too. He became more relaxed, more confident. He no longer questioned whether he was wanted or loved. I made sure of it. I scheduled weekly outings with him, little adventures that were just for us. We went hiking, visited local museums, and even tried a small indoor climbing gym. He was thriving, and watching him grow in confidence, knowing he was cherished and prioritized, became my personal fuel. Meanwhile, the family's attacks continued in muted forms. I could still see Facebook posts, passive-aggressive comments, and occasionally I'd catch wind of them talking about me in group messages where I wasn't included. But each time, it hurt less. I had learned to distance myself emotionally. They could try to manipulate and shame me, but it no longer had power over my life. Then, one day, I got an idea, a way to turn all of my quiet preparation into something with teeth. During a lunch break, I discovered that a family-owned travel agency Mom and Clara had been working with for years actually had some loopholes in their booking system, especially when it came to using accumulated points across multiple accounts. If I was careful, I could leverage those loopholes, not to harm Clara's kids, but to reclaim control of how family travel was handled from now on. It was subtle, meticulous work. I researched travel law, airline policies, and customer protections. I created spreadsheets, ran simulations, and even drafted emails as if I were a neutral party advocating for fairness. No one knew I was doing it. I didn't want anyone to suspect I was building something, because if they did, they'd sabotage it. All the while, my personal life improved dramatically. Nora and I strengthened our partnership, deepening our trust and communication. Liam was happier than he'd been in years. I had more confidence at work and began getting recognition for things I'd quietly accomplished, things Mom and Clara had always claimed they were capable of, but never did. I wasn't just surviving, I was quietly thriving. By the end of that summer, a full 3 months after the canceled Disneyland debacle, I had transformed my situation completely. I had a growing professional reputation, a calm and happy home life, and a personal sense of power that was completely untouchable by them. I wasn't acting out in anger anymore. I was acting strategically. And the irony was that while they believed they had hurt me, they had only fueled my rise. But the real turning point, the moment when the rise would intersect with the betrayal and finally tip the scales in my favor, came unexpectedly. One Saturday afternoon, I received a message that seemed innocent at first, just another social media notification. But it wasn't. It was from Clara, and the tone made my skin crawl. "Clara, Anthony, Mom and I were thinking, maybe you should just leave things be. But if you really care about Liam, you'll let us make this right. We're planning another trip soon. I froze. Another trip. That's all she said. No apology, no acknowledgement, no accountability. Just another attempt to pull Liam into their control. And I realized then that patience alone wasn't enough. I had prepared, I had grown stronger, I had created opportunities, but if I didn't act with precision, they would never stop trying to manipulate our lives. I leaned back in my chair and smiled quietly to myself. For the first time in years, I wasn't reacting out of hurt or anger. I wasn't trying to prove myself. I was planning, waiting, positioning myself. The next step wouldn't just reclaim what they tried to take. It would make sure they could never hurt Liam or me the way they had for decades. That night, I opened my notebook and started mapping out exactly how I was going to leverage everything I'd learned. Every slight, every manipulation, every instance of favoritism was now a data point. I began constructing a network of steps, small, unnoticeable moves that would eventually converge into a moment so precise, so undeniable, that they wouldn't be able to deny it or spin it. As I sat there, plotting quietly, I realized something profound. This wasn't just about the trips, or the favoritism, or even the humiliation. It was about control. About showing my family that the quiet, underestimated son, the one they dismissed, the one they thought would always follow their rules, could rise, claim authority, and reshape the dynamics entirely. And from that quiet place of determination, I knew something else too. They had pushed me to my rock bottom, shattered trust, and tried to humiliate me. But in doing so, they had unknowingly handed me the blueprint for my rise. By the time I finally closed my notebook and looked at Liam sleeping in the next room, I felt lighter than I had in years. The tension, the resentment, the betrayal, they were all still there. Yes, but now they were tools. Weapons. Levers. And I knew, with a quiet certainty, that the rise was only the beginning. The family might have thought they had won by excluding us, by shaming me, by manipulating everyone around us. But they had no idea what I was capable of when I stopped playing by their rules and started building on my own. If you'd asked me a year earlier what revenge looked like, I'd probably have muttered something petty, like hiding Clara's car keys or posting an embarrassing baby photo on her feed. But this wasn't about petty. I'd learned the hard way that the only thing that ever forced my family to change was proof they couldn't twist, and the only way to get that proof was to be meticulous, lawful, and unflinchingly calm. The whole thing had to look like structure, not spectacle. So that's what I built. I started by finishing the notebook I'd been keeping. Every little thing I could document. Dates, times, quotes from conversations, screenshots of texts, Facebook posts with timestamps, copies of receipts where mom had forgotten to reimburse me, the airline bookings, the points ledger in dad's name. I had everything from the Disneyland cancellation, but I also had the small, poisonous moments that showed a pattern. The times my mom had moved money for emergencies that always ended up covering Clara's extras, the gifts that altered between kids, the invitations that turned into one-family events. The pattern was boringly consistent, and when you lay boring, ugly consistency out in black and white, it reads like evidence. Next, I layered in what I'd quietly learned in the months since. The travel agency mom and Clara used wasn't some big faceless corporation. It was a small, family-run outfit that handled a lot of their trips. Their system had two things going for it: a vulnerability in how points were pulled across accounts, and an almost painfully friendly customer service rep who loved the drama of family travel more than was healthy. The rep, Cassie, was the kind of person who overshared on the phone and liked to help. I'd cultivated a relationship with her under a neutral guise. I noticed something odd in the booking workflow and wondered if it was a bug. She told me, with an over-earnest sincerity, how their system allowed points to be combined in ways that weren't always tightly audited. Sometimes points would be applied from accounts that technically didn't have express authorization. Sometimes agents would approve transfers because they assumed the elder account holder, Red, my dad, had wanted it. That was my opening. I didn't storm in demanding refunds and apologies. I did something smarter. I quietly requested a formal audit of the bookings tied to Dad's account, citing the account's recent activity and the unusual volume of point transfers. I posed as a concerned family member who wanted to make sure Dad's travel legacy was being used appropriately. Legally, I had the standing. The account belonged to me now. The agency, embarrassed at the idea of sloppy accounting, agreed to run a review, and asked for documentation. I fed them everything: copies of Dad's old travel statements, the emails where Mom and Clara had discussed using the points, the dates. I asked for a written accounting of how the points had been applied in the last 2 years, and I asked that any bookings made with suspicious point allocations be flagged. Then I waited. Waiting felt different now. I wasn't suffering in silence. I was watching. When the audit came back 2 weeks later, it read like a ledger of favoritism. Several large point transfers to Clara's family were poorly documented. A number of bookings had been made with Dad's legacy points after his death, and in a few cases, the transfers didn't match any consent form. The agency quietly marked a couple of those bookings as irregular and put a temporary freeze on them while they investigated ownership. They emailed me a copy. I didn't post it. I didn't confront them in person. I saved the PDF and kept building the timeline. At work, the new project I developed became a quiet megaphone. Because I'd led the rollout and been good at building cross-department relationships, I now had a seat at a table where contracts and vendor relationships were sometimes discussed. One afternoon, over coffee with a manager in procurement, our conversation drifted to travel policies and vendor practices. I mentioned, casually and hypothetically, that small agencies sometimes had weak internal controls and that corporations needed to be careful when pooling benefits across accounts. That manager listened. The conversation turned into a meeting. The meeting turned into an introduction to a lawyer friend we occasionally used for vendor audits. I wasn't after legal action against my family. I was accumulating allies who could, when necessary, confirm the agency's own findings in an impartial way. All of this, my documentation, the agency audit, the quiet legal validation, gave me leverage. But leverage by itself is a dull thing without a plan for how to use it. So I built a simple, elegant pressure, a choice for Mom and Clara that would expose what they'd been doing either privately or publicly. I didn't want to embarrass the kids. I wanted to make it impossible for the adults to keep lying to everyone else. I drafted a letter. It started neutral, an explanation that, as the named account holder on Dad's travel profile, I'd authorized an audit to ensure points had been used in accordance with his wishes. It laid out the facts plainly: dates of transfers, specific bookings, and the agency's finding that several transfers lacked documentation. It concluded with an offer. We could resolve this quietly and internally by having Mom and Clara sign a short agreement acknowledging that Dad's points had been used and committing to a small restitution plan that would fund a genuinely shared family account for future trips, one administered transparently and fairly. Or, if they refused, I would share the audit with extended family and the agency would be asked to reverse suspicious transfers and reassign points to the rightful account holder. I sent that letter, not as an angry email, but as a calm PDF attached to a polite message that I delivered to Mom and Clara simultaneously and to the agency and their legal counsel, who acknowledged receipt. I also CC'd a small roster of relatives who'd always been the quiet ones: a cousin who worked in finance, an aunt who'd been on hold when my dad used to call, a few people who had always felt like witnesses but had been afraid to speak up. The goal wasn't public shaming. It was to make sure the narrative couldn't be rewritten in private. The reaction was instantaneous and theatrical. Mom called, breathless and angry and playing innocent like an expert. "You can't do this," she said, voice pitched like someone reciting someone else's lines. Don't you dare make this a thing." Clara sent a text screaming that I'd betrayed them and that I was ruining the family. The agency, flustered, told me they'd freeze any disputed bookings pending resolution. A lawyer, whom I'd quietly hired as a safeguard, I wasn't naive. I knew they might try to claim anything, advised patience, and reminded me to stick to facts. I did. What happened next was the kind of slow, merciless unspooling I'd been preparing for. The agency, embarrassed to be involved in family drama, requested documentation from Mom about the transfers. Mom, who had always been loose with details when it came to money, found her memory suddenly selective. She gave vague explanations. "We thought it was okay. Your father wouldn't have minded. It was just for the kids." The agency pressed for signed authorizations. Clara produced some emails that looked legitimate at a glance, but my notebook had screenshots that contradicted them. The lawyer I'd consulted pointed out inconsistencies in the timestamps. Instead of confronting them publicly, I let the agency do its job. When it became clear that certain transfers could not be substantiated, the agency proposed a remedial action. Those points would be returned to Dad's account and placed under a new, jointly administered family fund. It would be accessible for trips only by mutual agreement, with a transparent ledger and joint sign-off required for any significant use. I'd suggested similar terms in my letter as the reasonable option. They accepted it. The agency's board thought it the best way to avoid litigation. When Mom and Clara realized the points were being taken out of their immediate control, their reaction was exactly what you'd expect from people who'd never had to consider losing privilege. They begged, negotiated, wept. Performative gestures meant to pull at anyone who might pressure the agency. They sent envelopes of flowers and promises of family togetherness to the quiet relatives CC'd on the email. They called the agency manager and demanded exceptions. The agency, which had been embarrassed by the publicity of a potential scandal involving Dad's legacy points, held firm. They wanted to be absolved of liability, and the cleanest absolution was a forced reconciliation, one that required transparency. There's a strange feeling when things you've been waiting for actually happen. It's not the cathartic release I'd imagined. It's quieter, colder. I remember sitting at the kitchen table when Cassie from the agency called to say the reallocation was processing. I wasn't celebrating. I was just relieved. The points were being returned to the account and held in escrow under the terms we'd proposed. Mom texted me that night, a frantic stream of messages with all caps please and half promises. Clara called me and left a voicemail, something about betrayal and ruining the children's dreams. I listened to it once, then deleted it. It served no purpose in my archive but to make me grateful I'd recorded everything earlier. But that wasn't the only thing I did. I also leveraged my new standing at work to secure something more tangible. I'd been offered a small leadership stipend and access to a corporate travel program because of the tool I'd created. Part of the program was a set of travel vouchers and a corporate rate with a major airline. The vouchers weren't generous enough to buy a Disneyland trip, but they were enough to cover a weekend getaway to a theme park-like resort nearby, and they came with perks, fast passes, front-of-line access, a private character meet and greet, the works. It wasn't Disneyland, but to a 7-year-old, it would glow. I booked it, Liam and Nora and me, 2 nights, everything paid, scheduled for a date weeks after the points were returned to Dad's account. I could have made a scene about it, posted photos to my public feed, live-streamed the trip, all the things my family accused me of wanting. But again, calmness. I told a select number of people, Nora, a couple of friends who'd been quietly supportive, and a cousin who I'd quietly included on the earlier email who I knew would show up as moral backup if things got ugly. I wanted the trip to be something safe and sacred, not bait. And then came the signature move, the family meeting. Once the agency had completed its procedural changes and the points were secured in the new, jointly administered fund, I drafted a concise message and sent it to the extended family list, the same group that had rallied around Mom's Facebook post. No vitriol, no theatrical proclamations. Just a timeline, the audit results, the agency's findings, the remedial action, and a clear statement that Dad's legacy would be protected and shared fairly going forward. I included copies of the audit and redacted screenshots that showed the pattern of favoritism. I finished by saying I was open to a mediated family meeting to discuss how to rebuild trust and use the fund for future family trips, if they wanted to remain part of that process. That email landed like a measured blow. The air in their corner of the world shifted. Mom called me, quieter than I'd ever heard her. Clara texted, but for once her messages didn't contain the blistering bravado I'd become used to. They were short, clipped, angry in a way that read like fear. A few relatives wrote privately, thanking me for bringing clarity. A few others wrote publicly, tentatively supportive. There were snipes. Why wait so long? You should have spoken up earlier. But those looked petty in the wake of the audit and the agency's confirmation. It wasn't just my word anymore. The records were objective, and they didn't care about attraction to drama or who'd been the most performative victim. For 3 days after the email, I didn't sleep much. I was waiting for the inevitable, screams, lawyers, lawsuits, some move that would drag everything into a courtroom. Instead, what I got was quieter and somehow worse for them. People started asking questions. Friends reached out to Mom, gentle and incredulous. A cousin who ran a small community group messaged her asking if there was anything they could do to help families in similar positions. My inbox filled with messages like, "I had no idea," and "I'm sorry," and "Thank you for doing this in Dad's name." Those notes mattered more than the glares from Clara's corner. The first major, visible payoff came at a family brunch someone else organized in the neighborhood, long after the initial storm of texts. Mom and Clara thought a show of togetherness might reset the narrative. They arranged a big send-off for the kids, the sort of photo op that would make nice content for Facebook. Everyone in matching shirts, smiling, a picnic spread. I was invited, because of course I was. Excluding me now would only look suspicious. I went because I wanted to look at them, to see their faces when the relatives who'd seen the audit walked around and maybe asked a question or two. As we arrived, I noticed the air was different. People who used to shrug and avoid conversation were more direct. "Hi, Anthony," said Aunt Marie in an almost conspiratorial whisper. "Thank you for sorting the travel thing. It's been confusing." The cousins I'd thought ambivalent hovered on the edges and actually made eye contact. They weren't hostile. They weren't awestruck either. They were, more than anything, relieved that the stink cloud had been cleared. Clara, sensing the undercurrent, tried to turn the brunch into a show. She gathered the kids for photos, pushed hair behind ears, posted a story with a caption about family first. But even as she posed, Mom's phone kept buzzing. She stepped away, looked at the screen with a face I'd only seen in private rages, and then sat back down, blank. For the first time since I could remember, she didn't know how to manage the optics. During the picnic, a neighbor, someone who'd seen half our family dynamics play out over years of block parties, came over and quietly said, "It's good to see a family handling things fairly." There was no shouting, no drama, just small, human acknowledgments that the balance had shifted. That evening, Clara texted me, "You think you won?" I saw the text, read it twice, and didn't respond immediately. The quiet was part of the point. I replied only once, and I kept it simple. I did what I had to so Dad's legacy is honored. That's all. I left it at that. But the thing about revenge done well is that it's not just about winning a point. It's about altering the rules. By forcing transparency on the points, by creating a structure that required joint oversight, I changed the dynamics of how family travel worked in a way they couldn't easily slip back into. More importantly, I'd shown other relatives that the narrative Mom had spun for years, of generosity that always tipped in favor of Clara, wasn't immune to scrutiny. The power balance had tilted. They reacted in other ways too. Mom stopped posting those idle, performative family updates for a while. Clara clung to a brittle anger that made her frostier in conversation, less likely to throw casual jabs. Some relatives reached out to make small peace offerings, calls that were tentative and, to my surprise, earnest. Others kept their distance. They didn't want to choose sides. And in the end, you can't make everyone like the person who exposes uncomfortable truths. There was a final, private moment that felt like the real payoff. A week after the brunch, an email landed in my inbox from a name I wouldn't have expected. My dad's old colleague, someone who'd known him well. It was short. "Your father was a fair man. Thank you for making sure his things are used fairly. If you ever need a reference, let me know." I read it 3 times, and in that small, quiet way that builds someone back up, I felt the work of months translate into something deeper than victory. It was validation. And yet, even as the points were secured and the agency had its new rules, I could feel that this wasn't the last round. The family had been exposed, yes, but exposure does not always equal acceptance. There were still slights, still whispers, and the raw nerve of betrayal ran deep. Revenge had been served, calm, legal, effective, and had fundamentally changed one axis of our family life. But power, once rattled, tends to push back in unpredictable ways. That's where I stopped planning and waited to see the first counter. I wanted them to have the illusion of a chance to repair. I wanted them to choose reconciliation or further escalation. I wanted to watch which path they'd walk, because that would tell me everything about how long this fight would last. So I didn't gloat. I didn't crow. I rebuilt. I took Liam to the resort we'd booked, and I watched him run with joy that felt purer because it wasn't at someone else's expense. I made sure he knew he'd been wanted. I collected quiet victories, a friend's text saying my work's rollout was getting attention, Liam's teacher telling me how much he'd improved in confidence, Nora whispering one night that she was proud of me. But even as life improved, a part of me kept an ear tuned to the family static because the story wasn't finished. Their next move, whether it would be contrition, a cunning attempt to regain control, or something uglier, would define the second act. I'd set the trap, and they'd either step into it by trying to spin the audit away, or they'd genuinely try to repair the damage in a way that meant something. When the first sign finally came, a text at 2 in the morning from an unknown number with a message that threatened to upend everything. I read it, closed my eyes, and felt a familiar cold climb up my spine. The victory had been real, but so was the danger that comes from poking a hornet's nest. I put my phone down and went to stand in the doorway of Liam's room, watching him sleep. For him, everything was simple and hopeful. For me, the game had only changed arenas. And the next move, when it came, would need more than evidence and paperwork. It would need precision, patience, and the willingness to do something the quiet me had never been comfortable with. Escalate in a way that would make them wish they'd never tried to make me the afterthought. The morning after the resort trip, I woke to a calm house. Liam was still asleep, curled up beside Nora on the couch after staying up late to watch fireworks with excitement that lit up his little face. I poured a cup of coffee and sat at the kitchen table, phone in hand, ready to check emails before the day got busy. But the messages I saw weren't the usual complaints or frantic pleas from Mom and Clara. They were something else entirely. First, there was an email from the travel agency. Its tone was formal but unmistakably final. The audit was complete. All irregular point transfers had been corrected, with the misused points returned to Dad's legacy account. The agency noted that they had implemented stronger controls to prevent future misuse, including mandatory verification for transfers between family members. The letter was sent to Mom, Clara, and me. It was polite, concise, and, most importantly, non-negotiable. There was no way for Mom or Clara to manipulate it. Next, I opened the family email thread. Mom had sent a message addressed to all the relatives included in the audit correspondence. Her tone was defensive at first. Anthony has taken steps without consulting the family. This is upsetting and unnecessary. But as I scrolled down, I saw the truth emerge. The agency had included a summarized copy of the audit in its report, and it was impossible to spin. The numbers didn't lie, the dates didn't lie, and the documentation of point transfers didn't lie. Mom's email shifted mid-sentence from anger to pleading. I hope we can work this out for the kids' sake. Clara's response was even more revealing. She tried to regain control of the narrative by claiming that Dad would have wanted us to enjoy the points responsibly, but she had no documentation to back it up. Every statement she made contradicted the audit's findings. I could almost hear her frustration through the words. She realized that no amount of shouting, guilt-tripping, or social media drama could reverse the meticulous work I'd done. By mid-morning, a few relatives started replying to Mom and Clara privately, supporting the findings and offering to mediate a fair use of the points going forward. I didn't intervene. I watched quietly, letting them experience the consequences of their actions firsthand. It was mesmerizing, almost cinematic, watching the ones who had built themselves on entitlement and manipulation suddenly realize that structure, documentation, and patience could dismantle their world without raising a single voice in anger. Mom called later that day. I let it ring once and then answered. "Anthony, please," she said, voice tight. "Can we talk?" "Sure," I said, calm as a winter morning. "What about the points? The audit? I don't know what to do. I can't fix it, can I?" Her words trembled slightly, which was a novelty in itself. Mom had always commanded every room she walked into. She had always assumed control by sheer force of will. Now, she sounded human, vulnerable, defeated. "Mom," I said slowly, "you can make amends. You can participate fairly in the new family fund, follow the rules, and make sure everyone's treated equally. Or you can continue fighting against something you can't change, and you'll continue to lose. The choice is yours." There was silence on the other end. Then a deep exhale. I understand. I suppose I have no choice." "You always have a choice," I replied. "You just need to choose wisely this time." She didn't respond further. I hung up, feeling a quiet sense of closure. Clara, predictably, called the next day. She tried to argue, to guilt-trip, to manipulate. But I had anticipated every tactic. Calm, methodical, factual. The points were inescapably accounted for. The agency confirmed everything, and my lawyer friend had offered a gentle reminder that any further attempts to interfere could be considered harassment. Clara sputtered through her first few arguments, then fell silent, realizing she had no leverage left. Eventually, she huffed and hung up. She wouldn't reach out again, not with threats, not with drama, not with her usual entitled bravado. The fallout extended beyond Mom and Clara. Several relatives who had once been neutral began treating me differently. There was a subtle shift in family gatherings, in block parties, even in casual text messages. Where I'd been dismissed or ignored before, I was now approached with respect and caution. People understood, perhaps unconsciously, that I had built something that couldn't be overturned by theatrics or manipulation. I had created a position of authority that was acknowledged silently, but universally understood. I had the power, and I had used it wisely. At work, my reputation continued to grow. The tool I had developed earned me recognition from senior management, and my calm, methodical approach to handling conflict, once an undervalued skill, was now praised. I had leverage, influence, and visibility. I was in control of my professional life, just as I had finally taken control of my personal life. The parallel wasn't lost on me. The lessons I'd learned at home, patience, preparation, documentation, strategic calm, had turned my life around entirely. But the most satisfying part, by far, was seeing the subtle psychological shift in Mom and Clara. Mom stopped trying to advise me on my life. She no longer threw casual, undermining remarks at family gatherings. Clara stopped broadcasting her little posts about family happiness that had been thinly veiled attacks. They were cautious now, aware that the infrastructure I'd built, quietly, relentlessly, would expose them if they tried anything. I didn't need to confront them again. The system I'd put in place did it for me. The final flourish came when Liam and I took our first victory outing after the whole ordeal. A small theme park, 2 nights, everything booked on my corporate vouchers. Liam didn't know the context. He just knew this was his adventure. Seeing his excitement, the pure joy on his face as he met characters, rode rides, and laughed freely, was more satisfying than any dramatic confrontation could ever have been. I realized then that revenge doesn't always have to humiliate. It can simply restore balance and protect what's yours. Later that evening, as we drove home with Liam exhausted in the back seat, Nora reached over and held my hand. "You did it," she said quietly, a mixture of pride and relief in her voice. "They can't touch him, or you again." I smiled, feeling the weight of months of planning, stress, and anticipation lift slightly. "We'll see," I said, because life always has surprises, but for the first time in years, I felt untouchable. Not because I'd crushed someone beneath me, but because I had built a world where my son's happiness and my integrity were safeguarded, no matter what they tried. The next day, I received one last text from Mom. Simple, concise. She knew she had been beaten, not by anger, but by logic, preparation, and the unassailable fact that she had crossed a line. "I suppose congratulations." I didn't reply. I didn't need to. She understood. Clara understood. And for the first time, the entire house, Liam, Nora, and me, felt like our own sanctuary, free from the manipulation, favoritism, and toxicity that had once defined my family. I watched Liam sleep that night, the soft rhythm of his breathing a reminder of everything I'd fought for. I felt a quiet satisfaction, a deep sense of closure that didn't require theatrics or vindictive displays. The work had been smart, calm, precise, and it had worked. They had learned the hard way that manipulation has limits, entitlement has consequences, and patience combined with strategy is more powerful than anger. And in that moment, looking at my son and knowing I had protected him, I realized the true final line. I hadn't just won. I had secured our future. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. When I was 13, my family took me camping. The next morning, I woke up alone. No footprints. No gear. Just gone. Days later, a ranger found me. When he called my parents, Dad said, "Wrong number." Then, forget we ever existed. Years later, I did something that shattered their world. Hi everyone, I'm Noah, 28 now, and this story starts back when I was 13. It's complicated, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I've told bits and pieces to a few friends over the years, but never the whole thing. Maybe sharing it here will help. I grew up in a small town in Oregon. My parents, Darren and Celia, weren't the warmest people, but I thought they cared in their own way. At least, that's what I told myself. They worked hard, or so I was told, though they never really talked about what they did. I barely saw them outside of the usual dinners or the occasional weekend outing. Those weekends were never fun. My dad was always on edge, like he had a short fuse waiting to blow, and my mom was more distant than affectionate. They weren't cruel exactly, just cold. I learned pretty early on that any mistake or misstep would get met with sharp looks or pointed comments. I learned to keep quiet, to stay out of the way. When summer came before my 8th grade year, they announced that we were going camping. Not the typical family-friendly campground with electricity and clean bathrooms. No, they said this was going to be real camping. Remote, deep in the woods near Mount Hood. I was cautiously excited. Part of me hoped this would be the trip that finally pulled us together, that we'd laugh, tell stories, maybe have a moment where we all felt like a family. That hope lasted about half a day. We drove for hours, packed into the old, rusting SUV, the windows down because my dad insisted the fresh mountain air would be good for me. I wasn't sure if that meant my allergies or my attitude, but I didn't ask. When we arrived, it was already late afternoon. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, and everything felt quiet except for the occasional bird or rustling leaves. The campsite was off the beaten path, barely marked by a rough clearing in the trees. No other campers in sight. My dad started setting up the tent immediately, barking instructions at me and my mom. "Hand me the stakes, Celia." "No, Noah, don't touch the firewood. Just keep an eye out for branches." They sounded like a team, but their tone was cold and clipped, like they were on a mission, not a vacation. I tried to help where I could, but I felt like I was just in the way. I noticed my mom's hand shaking a little as she unpacked the cooler. She caught me looking and gave me a sharp look. "Just stay busy, Noah." That night, after the fire was built and the cold mountain air settled around us, I asked if we could tell stories or play some music. My dad grunted something about needing to rest early because tomorrow would be a long day. My mom didn't say anything. I could tell they were both tense, like there was some invisible weight hanging over them. I crawled into the tent by myself, hoping they'd come talk to me or at least say goodnight. But the tent was empty when I woke up. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No crackling fire. No sound of footsteps. No voices. I peeked outside, and the clearing was empty. Their tent was gone. The fire was just cold ashes. The backpacks, the cooler, even the SUV, they were all gone. I called out their names, over and over, but no answer. The forest seemed to swallow my voice. My heart pounded, but I tried not to panic. Maybe they went for a hike and forgot to tell me. Maybe this was some kind of game. I waited all morning, staying near the campsite, hoping they'd come back. But they never did. After a while, hunger and fear settled in, and I started walking toward what I hoped was the direction of the trailhead. I kept shouting, listening for any reply, but it was only the birds and the wind. By the second day, I was exhausted. I had no food, no water except what I could find from a small stream nearby. I tried to stay calm, telling myself they would come back for me. But the night was the worst. The woods at night aren't like the movies. It's dark, cold, and every sound makes you jump. I hugged myself tightly and tried to ignore the shadows moving just beyond my sight. It wasn't until the 4th day that a park ranger found me. He was on his usual patrol, saw me sitting near the trail, and called for backup. I was weak and dehydrated but alive. Relief washed over me like a flood. When the ranger called my parents, I was sure they'd be frantic, worried, ready to come get me. Instead, I heard something that shattered everything. "Wrong number," my dad said flatly. Then, after a pause, "Forget we ever existed." I froze. The ranger looked confused, then uncomfortable. I could feel my chest tighten as I realized this wasn't a mistake or some mix-up. They didn't want me. After that, I was placed with a foster family while social services tried to figure out what to do with me. I asked again and again about my parents, but no one could get through to them. It was like I had been erased. For years, I struggled with what that meant. Why did they leave me? Why did they deny me? Was I really so worthless they wanted me gone without a trace? I won't lie, those years were hard, but I survived. I went to school, made friends, and slowly built a life where I didn't have to carry their rejection like a scar. And then, years later, I found a way to make them pay, not with violence or hate, but with the one thing they thought I'd never have, a life they couldn't ignore. After the Rangers' call, I was stuck in this strange limbo. Social services didn't have much to work with because my parents had vanished without a forwarding address or a single word to explain what had happened. I remember sitting in that sterile office, clutching a thin blanket as workers spoke quietly around me. It felt like I was shrinking into the floor, like the whole world was trying to forget I existed. The foster family that took me in was kind enough, quiet, steady people who didn't pry too much. They gave me space, but every night I'd lie awake wondering, why? Why would they just walk away like I was a mistake? I was 13, barely a kid, and they treated me like I was something dirty they had to throw away. School was a challenge at first. I was that quiet kid who didn't have a place to call home, who smelled like he slept in different places every few nights. But I worked hard, kept my head down, and avoided trouble. I didn't want to give anyone a reason to write me off like my parents had. As the months turned into years, I pieced together bits of my past. I found out my parents had been living a double life. Well, at least my dad had. I stumbled on some old paperwork tucked away in a filing cabinet at the school counselor's office, documents showing that Darren was involved in some shady business deals, something that no one talked about. It was like they had a secret they desperately wanted to keep buried. Maybe that was why they left me behind. My mom, Celia, seemed even colder than my dad. I later learned from a distant relative that she had been the one who pushed for me to be disappeared because she believed I was a liability. She told people I was a burden and embarrassment, words that stung every time I replayed them in my head. I was their son, but they treated me like I was a problem to be solved by ignoring me entirely. In the foster home, I buried those feelings deep. I told myself they were just broken people, and maybe I was better off without them. But inside, the anger simmered quietly, growing into something I couldn't ignore. By the time I was 18, I was done running from my past. I wanted answers, and more than that, I wanted them to know I wasn't invisible anymore. I wasn't the scared, abandoned kid lost in the woods. I started digging. Small things at first, public records, old social media accounts, even some discreet phone calls to people who might know. I found out my parents had moved out of state, changed their names, and started a new life without me. They erased me, like I was some shadow they wanted to forget. What really broke me was when I saw pictures online. They had built this perfect little family image without me. Happy dinners, vacations, smiling faces. Photos where I should have been. It was like a punch to the gut. But instead of breaking me, it lit a fire. I decided then that I would make sure they could never pretend I never existed. Not just by showing up. No, that wouldn't be enough. I needed something bigger. Something that would shatter their carefully constructed world. After years of silence, the moment I discovered the photos online hit me like a wave. I was scrolling through a community board for the town they had moved to, just hoping for any clue, a name, a face, anything, and suddenly there they were. There was my dad, Darren, grinning in front of a big house with a brand new truck parked outside. Next to him was my mom, Celia, laughing in a way that made me realize they never once missed me. And then there were two little kids, a boy and a girl, both younger than me. They looked like the perfect family. The kind you see in movies or on magazine covers. The worst part? I wasn't even a memory. Not a trace. I sat there staring at the screen, the room around me fading. Those pictures were a slap in the face. They had moved on, built a new life, erased the last 13 years of my existence without a single backward glance. But the anger didn't consume me the way I expected. It was quieter, colder, like a hard knot deep inside. I realized that if I wanted to be free of what they did to me, I couldn't just react. I had to be smarter than them. That's when I started to rebuild myself. I finished school with a focus on law and social services. I wanted to understand systems, how families could be torn apart, how to fight for those who were silenced. I worked odd jobs, saved every dollar, and slowly built a new version of myself. Someone who was no longer a scared kid lost in the woods, but a person with control. At the same time, I quietly collected information. It started small, public records, property deeds, court filings. I learned that Darren had faced several investigations for fraud, though nothing ever stuck. Celia was active in local charities, always the perfect volunteer. The town adored her. But beneath the polished surface, the truth was ugly. Neighbors whispered about how cold and controlling Celia was behind closed doors. Darren was ruthless in business, cutting down anyone who threatened his deals. The children were often left to fend for themselves, isolated in a mansion that looked more like a fortress. I realized they were monsters wearing masks of perfection. The thought of their carefully curated lives, built on lies and cruelty, made me more determined than ever. I began formulating a plan, not one born from hatred, but from a fierce desire to claim the story that was stolen from me. I wanted them to feel the weight of their choices, to understand what it means to abandon a child, to erase them like they never mattered. But I knew I couldn't rush. They were smart, manipulative, and protected by layers of influence. I needed to be patient, methodical. The same way they had built their new life, I would dismantle it piece by piece. Over the years, I started reaching out to people connected to them, their acquaintances, distant relatives, even a former employee of Darren's who had been let go under suspicious circumstances. Each conversation was like a thread in a tapestry I was slowly weaving, a map of secrets and lies. I was learning more about who they really were, what they had done, and how much they were hiding. And then, one quiet afternoon, I received an anonymous tip. A single envelope slipped under the door of my small apartment. Inside was a photo of the house they lived in now, taken from across the street, and a note with just 3 words: they never left. I sat there, heart pounding, realizing that maybe this was just the beginning of the story they wanted to hide. That photo and note changed everything. They never left. The words echoed in my mind like a challenge. For years, I'd thought they'd simply abandoned me, erased me from their lives. But seeing that house, their fortress, and knowing they were still there, living their perfect lie, it felt like a door had cracked open. I wasn't as far away from them as I'd believed. I knew then that this was my chance. Not to just confront them, but to break the illusion they had built. To make sure everyone who ever looked up to them saw the truth. But I also knew this wouldn't be quick or easy. This was a long game, and I had to be careful. One wrong move, and I'd be back to square one, invisible and ignored. So I started small. First, I watched. For weeks, I drove by the house, memorizing the comings and goings without being seen. The neighborhood was quiet, upscale neighbors who nodded politely but didn't pry. Darren and Celia were careful, almost paranoid in their routines. Their children, the boy and girl I'd seen in those photos, barely left the property. It was like they were locked inside a gilded cage. One day, I noticed a delivery, an expensive package addressed to Celia. I watched as she took it inside, but what caught my attention was how tense she looked. It was nothing like the smiling, charitable woman the town adored. It was something darker: fear, maybe guilt. Around this time, I reached out again to the former employee of Darren's who'd been dismissed under mysterious circumstances. His name was Mark, and he was cautious but agreed to meet after I convinced him I wasn't there to cause trouble. He told me about the shady deals Darren had made, how he'd skimmed money from investments, intimidated partners, and manipulated records to cover his tracks. "Your dad's not just some bad businessman," Mark said quietly. "He's dangerous." "And your mom?" "She knew. She helped." That stuck with me, the idea that Celia wasn't just a bystander, but an active participant. It explained so much. The coldness. The way they discarded me like I was a piece of trash. I started digging deeper into the charity work Celia was involved in. On the surface, it was all perfect: fundraisers, community events, donations. But behind the scenes, I found signs of embezzlement, money funneling into accounts linked to Darren's business. Their perfect image was built on lies and theft. I made copies of everything. The next step was to find a way inside their world, not physically at first, but socially. I needed to get close enough to the people who believed in them, who trusted them, so I could plant seeds of doubt. Using a fake name and a carefully crafted story, I connected with some of Celia's charity contacts. I volunteered at events, slowly weaving myself into their circle. It was strange, being so close to the people who worshiped my parents without knowing the truth. But it gave me power, information, the ability to whisper doubts and watch them spread. Meanwhile, I kept an eye on Darren. I learned he was pushing harder than ever on a new business deal, something risky, something that could collapse and take everything down with it. One evening, I followed him after a late meeting. He drove to a secluded spot on the outskirts of town, met with a man I'd never seen before. The exchange was quick, tense, and when Darren got back in his car, he looked furious. I recorded everything on my phone. That night, I realized I had enough to start pulling the threads. I didn't want revenge that ruined people physically or emotionally. I wanted their empire to crumble, their reputation destroyed by the truth they hid so carefully. I wanted the town to see the monsters beneath the masks. I prepared a detailed dossier, documents, photos, recordings, and sent it anonymously to the local newspaper. Within days, the quiet, perfect family was under scrutiny. Reporters called neighbors. Questions were asked. The charities launched investigations. The business partners backed away. I watched from a distance as their carefully constructed life began to crack. But here's the thing, they didn't break immediately. Darren and Celia fought back with everything they had: lawyers, threats, manipulation. They tried to silence the rumors, painting me as a liar, an outsider with a grudge. That only made me push harder. The real turning point came one rainy afternoon when I saw Celia's face on the front page of the newspaper, her smile gone, replaced by something close to desperation. Darren's name was dragged through the mud with allegations of fraud, abuse, and worse. They had underestimated me. They thought abandoning me meant I was nothing. But I was the storm they never saw coming. The weeks after the dossier went public were intense. Darren and Celia's world began to unravel in ways I hadn't fully imagined, though part of me knew it had to happen eventually. The town was stunned. People who once admired them now whispered behind their backs, eyes filled with disbelief and pity. The charities Celia had so carefully cultivated launched official investigations. The board members, shocked to learn how deep the corruption ran, removed her immediately. The money she had diverted was traced to accounts linked directly to Darren's business. Darren tried to keep up appearances, issuing statements calling the accusations baseless and malicious, but the evidence was overwhelming. His business partners pulled out, contracts were canceled, and banks froze accounts. One night, I heard from Mark, the former employee who had quietly come forward as a whistleblower. He told me Darren was furious but helpless, pacing the floors of the mansion as calls flooded in from lawyers and angry clients. Celia, on the other hand, had retreated into herself, refusing to leave her room except to attend required meetings. Their children, once distant and guarded, suddenly found themselves caught in the middle of a storm they didn't understand. Custody battles began, social workers stepped in, and whispers of neglect and emotional abuse circulated. All of this was a bitter justice, but I made sure to keep myself removed from the chaos. I didn't need their approval or forgiveness. I just needed to be free. A few months after everything went public, I decided it was time to face them, not out of anger, but closure. I showed up at the mansion, not as a desperate kid lost in the woods, but as a man who had taken back his story. They didn't recognize me at first. Celia's eyes widened. Darren's face went pale. There was no warmth, no apology, only the cold realization that the son they'd abandoned was standing there, unbroken. I stood in the grand, echoing entryway of their house, though calling it a house didn't feel quite right. It was more like a hollow shell dressed in polished wood and expensive silence. The marble floors glistened, the chandelier above me sparkled in the afternoon sun, and yet the air felt heavy, stale, almost untouched by real life. Darren and Celia stood just a few feet away, but it may as well have been a mile. They didn't speak at first. Celia looked at me like she was seeing a ghost, her mouth slightly open, her eyes narrow, calculating. Darren's jaw clenched, like he was holding in the urge to demand I leave. But he didn't. Not yet. I took a breath and started talking, not loud, not angry, just steady. I told them what it was like waking up alone that morning in the woods, how I waited, shivering, with my legs tucked into my chest, hoping they'd come back. I told them about the moment I realized they weren't coming back at all, that I had been deliberately left, thrown away. I spoke about the first night I spent in a stranger's home, lying on a too-small bed with tears I didn't want to let fall because I didn't know if the people in the next room were kind or cruel. About the months of pretending I was okay in school, head down, heart locked tight, because the second I let anyone in, it hurt too much. I talked about birthdays spent alone. Holidays passed with forced smiles and polite gifts from people who felt sorry for me, not people who truly knew me. I described the silence. Not just the kind you hear at night, but the kind that grows inside of you when you're a child and the two people who are supposed to love you most decide you're not worth the effort. I didn't want revenge at first, I told them, my voice soft but firm. I just wanted to understand. I wanted to believe there was a reason, that maybe something happened, maybe I was wrong. But the older I got, the more I realized, there was no reason. You left me because it was convenient. Because I didn't fit your plan. Celia didn't meet my eyes. Her gaze dropped to the floor, but there was no remorse, no sorrow. Just discomfort. As if what I was saying was an inconvenience rather than a reckoning. I never needed your approval, I said. Not then, not now. I survived without you. I built a life without you. But I needed you to hear this. I needed you to feel the weight of what you did. Darren looked older now. Not just in the face, but in the posture. The kind of weariness that comes from knowing the mask can't be held up forever. His hands, once commanding and full of presence, now hung limply by his sides. I'm not here for your apology, I continued. I've stopped needing that, too. I'm here so you can never say you didn't know the damage you caused. So you can't hide behind your silence or your lies anymore. You left a child in the woods. You chose your image over your own son. And now the world knows. Still, they said nothing. Not a word. No explanations. No attempts to justify. Just silence. That silence said more than anything else ever could. It told me they knew I was right. It told me they were too cowardly to face it. It told me that even now, after everything, they couldn't be bothered to care, not really. And strangely, that was enough. I turned and walked away, down the long driveway lined with trees, out past the gates they had always kept shut. I didn't look back. I haven't since. In the years that followed, I rebuilt everything they tried to destroy. I went to college on scholarships I earned myself. I studied social work, then law, and now I spend my days helping children who have been neglected, abandoned, or overlooked. Kids who were told by the world that they didn't matter, but who do. I fight for them because I know what it means to be discarded. I listen. I stay. I show up. All the things Darren and Celia couldn't do. I build a small house near the edge of a quiet town. Not flashy, not perfect, but warm, real. I fill it with books and music, with laughter when friends visit, with peace when I'm alone. I no longer wake up with that ache in my chest. I no longer wait for someone to explain why they hurt me. I stopped needing their version of love when I learned how to love myself. As for Darren and Celia, last I heard, they're still living in that mansion, though they rarely leave it anymore. The neighbors no longer wave. The charities that once fawned over Celia now refuse to return her calls. The foundation she built her reputation on was shut down. Darren's business is entangled in a slow, grinding legal process. The government is picking apart his finances piece by piece. Their children, my half-siblings, I suppose, were eventually removed from the home. They now live with extended relatives in another state. I don't know much about them, and maybe that's for the best. They deserve a chance to grow up without the shadows Darren and Celia cast. I sometimes wonder if those kids ever ask about me, if they know they had a brother once. Maybe someday they'll want to find me. If they do, I'll be here. Not with answers, necessarily, but with honesty. Because in the end, that's what all of this came down to. The truth. Sometimes, revenge doesn't look like fire or fury. Sometimes, it looks like healing. Like building something beautiful in the very spot where something was torn down. Like walking back into the house that broke you and walking out whole. I didn't just survive what they did. I outgrew it. I outgrew them. And I'm not invisible anymore. Hi everyone. I'm Mila, 34F, and what I'm about to share has taken me years to come to terms with. For a long time, I tried to convince myself that what I experienced was normal. That families were just messy, imperfect, and sometimes distant. That maybe if I was a little more understanding, or a little less sensitive, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. But after everything that's happened, I know better now. I come from a family where image was everything. Not sincerity, not emotional support, just appearances. We looked picture perfect on the outside. Nice house in a quiet neighborhood, matching sweaters in our holiday cards, smiles at church. But behind closed doors, there was a strict and silent hierarchy, and I was always near the bottom of it. I'm the middle child. Lena, 36F, is the oldest, and Aaron, 28M, is the youngest. Growing up, Lena was, well, to put it bluntly, she was the star. Even before she turned 10, our mother, Celine, treated her like a prodigy. Every single thing Lena did was magical. She got a gold star. We all heard about it. She won a spelling bee. We had dinner at her favorite restaurant. She simply expressed interest in ballet. Suddenly, the house was filled with leotards, glitter, and new shoes. And me? I was the one quietly folding the laundry while our parents gushed over Lena's pirouettes in the living room. It wasn't that I was doing badly. I got decent grades. I loved to draw and wrote little stories I never showed anyone. I helped Dad fix the backyard fence when it started leaning, and I looked after Aaron when he was a baby. But none of that mattered. If it wasn't flashy, public, or accomplished, it was invisible. When I was 12, I won a regional art competition. I remember clutching the little plaque as I stepped off the stage, my eyes scanning the crowd. My best friend's parents clapped and waved. My teacher gave me a thumbs up. But my parents? They hadn't come. Later that evening, when I showed the award to my mom, she gave it a polite glance and said, "That's cute. Can you help me set the table?" At the time, I didn't even get mad. I just nodded. That was how things worked. Lena's swim meet had been that same day, and of course they went to that instead. It was always like that. As we got older, things only intensified. Lena went into education, and true to form, she climbed the ranks fast. Teacher of the Year, leadership awards, keynote speaker at some conference in Florida. Mom and Dad followed her every move with awe. Her name was always on their lips at every family gathering. She just works so hard, Mom would say, shaking her head in that proud but suffering way, as if Lena was the only person on earth carrying the weight of ambition. We're just so lucky to have a daughter like her. I moved out at 19. I didn't announce it with drama or fanfare. I just packed up my things and left for university. I studied business management while working part-time jobs in the evenings. I rented small, shared apartments and spent weekends at the library while my classmates went on ski trips or traveled home. I built my life alone, not because I didn't want support, but because I learned early that asking my family for help usually led to disappointment. Still, I didn't cut them off. I sent polite holiday messages. I remembered birthdays. I showed up at family events when I could, standing in the background while Lena's colleagues and former students introduced themselves to our parents like she was royalty. I watched Aaron grow into a thoughtful, quiet man who, like me, mostly kept his head down to avoid conflict. Then I met Jonas. I was 29. We were introduced through a mutual friend, and right away, I noticed how he paid attention. Not just to what I said, but how I said it. He asked questions. He remembered the little things. For the first time in a long time, I felt seen. We started dating, and within a year, we were living together. When Jonas proposed, I cried, not just because I loved him, but because, deep down, I believed this moment might finally bring my family around. That maybe, finally, they'd step up. They didn't. I called my parents the same evening to share the news. I still remember sitting on our small sofa, holding the phone to my ear while Jonas grinned at me from across the room. Jonas proposed, I said, my voice light with hope. We're engaged. There was a pause. Oh, Mom said. That's nice. When were you thinking of doing the wedding? I blinked. We haven't picked a date yet. Probably next spring. Another pause. Then, well, you'll need to check with Lena. She's applying for a fellowship and might have a conference. Try not to schedule it around then. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced a smile. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I spent the next several months planning the wedding while juggling my business, which had grown quietly but steadily over the past few years. Jonas and I had opened a small office, hired a few employees, and landed a handful of solid contracts. I kept my parents updated here and there, but every conversation felt like I was pulling teeth. I sent them the save the date. I invited my mother to come dress shopping. She declined. Too busy with school events, she said. And besides, that's more of a friend thing, isn't it? Jonas's mother came instead. So did my closest friend from university. We laughed and drank hot chocolate in the fitting room while I tried on gowns. I sent my mom photos afterward, and she replied 4 days later with a single sentence. The first one is fine. I should have expected what happened next. But somehow I didn't. 3 months before the wedding, Lena was nominated for an education award from a national teaching association. I congratulated her, of course. But then Mom called me that Sunday afternoon, her voice unusually stiff. We have to talk about the date, she said. Lena's award ceremony is the same weekend. My heart dropped. But the wedding is Saturday, I said carefully. It's already booked. The ceremony is in the evening. Surely, she wants us with her the whole weekend, Mom interrupted. There's a luncheon on Friday, the ceremony Saturday, then a brunch Sunday. It's all very formal. She asked if we could prioritize it. I went quiet. She must have taken that as understanding. I knew you'd be reasonable, she said. That was when I finally asked, so you're not coming to the wedding? And my mother, my own mother, said without hesitation, Sweetheart, Lena's family. You're just the ex. I didn't even know what she meant by that. Maybe she meant I had chosen Jonas's family now. Maybe she meant I had distanced myself too much. Maybe she meant I had simply outlived my usefulness. I hung up in silence. I didn't cry. Not then. I just sat there on the couch, staring at the pale green wall across from me, hearing the click of the clock Jonas had picked out at a flea market. Tick, tick, tick. The minutes passed, but the numbness stayed. I think it was because, deep down, I wasn't surprised. I had hoped, naively, but I hadn't expected anything different. Still, knowing something might happen and watching it actually happen are two very different things. Jonas came into the room a few minutes later with 2 mugs of tea and handed me one without saying anything. He could read me well by then. I told him what my mother said, slowly, carefully, like I was reporting a neutral fact. When I repeated her exact words, "You're just the ex," he didn't say anything at first. He just shook his head and whispered, "I'm so sorry." He didn't try to fix it. He didn't tell me to look on the bright side. He didn't say that surely my parents would come around. He just sat with me, and that was more than enough. We went forward with the wedding plans. I stopped updating my family. I didn't cancel their invitations, but I didn't send reminders either. At that point, I was done chasing them. If they wanted to be part of it, they knew where to find me. But the silence from their end was louder than any formal RSVP. Jonas's family, on the other hand, stepped in like they had been waiting their whole lives to help. His mom offered to do the flowers. His sister baked 3 test versions of our wedding cake until she got it just right. His dad even made a little wooden stand for our guest book. It was overwhelming in the best way. And I'll admit, at times, it made me ache. Because while I had never expected perfection from my parents, I had at least hoped for effort. The day of the wedding came. It was a soft April afternoon, the kind where the air is warm but not heavy. The venue was a small garden in the hills just outside the city, surrounded by tall oaks and flowering vines. There was a little white gazebo in the center, and as I walked down the aisle, arm in arm with Jonas's mother, I didn't feel like I was missing anything. Not then, anyway. The ceremony was simple, heartfelt. Jonas read his vows with a slight tremble in his voice, and I barely managed to get through mine without crying. Our friends cheered when we kissed, and the reception that followed was full of laughter and warmth. I danced with Jonas's father, laughed with his cousins, and watched the sky turn gold as the sun set behind the trees. But I did notice the empty seats. The 4 I had reserved near the front, marked with names that were never crossed off the RSVP list. My parents. Lena. Aaron. Only Aaron had the decency to message me the night before. He wrote, "I wanted to come. I really did. But Mom said it would be a betrayal. I'm sorry, Mila." That text stayed with me more than any absence. Because Aaron, quiet and kind-hearted as he was, had always been stuck between trying to please our parents and doing what felt right. And I knew that guilt had a strong grip on him. The days after the wedding passed in a blur. We went on a short honeymoon, just a weekend away, something quiet and affordable. I turned my phone off the entire time. When I came back, I had 2 messages from Mom. The first one said, "We hope everything went well. Lena's award ceremony was beautiful. She gave a speech that made everyone cry. You would have been so proud of her." The second was shorter. "Let us know when you get the photos." I never responded. Instead, I went back to work. See, the thing my parents had never quite understood was that while they were busy orbiting around Lena's ever-growing galaxy of achievements, I had been quietly building a solar system of my own. My business, which started as a small consulting firm with just 2 of us in a rented space, had grown steadily over the years. At first, it was just helping local businesses streamline their operations, improve client outreach, that sort of thing. But eventually, we landed a few international clients. Then came the contracts with educational platforms, government grant partnerships, even a tech startup or 2. By the time I turned 34, we were operating in 5 countries. We had a full staff, a real office downtown, and we'd just been nominated for a regional innovation award. I didn't post about it on social media. I didn't tell my parents. I never thought they'd care. But then something happened that changed everything. One morning, 6 months after the wedding, I walked into the office to find that our PR coordinator, Neela, was grinning from ear to ear. "Did you see it yet?" she asked, holding her phone up. "See what?" She handed it to me. It was a headline from one of the top national business magazines. "Meet the woman quietly redefining small business growth across Europe." And underneath it, my name. The article had been in the works for months, coordinated by our team and a journalist who'd attended one of our panels. But I hadn't expected it to hit that morning. I scrolled through the piece, photos of our team, quotes from interviews, and even a few details about how I built everything from scratch with nothing but student loans and stubborn persistence. At the end of the article, there was a short paragraph about my wedding. Mila and her husband, Jonas, now lived just outside the city. She credits him with being her calm in the chaos. They were married earlier this year in a private ceremony surrounded by friends and colleagues. It was a beautiful write-up, and the moment it went live, everything began to shift. I didn't hear from my family right away, but I knew they'd see it. Lena followed the magazine's social media account. My father read the business section religiously. And Mom loved anything that might be used to make Lena look good by association. Sure enough, by the end of the week, the messages started. The first was from my aunt, Dad's sister, who had always quietly kept in touch with me despite the tension. She texted me, "Your parents are beside themselves." They had no idea. I mean, wow. Just wow, Mila. Then came the message from Aaron. "Mom brought your article to Lena's dinner party. Tried to say she helped you get started." Everyone looked at her like she was out of her mind. "Just thought you should know." I didn't know how to respond to that. I sat with it for a while. But before I could even decide what to say, the phone rang. It was Mom. I stared at the screen. I hadn't spoken to her in almost 7 months. Not since the day she told me my sister was family and I was the ex. My finger hovered over the decline button. Then curiosity got the better of me. I picked up. Her voice was bright, too bright. "Mila, darling, we just read the article. What an incredible surprise. Why didn't you tell us?" I paused. "Why would I?" I asked quietly. There was a silence. Then she let out a short laugh, like she hadn't expected that answer. "Well, because we're family, of course. I mean, your father and I were just saying how proud we are of you." "Truly, were you proud when you skipped my wedding?" I asked. That cut through her cheerful tone like a knife. There was a long silence. "I told you, Lena's award was a once-in-a-lifetime event," she said, the fake warmth now slowly draining from her voice. "You were always so independent, Mila. We didn't think you'd take it personally." "I stopped taking things personally a long time ago," I said calmly. "But that doesn't mean I forget them." She let out a sigh. "Well," she said, "if you're done holding grudges, we'd love to come visit the office. Maybe meet your team? Your father was saying he could help you make connections, maybe even." But I wasn't listening anymore. Because in that moment, I saw it clearly. They hadn't changed. They weren't proud. They were just embarrassed. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't hang up. I didn't even let the emotion show. I just sat there at my desk, surrounded by framed photos of a team I built, with the hum of the office behind me and my phone pressed loosely to my ear, listening as my mother tried to recast herself in a story she hadn't even been interested in hearing before. "You know," she went on, "we were talking to the Porters last week. Remember them? Their son just opened a shop in the city. And your father said, well, Mila could help him out with all her experience now. You should have seen their faces. Why would I help their son?" I asked flatly. She hesitated. "Because we're all part of the same community, Mila. And, well, because we're proud of you. That's why." It would have been almost funny if it hadn't been so pitiful. For years, they hadn't even remembered what I did. When I tried to talk about it, they changed the subject. They'd walk right past booths I designed at expos without realizing it. And now, because someone else had told them it was impressive, because a respected magazine had laid it out in black and white, they suddenly remembered I existed. It wasn't pride. It was exposure. They wanted access to something they thought might be valuable now. But they didn't know how much I had changed. I was no longer the daughter who waited patiently to be noticed. I didn't need their nod of approval. And I certainly didn't owe them anything. "I'm very busy, Mom," I said quietly, glancing at the spreadsheet open on my screen. "I need to go." "Well, at least think about inviting us to your company's launch event," she added quickly. "We'd love to be there for you this time." "This time," she said, as if the other time hadn't happened. I ended the call. I could have left it at that. Moved on with my life. Ignored them the way they'd ignored me for decades. But something in me stirred, not out of bitterness, but clarity. They had spent years discounting me, downplaying me, rewriting the narrative so thoroughly that even my younger self had believed I was somehow less important, less worthy, less family. And now they wanted to rewrite it again? No. This time, I would be the one writing the story. And they would be forced to watch. The timing, as it turned out, couldn't have been better. Our company had just finalized a major acquisition, nothing earth-shattering on a global scale, but in our industry, it was newsworthy. We were expanding into a new market, hiring new teams, and planning a formal rebrand. Part of that included a soft launch event, a celebration for partners, stakeholders, and media. Just a 2-hour reception with press kits, presentations, and a chance for people to see the face behind the name. Neela, our PR coordinator, suggested sending out personal invitations to a few notable local contacts to generate buzz. That's when I had the idea. Let's include a few people from my hometown, I said casually. You know, old teachers, family acquaintances, that sort of thing. Neela's eyes lit up. Perfect. It makes the narrative more personal. I didn't mention that I had one goal in mind. Let them see what they missed. I drafted the list carefully, names that would ripple through my parents' social circle. Our old neighbor, who used to compare me to Lena every chance she got. The woman who ran the community center, who once told me I wasn't leadership material. A few people from our church growing up, the ones who always made a show of celebrating Lena's every move. I included my parents, of course. And Lena. I knew they wouldn't say no. Not now. The RSVP came through 2 days later. Celine and Richard Willoughby, attending. Lena Willoughby, attending. Aaron Willoughby, no response. That last one didn't surprise me. Aaron had gone quiet since his message about the dinner party. I suspected he was watching everything unfold from the sidelines, unsure where he stood. The night of the event arrived on a crisp November evening. We held it at an upscale event space with tall windows and polished floors, overlooking the river that ran through the city. The decorations were simple, just our new logo, soft lighting, fresh flowers, and a few displays showcasing our journey from startup to regional leader. I wore a sleek navy blue dress Jonas picked out, nothing flashy, just confident. Jonas was by my side, smiling and steady. He knew what the night meant. He knew who was coming. As the guests arrived, I greeted each one warmly, giving a short tour, answering questions, making introductions. Our team mingled with grace and ease. The energy in the room was proud, not performative. Real. Then I saw them. My parents walked in first. My mother was dressed as if she were attending a charity gala, her makeup carefully applied, her expression tight with anticipation. My father trailed behind her, more reserved, glancing around as if unsure whether to look impressed or important. And then came Lena, cool and elegant in her usual neutral tones, her hair pulled back in a sleek bun, her eyes scanning the room with quiet calculation. They approached me as a unit. Mila, my mother said, her smile tight. This is quite something. I nodded. Glad you could make it. We had no idea it was this big, she added. You didn't tell us how far you'd come. I didn't think you'd be interested, I said calmly. Last time I tried to share something, you were more focused on Lena's award ceremony. Lena raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Well, Mom said quickly, we're here now, and we'd love to be involved moving forward. That was the moment I'd waited for, not with bitterness, but with purpose. I led them to one of the display panels. On it was a large timeline of our company's growth. Photos, project names, awards, client quotes. At the bottom was a short note from me, written in neat script. None of this was handed to me. I built it with late nights, relentless hope, and the belief that even when you're overlooked, you still matter. Every step I took came from knowing I couldn't rely on anyone else to show up. So I showed up for myself. I watched my mother's face as she read it. She blinked once, twice. Then, she smiled. Well, she said, isn't that dramatic? My father said nothing. Lena, to her credit, kept her expression unreadable. But I caught a flicker in her eyes, confusion, maybe even discomfort. Excuse me, I said, stepping away. I made my way toward the front of the room, where the microphone waited. It was time for my speech. I didn't mention my family by name. I didn't need to. I talked about what it meant to build something without applause, about how some people will never clap until the crowd does first. I talked about what it means to find family and friends, colleagues, and partners, people who show up not out of obligation, but out of genuine care. And when I finished, the room erupted into applause. Not for drama, but because the people there knew the truth. As I stepped down, Neela whispered in my ear, "Your mom looked like she swallowed a lemon." I smiled, just a little. After the event, I expected my parents would retreat quietly, maybe send one more half-hearted message about staying in touch, then fall back into the comfortable silence we'd lived in for years. But they didn't. Not this time. The article had done more than just bruise their egos. It had stirred something far more complicated in them. A mixture of embarrassment, envy, and sudden desperation to reinsert themselves into the story they'd spent so long pretending I wasn't part of. Within a week, I began receiving small but persistent attempts at connection. A forwarded email from my father with an article he thought I'd find relevant. A comment from Lena under a photo of me and Jonas at a conference. So proud of you, sis. Mom even sent me a birthday card for the first time in years. Inside it read, "It's never too late to make things right. Let's talk soon." But I didn't respond. They hadn't come back out of love. They had come because now I was visible. Now I could be used. They had spent my entire life praising my sister, minimizing me, and then skipping the most important day of my life to attend another award ceremony. As if Lena winning something was more significant than me committing to a life with someone I loved. Now that I had something they deemed valuable, status, connections, success, they wanted in. No, I wasn't going to give them that satisfaction. And I wasn't going to let them try to rewrite our history so they could present themselves as proud, supportive parents. They weren't proud. They had ignored me, dismissed me, rejected me, and I remembered every moment of it. But my parents didn't let go easily. About a month after the launch event, they asked to come by my office again. This time they framed it as a family visit, as if we'd been some close, loving unit all along. I agreed to meet, but not at the office. I invited them to a cafe nearby. Neutral ground. Public. Controlled. When they arrived, I was already sitting with a folder in front of me, a coffee growing cold beside my untouched muffin. "Good to see you," Mom said with that rehearsed smile she always used when she was trying to charm someone. Dad gave a small wave. Lena didn't come. I nodded and gestured for them to sit. We went through the usual small talk. They asked about the company, how many employees I had now, what countries we were operating in, whether Jonas and I had thought about kids yet. I answered each question politely, but distantly. Then Mom leaned in and said, "Your father and I have been thinking a lot lately. About everything. We'd really like to be more involved. As a family." I said nothing. She continued, "There's this alumni charity gala in December. Lots of people from the education board and local leaders will be there. Lena's on the committee. We thought maybe you could come with us. Sit at our table. It would mean a lot. For us, and for appearances." There it was. The real reason. Not because they missed me. Not because they wanted to know me. But because they wanted to be associated with me now that my name carried something. I slowly opened the folder in front of me. Inside were photos, simple snapshots I'd taken over the years. Me at my university graduation. Me signing the lease on my first office. A picture of Jonas proposing. Our wedding photo, printed in black and white. I slid the folder toward them. "Do you remember any of these?" I asked. Mom blinked. "Well, of course, but..." "You weren't there," I said calmly. "Not for any of it. Mila, we didn't know how important." "You didn't want to know?" I cut in. "You never asked. You never showed up. And when I tried to tell you, you told me not to make things about myself." Dad cleared his throat, as if to speak, but I held up a hand. "I'm not here to argue. I'm here to tell you, clearly, that I don't want a relationship. Not out of anger. Not out of spite. But because I'm finally done pretending you were the kind of parents you never tried to be." Mom looked stunned. Dad looked tired. "You're our daughter," she said, as if that title alone should erase everything that came before. "I was your daughter," I said quietly, "and you chose not to show up." Again and again. The silence that followed was heavy, like the final pause at the end of a long, painful song. Then I stood up, tucked the folder under my arm, and said, "I wish you both well. But please don't contact me again." They didn't follow me out, and I didn't look back. In the months that followed, they tried to reach out a few more times. A text on Christmas. A card on our anniversary. Lena sent a long message about how family shouldn't let ego get in the way of healing. I didn't reply. I didn't want to heal with people who had never admitted they hurt me. I didn't want apologies laced with justifications. I didn't want to reopen the door just so they could walk in and rearrange everything again. I chose peace. And peace, for me, meant distance. Jonas and I continued building our life together. We bought a home with a big kitchen and a garden out back where I plant herbs in the spring. My business thrived. I started mentoring other women who felt overlooked, helping them grow their ideas into something solid, something lasting. Every once in a while, someone from my hometown sends me a message. They've seen my face in another article or recognized my company's name in a product launch. I thank them politely, but I don't go back. Aaron, eventually, reached out. Not with excuses, just a short, heartfelt email. He told me he was sorry, that he had stayed quiet too long, that he didn't deserve forgiveness, but wanted me to know he saw it now. I told him I appreciated the honesty. And for the first time, I believed he meant it. We're not close, but we're rebuilding something small, quiet, respectful. As for my parents, they've faded into the background, the way they always treated me. Only this time, it's by my choice. And that has made all the difference. Now I'm thriving, not because they finally noticed me, but because I stopped needing them to. I'm married to a man who listens, respects, and sees me for who I am. I run a company I built from the ground up without their help or approval. I've created a circle of people who love me on purpose, not because of what I can offer, but because of who I am. My parents are no longer part of my story. Not really. And honestly, that's exactly the ending I needed. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Easter brunch at my parents' house was always a parade of fake smiles and polite tension. The kind where your fork scrapes the plate a little too loudly and everyone acts like they didn't hear it. I'm Nathan, 34, and I've been the so-called successful one in the family ever since I started my own logistics company 8 years ago. I built it from scratch with nothing but a used laptop, an idea, and a ton of sleepless nights. Now, I live in a decent house on the outskirts of town, drive a reliable car I paid for in cash, and, until recently, set aside part of every month's earnings for vacations I never had time to take. My younger brother, Joel, took a different path. Or rather, he didn't take much of a path at all. He's 31, still lives at home, and has cycled through more passion projects than I can count. App developer, life coach, crypto guru. Now he's apparently into NFTs, though I'm pretty sure he couldn't explain what one is if you paid him. And my parents? They treat him like he's some misunderstood genius, just one lucky break away from making it big. The brunch table was laid out like something from a Hallmark movie. Quiche, glazed ham, those little deviled eggs my mom always overboils. We sat in the dining room with the big bay window open, letting in the breeze, and for a moment, I actually let myself think this year might be different. Maybe we'd just eat, catch up, and part ways without the usual landmine of passive-aggressive digs and guilt tripping. Joel had been unusually quiet so far, poking at his food and checking his phone every few minutes. Mom fluttered around, pouring mimosas like she was hosting the Oscars, and Dad, stoic, silver-haired, the type who wears a button-down even at home, sat at the head of the table, napkin folded precisely on his lap. We were mid-conversation about some random article my mom read about air fryers when Dad cleared his throat in that slow, deliberate way he does when he's about to deliver something important. Everyone paused. Even Joel looked up from his phone. "Nathan," Dad said, setting his fork down with an audible clink. "Family means sacrifice." I already knew where this was going. That phrase was a warning shot. A smooth, calculated entry into a conversation that had clearly been decided without me. I gave him a tight smile, the kind you wear like armor, and waited. "You'll be covering your brother's debts," he continued, pointing his fork at me as if that made it more official. No questions asked. The air in the room changed. It wasn't just a request, it was a decree. One passed down from a throne I never asked to kneel before. Joel didn't flinch. Mom just smiled, folding her hands in front of her like a satisfied schoolteacher watching a lesson unfold exactly as planned. I set my glass down slowly. "What debts?" Dad's jaw tensed, but it was Joel who answered, his voice casually annoyed, like I was the one being unreasonable. "It's just some startup stuff. A few loans, some back rent. It's not a big deal." "How much?" I asked, already knowing I wouldn't like the answer. 42 grand, Dad said, as if he were announcing the weather. My breath caught. I leaned back in my chair, trying to process the number. Joel shrugged and took a sip of orange juice. "It's really not that much. You make that in what, a few months?" I looked at my mother. She gave me a look that was both pleading and smug, like this was my chance to be the good son. "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice low but steady. Dad nodded once. "Family looks out for each other. And this was your plan all along." I scanned their faces. To spring this on me at brunch. No one said anything. That silence was louder than any response. I could feel the anger rising in me, but it wasn't the hot, explosive kind. It was cold, slow, and sharp, like ice cracking underfoot. This wasn't just about the money. It was about everything they'd assumed. That my success meant I owed them. That because I'd worked hard and made something of myself, I was now a piggy bank for Joel's disasters. That my choices, my sacrifices, meant nothing compared to the golden boy fantasy they'd built around my brother. I stood up calmly, not slamming my chair back, not raising my voice. Just stood. I pulled my keys from my pocket and set them on the table. The soft clink echoed louder than I expected. Then I guessed this house, this car, and that vacation fund, I said, my voice cutting through the room like a knife. All going with me. Mom's smile faded. Joel froze. Dad narrowed his eyes. I leaned forward slightly. Family means choices, I said. And I'm finally making mine. And with that, I walked out of the dining room, out of the house, and didn't look back. But what I didn't tell them, what they still don't know, is that this wasn't the first time they'd pulled something like this. And I wasn't about to let it happen again. You see, Easter was just the beginning. Let me back up a bit. Because if I'm going to tell this right, you need to understand the full scope of how long this has been building. The debt? That was just the latest brick in a wall they've been stacking behind my back for years. It started when I was a teenager. Joel always had this shine to him. Not in a charming way, more like a spotlight constantly following him around, courtesy of our parents. If he got a B on a test, it was framed on the fridge. If I brought home straight A's, it was expected. When I got my first job at 16, stocking shelves at a grocery store, Dad said it would teach me responsibility. When Joel got fired from 2 summer jobs in a row, they blamed the managers for not understanding his potential. I remember once when I was 19, home for the summer from college, I caught Joel sneaking into the garage late at night. Turns out he'd borrowed my car, without asking, and sideswiped a mailbox. I found out because I saw the dent and confronted him. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Don't be such a narc." And when I told my parents, they grounded me for escalating things. That was the moment I realized something wasn't right. That they had this deep, inexplicable loyalty to him that didn't extend to me. But I was young, and I told myself it would pass. That maybe, once I graduated, got a job, built a life, things would even out. They didn't. When I got my first apartment, I paid for it with a signing bonus from my internship. When Joel moved out for the first time at 25, my parents co-signed a lease and paid his first 6 months of rent. When he failed to make payments after that, they called me. "Nathan," Mom said sweetly on the phone, "your brother's just going through a rough patch." "He's 27, I replied. "That patch is starting to look permanent." She didn't laugh. She just sighed. "You've always been so responsible. You know we're proud of you." Proud. That word always felt hollow. Like it was a consolation prize for being the one who kept the wheels turning while Joel steered the family car off every cliff in sight. And every time they bailed him out, I felt it chipping away at me. Not the money, though sometimes they asked for that too, but the assumption. The unspoken rule that I'd always show up. Always fix it. Always pick up the pieces. So when they dropped the 42 grand bombshell on Easter Sunday, it wasn't just a betrayal. It was a confirmation of everything I'd quietly suspected but never wanted to admit. They didn't see me as a son. They saw me as a solution. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat on my balcony, listening to the wind and thinking through everything. The years of quiet obedience. The swallowed frustration. The vacations I'd postponed. The relationships I'd let fade because I was too busy trying to be the dependable one. The good son. The backup plan. But I wasn't going to be their plan anymore. What they didn't know, what I hadn't told anyone yet, was that I'd been working on something. Something big. And suddenly, I knew exactly how I was going to use it. But that part, that comes later. For now, let's just say this. My parents think I walked out of that brunch empty-handed. They have no idea what I took with me. I didn't hear from my parents for 2 weeks after Easter. No calls, no texts, not even a passive-aggressive email from Mom pretending to check in while squeezing in a reminder that Joel was struggling. The silence was deafening and, honestly, kind of welcome. I spent those days focusing on work, on myself, and on finally taking some time to breathe. For once, I wasn't rearranging my schedule to help Joel move out of another failed lease or sitting on tense family Zoom calls trying to mediate some new drama they'd dragged me into. But peace doesn't last long when you're the designated fixer in a dysfunctional family. On the 15th day after brunch, the silence cracked. I was in the middle of reviewing quarterly numbers for my company when I got the call. It was Mom. I hesitated before answering. I even let it ring a few times longer than usual, part of me debating whether to just ignore it. But curiosity won out. "Hi, Mom," I said flatly. There was a pause, then that familiar, syrupy voice. "Nathan, sweetie, I've been worried sick. Why haven't you called?" I didn't answer right away. I wasn't going to play this game. She sighed, as if she were the victim. "Anyway, we need to talk. Can you come by the house tonight?" "Why?" "It's about Joel. He's in trouble." "Of course he is. I thought I made myself clear at Easter," I said. "I'm not your ATM." "This isn't about money," she replied quickly, but I could already hear the tension in her voice. "Please, Nathan, just come." I don't know why I agreed. Maybe it was habit. Maybe a small, stupid part of me still wanted to believe my parents could change. That they might finally see Joel for who he really was and stop treating me like the safety net they never had to build for him themselves. When I pulled into the driveway that evening, the porch light was already on. I noticed Joel's beat-up sedan parked in the street. A surprise, since he usually parked in the driveway like he owned the place. I stepped inside without knocking. The air smelled like cinnamon candles and reheated coffee, nostalgic, but suffocating. They were all waiting for me in the living room. Dad in his usual chair, stiff and unsmiling. Mom perched on the edge of the couch, twisting a napkin in her hands, and Joel slouched in the armchair, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like a sulking teenager. "Nathan," Dad said by way of greeting, his tone clipped. "Sit down." "I'm good standing," I replied. Mom jumped in. "We've had a very serious situation come up." She looked at Joel and gave him a little nod. He rolled his eyes, but sat forward. "I got into some legal stuff," he said, like he was announcing he'd gotten a parking ticket. "Legal stuff?" He didn't answer. Mom did. Joel took out a loan from some private lenders. He was trying to get his NFT project off the ground. It didn't work out, and now they're asking for repayment. With interest. I stared at them. "And this is what to do with me." "They're threatening him," Mom whispered. "They came to the house. They know where we live." My blood ran cold. Not out of fear, but fury. "And you let them in?" I asked. "They didn't break in or anything," Joel barked. "They just showed up. It's not a big deal." I turned to my parents. "So now he's dragged criminal lenders to your door, and you want me to what? Handle it? Clean it up?" "Again. We thought maybe you could talk to someone," Dad said. "You know people. Business people. Maybe someone could negotiate." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You want me to play fixer for the guy who keeps setting fire to everything he touches?" Dad's face tightened. "You always do this, Nathan. You act like you're better than everyone." "No," I snapped. "I just act like someone who takes responsibility for his life." Joel stood up, fists clenched. "I knew you'd be a jerk about it." "Oh, I'm the jerk? You bring loan sharks to our parents' front door, and I'm the problem?" Mom tried to cut in, but I raised my hand. "No, I'm done. Whatever hole he's in, he can climb out of it himself. I'm not throwing away everything I've worked for just so he can fail upward again." I turned to leave, but Dad stood up and raised his voice, something he rarely did. "If you walk out of this house tonight, Nathan, you're cutting ties. You don't come back from this." I paused at the door, jaw tight. Then maybe it's time I stopped coming back. I didn't wait for a response. I walked out and didn't look back. That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, not just with anger, but with clarity. For years, I'd been trying to convince myself that someday they'd see me, not as a wallet, not as a scapegoat, but as a person. But all they saw was what I could give. And then it got worse. 3 days later, I got a call from my bank. A polite but concerned voice on the other end asked me to confirm a wire transfer I hadn't authorized, $14,000 pulled from one of my business accounts. I froze. "I didn't make any transfer," I said. "We flagged it because the request came from a suspicious IP address. It matched another request from last week that did go through, $6,500. That one wasn't flagged in time." My stomach dropped. After I hung up, I opened my laptop and logged into my accounts. Another $4,000 had vanished from my personal savings. The recipient? An LLC registered under a name I didn't recognize, until I searched it and found that it was one of Joel's old startups. I was stunned. He hadn't just asked for money. He'd stolen it. And he had to have gotten the information from somewhere. I tore through my memory, trying to figure out how. And then it hit me. A few months back, during a family get-together, Joel had asked to use my laptop. Said he needed to send an email. I'd handed it over without thinking twice. I never imagined he'd use that moment to plant spyware or dig through my saved passwords. But that was before I knew just how deep his entitlement went. My hands were shaking as I printed the bank records. I wanted to scream, to drive straight to my parents' house and throw the papers on the table, demand to know how they could defend him now. But I didn't. I sat with it. I let it settle. I let the betrayal sink into my bones until it hardened. This wasn't just some petty theft. This was a message. A declaration. Joel didn't see me as a brother. He saw me as a resource. And he was willing to steal from me and risk my company's financial security to get what he wanted. And my parents? If I brought this to them, I already knew how it would go. Mom would look horrified but find a way to blame stress. Dad would say I shouldn't have left my laptop unattended. Joel would deny it or play the victim, say he was desperate, that I owed him. I didn't want their apologies. I wanted something better. I wanted them to feel what I felt. So I started planning. That project I'd mentioned before, the thing I'd been quietly working on in the background, it suddenly took on a new purpose. What began as a long-term exit strategy became the first step in a very different kind of exit. I wasn't just going to cut ties. I was going to make sure that when I left, I took everything they assumed I'd always be there to provide. But before I could move, I needed to gather proof. I needed to be smart, precise, ruthless, because if they wanted war, they were about to get it. The weeks that followed were some of the darkest I've had in years. After the theft, I locked down everything, changed all my passwords, pulled funds into secure accounts, hired a forensic IT specialist to sweep my devices for malware. The guy found traces of a keylogger buried in an old Chrome extension. It had been feeding my login credentials to someone for weeks, maybe months. The install date. That same weekend Joel had borrowed my laptop. I reported it. Not to the police. Not yet. First, I wanted the facts. I needed airtight proof. So I paid for a full trace, backtracked IP addresses, subpoenaed transaction logs, everything. And piece by piece, it all pointed in the same direction. Joel. His fingerprints were all over it. He didn't even try to hide it. His name was listed as the primary manager on the fake LLC account the funds were transferred to. But what hit me hardest wasn't the betrayal. It was how easy it had been. How little thought he must have given it. Like stealing from me wasn't a big deal. Just another casual inconvenience he expected me to swallow. And worst of all, he wasn't done. That same week, I got an email from one of my vendors. They'd received a message from my assistant requesting they reroute a shipment to a new location. I never made the request. When I asked for a copy of the message, guess who the email was signed by? Nate J., Executive Assistant. Joel's middle name is James. I confronted my parents. I drove back to the house, this time with a folder full of printed statements, screenshots, and a hard drive containing every bit of digital evidence I could gather. I didn't plan on arguing. I planned on showing them, once and for all, what he was capable of. Mom answered the door. She looked surprised to see me. I need to talk to both of you, I said. She hesitated, then called for Dad. They led me to the kitchen table, the same one we'd sat around every holiday like we were a picture-perfect family. I placed the folder on the table and pushed it toward them. What's this? Dad asked. Proof. Joel's been stealing from me. Not just money, client data, vendor contacts, personal information. He planted spyware on my laptop. He's impersonated me to redirect shipments. I have timestamps, IP traces, bank logs, everything. Mom blinked rapidly. Dad opened the folder, rifled through the pages. The silence that followed stretched into something brittle. Then Mom finally spoke. You don't know that it was Joel. I stared at her. You think someone else used my laptop, logged in from his IP, transferred funds to a business he registered, using my credentials that were stolen the same weekend he used my computer? He wouldn't, she started, but her voice was weak. He did. Dad remained quiet. He looked at one page for a long time, one with Joel's name signed electronically on a fund request, and then slid the folder back to me without a word. So what do you want us to do? Mom asked, her voice cold now. Defensive. I want you to stop protecting him, I said. I want you to understand that this wasn't some mistake. He targeted me. He stole from me. And if he's willing to do that to his own brother, what makes you think he won't do worse? Neither of them answered. And that was all I needed to know. I left without another word. That night, sitting in my dark apartment, I felt something snap. Not in a dramatic, meltdown kind of way, but like a rope finally fraying at the last thread and giving out. I'd always thought I could keep the peace. That if I worked hard enough, showed up enough, sacrificed enough, they'd respect me, see me, value me. But they didn't want me. They wanted a version of me that existed only to serve Joel's narrative. The convenient brother, the reliable backup, the cash flow they didn't have to earn. I was done chasing their approval. And for a while, I just fell. I stopped going to the gym. I stopped replying to messages. My work suffered. I had to lay off 2 part-time employees just to stay solvent after covering the damage Joel's tampering had caused. A few clients pulled contracts when orders were rerouted. Embarrassing, but salvageable. Still, it hurt. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was tired. Deeply, soul-level tired. And then, one night, I found an old photo album while cleaning out a storage bin. It was dusty, the edges curled from years in a forgotten closet. Inside were pictures from high school, me and my best friend Zach goofing off with a camcorder, my first car, a rust bucket Honda I bought myself, my senior project, an early prototype for the inventory system my company now uses, and a picture of me with a caption Joel had scrawled in red marker, nerd for LYFE. I stared at that last one for a long time. Then I started to laugh. Not bitterly, just honestly, because looking at those photos, I remembered something I hadn't thought about in years. I built myself. Not them. Not their praise. Not their money. Me. And no amount of sabotage, no family guilt, no stolen cash could take that away from me. That night, I stayed up till 3 a.m., rebuilding. I reopened old business plans, cleaned up my client list, reached out to contacts I hadn't spoken to in months, told them the truth, no excuses, no sugarcoating. Someone breached my systems. It's been resolved. Here's what I'm doing to prevent it from ever happening again. To my surprise, most of them understood. Some even applauded the transparency. Within 3 weeks, 2 of those clients came back. I hired a new cybersecurity consultant, upgraded all our infrastructure, took a hit financially, but my team rallied. They believed in me, and that lit a fire I hadn't felt in months. I also started therapy, something I never thought I'd do. But man, it helped. Helped me unpack years of resentment I didn't even know I was carrying. Helped me stop trying to fix people who didn't want to be fixed. Helped me realize that setting boundaries wasn't cruel, it was necessary. My therapist said something that stuck with me. People who benefit from your silence will always call your boundaries an attack. Joel wasn't just entitled. He was enabled. Every time I bailed him out, I taught him that consequences didn't apply. And my parents? They didn't want peace. They wanted comfort. And that meant keeping Joel's world intact, no matter who had to pay for it. So I stopped paying. I blocked Joel, changed my number, moved my business to a new office, cut off every channel they could use to reach me. And it was around then that I got a letter. An actual letter, hand-delivered to my building's front desk. No return address, but I knew that handwriting anywhere. It was from Dad. Short, to the point. A single page that read, "We don't understand your hostility. Family means forgiveness. Joel is going through something, and we hoped you'd rise above. You've changed, Nathan. This isn't who we raised you to be." He was right. It wasn't. The person they raised would have kept showing up, kept writing checks, kept shrinking himself to make room for Joel's failures. But that version of me was gone. The new me? He was rebuilding. Not just a business. A life. A sense of worth that wasn't measured by how many fires I could put out for other people. And with every step forward, something inside me grew stronger. Clearer. I wasn't just going to recover. I was going to win. Not out of spite. Not even for revenge. But because nothing rattles people who expect you to crawl back more than watching you rise without them. And quietly, methodically, I began laying the groundwork for something I knew they'd never see coming. They thought I'd moved on. They had no idea I was just getting started. Rising without them felt better than I ever imagined. 6 months had passed since that Easter brunch. 6 months since my parents pointed a fork at me and expected me to fork over my soul. Since Joel gutted my accounts and still managed to look me in the eye like I was the one who betrayed him. And in those 6 months, I'd gone from scraping together business leads and licking my wounds to building something new, something stronger than before. But I never forgot. Not the look in my mother's eyes when she chose silence over defending me. Not the way my father shoved that letter under my door instead of owning his part in what happened. And definitely not the shameless gall Joel had to weaponize our own blood as leverage, like some entitled prince cut off from the royal bank. They thought I was done with them, that I'd faded away quietly, off licking my pride somewhere in exile. But I wasn't done. I wasn't licking wounds. I was sharpening teeth. And I was about to give them the education they never asked for, but so clearly deserved. In consequence, in exposure, and in just how fragile the house of cards they'd built really was. It started small, just whispers at first. See, something most people don't realize about me is that I'm not just a guy who runs a logistics company. That's what pays the bills, sure. But I'd also spent the last decade making quiet inroads into the business community, advisory groups, angel investments, small networking circles. I'd helped enough people with their shipping, sourcing, and scale that when I spoke, people listened. I'd always played that role modestly before, kept things low-key. But now, I was going to use it. The first thread I pulled was the loan. That $42,000 pit Joel had allegedly dug for himself. Turns out it wasn't just to launch some NFT project. That was the story he fed to mom and dad. But with a little digging and a quiet favor from an old friend of mine in financial services, I learned the real reason. Joel had racked up gambling debts. Not just friendly poker night stuff either. He was in deep with a couple of unlicensed online betting syndicates, and one of them had started threatening collections in a way that made even me wince. But instead of facing it, Joel tried to invest his way out of the hole by launching a fake crypto token. The token's site, a slapdash one-pager filled with buzzwords and stolen code, had been taken down, but not before he scammed several local investors out of nearly $20,000. The reason they hadn't pressed charges yet? Simple. Most of them were embarrassed. These weren't Wall Street types. These were everyday people, family friends, co-workers, neighbors. People who trusted the promising young entrepreneur their pastor had mentioned, or who met Joel at a barbecue and liked his charm. They didn't want a legal mess. They wanted their money back. I made a list. Every person he'd scammed. Every vendor he'd ghosted. Every shady crypto Discord he'd joined under an alias and posted pump and dump schemes in. I tracked the timelines, the usernames, the transfers. My IT guy, same one who traced the spyware, pieced together a profile that could put a financial fraud unit to shame. But I wasn't handing it over. Not yet. See, revenge, the real kind, isn't about screaming in someone's face and storming out the door. It's about timing. An opportunity. Which brings me to my uncle Victor. Victor is my dad's older brother. He's been a quiet fixture in our family my whole life. The kind of guy who never really took sides, who'd show up to birthdays with a quiet smile and a firm handshake, then disappear before the cake was cut. I always thought he was distant. Turns out, he was just watching. After my fallout with the family, Victor reached out. We met at a little lakeside diner. I wasn't sure what to expect, but he skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I know what Joel did, he said over coffee. I blinked. How? I've got ears. And friends. And frankly, your parents stopped listening to reason a long time ago. I warned them about coddling him. They didn't listen. I sat back. So why tell me? He gave me a long look. Because you're the one who kept your head down and worked. You built something. And you got burned. That's not right. And it's time someone helped you do something about it. That was the moment I realized I wasn't alone. Victor, as it turns out, had been quietly building his own network for years. He wasn't flashy, but he owned a decent share of properties and had a few connections in city council and local media. More importantly, he detested financial fraud. I see people like Joel every day, he said, and I see what happens when no one holds them accountable. They just keep climbing higher on the backs of the people they hurt. He pushed a manila envelope across the table. Here's what I've gathered. Use it if you want. Or don't. But I thought you should have it. Inside was a full report on Joel's crypto activities. Even I hadn't found some of the accounts he'd uncovered. Turns out, Joel had registered a secondary LLC in my father's name to move funds more discreetly, a fact I was confident Dad didn't know about. Now I had leverage. All I needed was the right moment to use it. So I waited. And while I waited, I rebuilt. I restructured my company, brought in a new COO to handle operations, and freed myself to focus on strategy and growth. I launched a side project, a mentorship program for young entrepreneurs trying to get started without drowning in debt. I reached out to some of the people Joel had scammed and offered them consulting help for free. Not to fix what Joel broke, but to prove that not all of us were the same last name with the same recklessness. And the more I rose, the more I saw the cracks forming back home. Joel was flailing. With the crypto scheme dead and the loan sharks circling, he tried launching a financial coaching YouTube channel. lasted 3 weeks before the comment section buried him in screenshots and accusations. He started dating the daughter of one of my father's business partners, probably thinking he could charm his way into legitimacy, but that imploded when she learned about his investors. He was drowning. And my parents? They were spiraling with him. Their retirement savings were drying up. I learned from Victor that they'd taken out a second mortgage on the house to cover one of Joel's business emergencies. My father had quietly started liquidating small assets, a boat, some old collectibles, even his golf membership, trying to plug the leak without ever admitting the ship was sinking. But still, no apology. Not a call. Not a text. Nothing. So I made my move. The town hosts an annual business expo every fall, a kind of who's who of local success stories, vendors, tech startups, and investors. It's a big deal, and this year, they'd invited me to give the keynote. Joel showed up too. He wasn't invited, of course, but he somehow slipped in under one of his shell company names and claimed a vendor booth for his financial literacy coaching service. It was laughable. He had a banner printed with stock photos and a slogan he clearly ripped off from a TED Talk. But the moment I saw him, I knew it was time. I walked past his booth, paused just long enough for him to notice, and nodded politely. He didn't say a word, just stared. That evening, during the keynote, I told my story. Not with names, not with dramatics, just facts. I spoke about trust, betrayal, and the cost of enabling mediocrity. I spoke about building something with your own hands and watching others try to steal it, believing they were entitled to what they never earned. I spoke about boundaries and how the most powerful word in business is no. And when I was done, I shared a new initiative, a fraud prevention program I'd been building with Victor's help, one that would support small business owners who'd been taken advantage of by friends, family, or fake partners. We were launching a resource center, a legal aid network, and a scholarship fund for young entrepreneurs who'd been burned trying to chase a dream. The applause was thunderous. Joel. He slipped out before the last round of questions. 2 days later, I released a full expose, anonymously, through a journalist friend Victor connected me with. It detailed Joel's scam, the fake investments, the stolen LLCs, the crypto tokens, every piece of evidence, laid out in black and white. Names were redacted, but if you knew the players, it was obvious. Fallout came fast, and I wasn't done yet. I didn't need to gloat. That's the thing people misunderstand about revenge. It's not about screaming, "I told you so," or standing on the rubble with your arms raised like some kind of twisted hero. The best revenge is when they destroy themselves. You just hand them the mirror. And Joel, he looked in the mirror and shattered. 3 days after the expose dropped, he went into full panic mode. I know this because 2 separate people, one from the local business council, the other from a nearby co-working space he frequented, forwarded me messages he'd sent, begging them to publicly deny the allegations and clear his name. But no one did, because the evidence spoke for itself. Wire transfers, company registrations, screenshot after screenshot of promises made and money never returned. All time-stamped, all verifiable, and all public now. I didn't attach my name to the expose. I didn't need to. But I made sure the right people knew where to look if they were curious. The fallout was immediate. The local Chamber of Commerce revoked his vendor credentials. The coaching service he'd been trying to push was flagged for financial misrepresentation. The bank that held the LLC accounts began an internal investigation and froze the funds. And Joel? He went to my parents. That part, I only know secondhand, from Victor. Apparently, Joel showed up at their house at 2 a.m., banging on the door like a man possessed. He was shouting about betrayal, about how someone was out to get him, how everyone turned against me. According to Victor, who got the story from a neighbor, Joel was sobbing in the front yard by dawn. The next morning, my mother called me. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail, shaky voice, somewhere between angry and terrified, asking me if I had anything to do with the article. She didn't say expose. She didn't say investigation. She said article, like it was a tabloid rumor, not a carefully constructed portfolio of her son's crimes. I didn't respond. I got a call from my father that evening. He didn't leave a voicemail. The next day, I got a text from an unknown number. Just one line. "You ruined your brother. Hope it was worth it." I blocked it, but I screenshotted it first, just in case. Joel went into hiding after that, deleted his social media, shut down his website, canceled the fake business seminars he'd been planning at the community center. A few of the people he scammed came forward publicly once the article made waves, and that pushed it to the local news. No names were released on air. Again, still technically anonymous. But people started putting the pieces together. Joel's face, already known from his brief YouTube stint, was suddenly everywhere in whispers and group chats. That's when the lawsuit started. First was a small claims suit from a teacher he'd convinced to invest $5,000 into his crypto fund. Then another, a 19-year-old kid who gave Joel his graduation money in exchange for a 200% return by Christmas. And then a third, a single mom who trusted him because they went to the same church. 3 suits turned into 5, then 8, then 12. Victor and I watched it unfold with quiet detachment. He never pushed for anything dramatic. He just kept feeding me quiet updates. He said he'd never seen justice served so neatly. And me? I got back to work. I refocused my energy on the scholarship fund, now named the Boundary Grant, a little inside joke for myself. I hosted workshops, consulted for young startups, made a few smart investments. The media buzz around the expose actually gave my company a small PR boost. A few outlets even called it a rare case of silent entrepreneurship fighting back against fraud. I never claimed credit. I never needed to. But one moment will stay with me forever. It was a month after the expose. I stopped by the grocery store late one night, just grabbing some snacks after a long day, and as I stood in the checkout line, I heard a voice behind me. Nathan. I turned. It was Mr. Cormick, my old high school economics teacher. He looked exactly the same, only grayer, with that same half smile and kind eyes. I thought that was you, he said. Saw your name on the scholarship site. That's you, right? I nodded. Yeah, that's me. He nodded, too, and lowered his voice. I read the article. The real one. I don't know if it was you who leaked it, but thank you. That guy almost convinced my niece to cash out her Roth IRA. I didn't say anything, just nodded again. But he patted me on the shoulder and added something I'll never forget. It's not easy to stand up to family. Most people don't. Most people let it slide. But you didn't. He paused. You saved more people than you know. And then he walked away. That hit me harder than I expected. Because all those months of therapy, rebuilding, silence, they'd taught me a lot. About strength. About worth. About choosing your peace over their comfort. But hearing someone say it out loud? That was different. Joel didn't go to jail. Not yet, anyway. Most of the lawsuits settled. He paid back what he could, probably using whatever was left of my parents' equity. A few of the investors, out of compassion or exhaustion, dropped the charges altogether. My guess is he'll eventually try to disappear, maybe change his name, pop up in some new state as a consultant or strategist, or whatever snake oil term is trending next. But anyone who Googles him will find the trail. That can't be wiped. As for my parents, they never apologized. Not once. Not for doubting me. Not for enabling Joel. Not for calling me the problem when I was the only one brave enough to say enough. But I don't need their apology. Because now, when I look in the mirror, I don't see the fixer. The scapegoat. The walking wallet. I see the man who walked out of Easter brunch with nothing and came back with everything. And Joel? He lost the one thing he never thought he'd need. Someone who believed in him. Family means sacrifice, my father once said. He was right. I just stopped sacrificing myself. And I never gave them another fork to point. Growing up, I never felt like I belonged. Don't get me wrong. My parents loved me, I guess. But there was always something about the way they looked at my brother that made it clear he was the favorite. The firstborn. The one who could do no wrong. His name was Chris, and if you'd met him, you'd know exactly what I mean. He was the kind of guy who could walk into a room and immediately make everyone laugh. He had that charm, that confidence that just came naturally to him. No matter what he did, he could convince anyone that it was the right thing. And of course, that included my parents. Me? I wasn't like that. I was more reserved, a little quieter. I worked hard to get good grades, to make my parents proud, but it never felt like enough. No matter how hard I tried, Chris always seemed to be the one who got all the attention. It wasn't even intentional, or at least it didn't feel that way at first. It was just that everything he did felt right to them. To everyone, really. When we got older, it started to sting. In school, he was the star athlete, the guy everyone wanted to hang out with. He'd get praised by teachers, invited to all the cool parties. Meanwhile, I was just kind of there. My achievements didn't seem to matter as much. It was always Chris this and Chris that, and I just felt like I was fading into the background. I know it sounds petty, but it's hard not to feel like that when your own parents seem to always pick the other kid. I'm not saying they didn't love me. There were just moments where it felt like they didn't even see me. So when Chris graduated high school, I figured, maybe this time, things would be different. Maybe they'd finally acknowledge my accomplishments. I had worked hard for my grades, for the extracurriculars I was involved in, and yeah, I didn't have the same social charm as Chris, but I had my own strengths. But then came the big moment, the graduation gift. I didn't expect anything huge, but I hoped it would be something that showed they were proud of me, something thoughtful. What I didn't expect was the way they went all out for Chris. Chris's graduation came, and as expected, my parents were all over it. The house was decorated with balloons, banners, and cake. It was like the entire event was made just for him. People were talking about what a great guy he was, how far he'd come, and all his accomplishments. Meanwhile, I was just there in the background, trying to pretend that it didn't bother me. But when the moment finally came to hand out gifts, it felt like everything else just faded away. They called Chris to the front, and my parents handed him an envelope. His grin stretched from ear to ear as he tore it open. Inside was a ticket. No, a vacation ticket. A luxury vacation to Europe for him and a friend, paid for entirely by them. My parents were beaming with pride as they announced it to everyone in the room. Chris was speechless with excitement. I could feel my chest tightening. I should have been happy for him, right? After all, this was his moment. He worked hard. He deserved it. At least that's what I told myself. But the more I thought about it, the worse I felt. Why not me? I never asked for anything extravagant. I didn't expect a trip to Europe, but it was hard to ignore the stark contrast between Chris's lavish gift and what I was about to receive. I couldn't help but wonder if I'd even get anything at all. Then it was my turn. My parents looked at me with that same smile they'd always given me, the one that said, "You're a good kid, we love you, but you're just not the one who needs the attention." My mom handed me an envelope, and I opened it slowly, trying not to let my disappointment show on my face. Inside was a pile of bills. I stared at them for a moment, my heart sinking. The bills weren't even for anything I'd done. They were just random, unpaid bills, some for utilities, some for things that had been overdue for months. I felt the weight of them in my hands like they were suffocating me. "Your father and I thought you'd appreciate this more," my mom said, her voice almost apologetic. "You're more responsible than Chris, so we thought it'd be a good way to help you learn the importance of responsibility in the real world." I don't know what hurt more, the fact that they thought this was an appropriate gift or the fact that they couldn't even acknowledge how hard I had worked. I could hear Chris laughing with his friends in the background, talking about how amazing his trip was going to be. I could see my parents looking at him, practically glowing with pride. And there I was, holding a stack of bills in my hands, feeling invisible. I had had enough. Without thinking, I stood up, threw the bills back onto the table, and grabbed my coat. "Thanks for nothing," I muttered, barely audible. I turned and walked out of the room, out of the house, without saying another word. I didn't look back as I walked out of the door. The sound of my parents calling after me echoed in my mind, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The sting of that gift was too much, and I needed to escape. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay there. Not under their roof, not with the weight of their disappointment hanging over me. I didn't go back for a few days. I ended up staying with a friend, someone who understood the situation, though they didn't quite get why it bothered me so much. I didn't have an answer for them either, not at first. It wasn't just about the gift. It wasn't even about the vacation. It was about how invisible I had felt my entire life, how my parents had always treated me like an afterthought. Chris got all the attention, all the love, all the praise, and I had just been expected to stand by and take it, to accept whatever scraps they tossed my way and be thankful. It wasn't fair. But that night, as I lay awake in my friend's spare room, I realized something important. I didn't need their approval anymore. In fact, I didn't need them at all. I wasn't going to let this define me. I wasn't going to let their negligence and favoritism dictate who I was or who I could become. That I had dreams. I had goals. And even if they didn't see me, even if they didn't think I was worth celebrating, I was going to make something of myself. I was going to show them, and maybe even Chris, that I didn't need their validation. The next few weeks were a blur. I moved out of my parents' house for good and found a small apartment. I was determined to take control of my own life, even if it meant doing it without them. I poured myself into my work, taking on every project I could, picking up extra hours, building my own reputation, and slowly but surely, it started to pay off. I wasn't making much at first, but every paycheck felt like a victory. Every step I took toward independence was a small rebellion against the years of neglect. I didn't care if they noticed. In fact, I didn't want them to. I was doing this for me. But deep down, part of me still wondered, would they ever reach out? Would they regret what they had done? And then, one day, the phone rang. I glanced at my phone, my heart skipping a beat. The caller ID read Mom. I hadn't heard from her or Dad since I left. It had been weeks, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to hear what they had to say, but there was a part of me that couldn't ignore it. Part of me still wondered if they'd realize their mistake. I stared at the phone for a moment, my thumb hovering over the decline button. But before I could make up my mind, I took a deep breath and hit accept. Hello? I said, trying to keep my voice calm, though I could feel the anger bubbling just beneath the surface. There was a pause on the other end. Then my mom's voice cracked. We've been trying to reach you. Please, can we talk? I wasn't sure what to say. I wanted to yell at her, tell her how much everything had hurt, how unfair it had all been. But something stopped me. Maybe it was the years of longing for their approval. Maybe it was just the rawness of hearing her voice again after so much silence. I'm listening, I said, my voice colder than I intended. There was a long silence on her end, and when she finally spoke again, I could tell she was struggling with her words. We didn't mean it, you know? We never meant to hurt you. We've been talking about it for weeks, and we know we made a huge mistake. I could hear my dad in the background now, his voice faint but audible. We should have never treated you like that, he said. You've always been more responsible, more mature than Chris. We were wrong, and we regret it. I felt a lump form in my throat, but I swallowed it down. Why are you calling now? I asked, the question slipping out before I could stop it. Why didn't you realize this sooner? Why didn't you see me when it mattered? My mom's voice cracked again. We were so focused on Chris. We thought you didn't need the attention, that you were fine on your own. But we were wrong. We've been wrong about so many things, and now we see it. I felt a strange mix of emotions. On one hand, I wanted to scream at them for everything they had done. But on the other, part of me still longed for them to be proud of me, to finally see me for who I was. I had built my life up from nothing, and I had done it all without their help. But did I want them to come crawling back now? Did I even need them? Before I could answer, my mom continued, we just want you to come home. We miss you, and we need your help. We've fallen on hard times, and we don't know where else to turn. I froze. The weight of her words settled over me like a heavy fog. We need your help. The phrase echoed in my mind. All the pain, all the years of feeling like I wasn't enough, like I wasn't seen. Now they wanted me. But for what? Was this genuine? Or were they just trying to take advantage of me now that they saw what I had accomplished? I had worked so hard to build my life, to make something of myself without them. And now they wanted a piece of it. I took a deep breath, steadying myself before speaking. Help you with what, exactly? My mom's voice wavered. Dad lost his job a few months ago, and I've been trying to pick up extra hours at the store, but it's not enough. We're falling behind on bills, on everything. We just can't keep up. We thought we could do it ourselves, but it's been harder than we expected. I felt a strange mix of anger and pity. It hurt to hear them struggle, but at the same time, it felt like an opportunistic move. Now that they were in need, they were turning to me, the same person they had ignored for so long. And you think I can help you? I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. After everything that happened, now you want me to bail you out? There was another long pause. We never meant to push you away, my dad said softly. We know we made mistakes, and we're sorry. But please, if you can help us, we'll do whatever it takes to make things right with you. I felt a pang in my chest. The old me, the one who longed for their approval, might have given in. I could have gone back home, helped them out, and pretended like everything was fine. Maybe I could have fixed things. But that wasn't the person I was anymore. I had built my own life. I didn't owe them anything. And no matter how badly I wanted their validation, I knew that my worth wasn't tied to whether or not they could see it. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "but I can't help you. I've worked too hard to get to where I am. I've earned everything I have, and I'm not going to give it up because you suddenly realized you need me." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. I could hear my mom sniffling, and it made me feel guilty, but the feeling was fleeting. This wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. "Please," she pleaded. "We didn't mean for it to get this bad. We just didn't know what we were doing. We're sorry for everything." I swallowed hard. "You're sorry, but I don't think you really get it. You never saw me for who I was. You always thought I didn't need anything, but I was the one who was there. I was the one who was responsible, who held things together when it was falling apart. And yet, you treated me like I didn't matter." There was a long pause, and I could tell that they were processing what I was saying. But it didn't change the truth. "I've moved on," I said finally. "I'm not the person I was when I left. I'm stronger now. I don't need you to tell me I'm worth something. I know that now." And with that, I hung up the phone. The silence after I hung up felt strange, almost too quiet, as if I was waiting for something to happen, but I wasn't sure what. I stared at my phone for a long time, the screen dark, my finger lingering over the end call button, as if there was more to say. But there wasn't. Nothing they could say would change how I felt, and deep down, I knew that the moment I walked away, things were over. For good, I went back to work the next day, pouring myself into every project. It felt like a strange form of therapy. Each task, each success, another layer of emotional armor being built around me. I didn't need them to validate my worth anymore. I had proven to myself that I was capable of succeeding on my own, and nothing was going to take that away. Still, the calls kept coming. Not just from my mom, but from Chris, too. He texted me once, then again, asking if I was okay, if we could talk. At first, I thought about ignoring him, but curiosity won out, and I answered, "Hey," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. "I don't know what happened," Chris began, his voice laced with confusion. "Mom and Dad are freaking out. They say you're not talking to them anymore. What's going on?" I could hear the faintest hint of concern in his voice, but I wasn't fooled. Chris had always known how to play the part, how to act like the caring sibling when it suited him. I had spent my whole life playing second fiddle to his every whim, and now, even though he sounded genuine, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just another manipulation. "I don't think you'd understand," I replied quietly. "It's not just about what happened with Mom and Dad. It's everything. I'm done trying to prove myself to people who never cared enough to see me for who I am." There was a long pause. "I get it," Chris finally said, and his voice was soft, almost apologetic. "I know I've messed up, and I've never been there for you the way I should have been. I'm sorry for that. But don't let this destroy us, okay? You're family. You can't just shut everyone out." I didn't answer right away. Part of me wanted to forgive him, to believe that he was sincere, but I had learned the hard way that words didn't always match actions. Chris wasn't the same person he pretended to be, and I wasn't going to fall for it again. "I don't know if we can go back to how things were," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "But I'm not going to keep pretending like everything's fine. Not for them, not for you, not for anyone." Another long pause. Then, "I get it," Chris said again, his voice distant this time, like he was already starting to give up. "I just hope you're doing okay." I ended the conversation right there. It wasn't closure, but it was enough. I wasn't going to chase any false hopes or try to fix what had been broken for years. What mattered now was my future, the life I was building for myself, without them. It's been months now, and I've come so far from that phone call. I've climbed higher in my career, built new friendships, and found a sense of fulfillment that I never thought was possible. But as time goes on, I can't help but wonder, will they ever truly understand the cost of what they've done? Or is it too late for any of us to make things right? Then one day, I get a letter. I stared at the envelope for a long time, unsure if I even wanted to open it. The handwriting on the front was unmistakable, Mom's. I hadn't heard from them in months, and frankly, I hadn't expected to. After everything that happened, I wasn't sure I even cared enough to read whatever they had to say. But curiosity got the best of me. I ripped the envelope open and pulled out the letter inside, already bracing myself for the same old fake apologies and half-hearted excuses. "Dear son," it started. "We hope this letter finds you well. We've spent the last few months reflecting on everything that's happened, and we've realized how much we took you for granted. We can never undo the pain we caused, but we want you to know how deeply sorry we are." I let out a short, humorless laugh. "Sorry, huh? Sure." The same tired words, the same empty apologies I'd heard 1,000 times. I skimmed through the rest, rolling my eyes at every sentence. "We've seen how far you've come," it continued. "Your success hasn't gone unnoticed, and we're proud of you. We know we didn't show it enough, but we want you to know that we've always been proud, even if we never said it. You've always been more responsible than we gave you credit for, and we're sorry for not supporting you the way you deserved." Yeah, right. Now they were proud of me? After all the years of treating me like second best to Chris, after all the ways they overlooked me, they could take their pride and shove it. "We've also realized that we can't keep pretending we don't need you," the letter went on. "We were too proud to admit it before, but now we see the truth. We need you, not just for your help, but for your forgiveness. We want to make amends, and we hope you'll give us the chance." I chuckled bitterly and shook my head. Make amends? That's rich. After everything, now they suddenly needed me? After all the years of neglecting me, now they were crawling back, hoping I'd just forget it all and be their golden child again. No chance. I tossed the letter aside, barely even finishing it. The thought of going back to them, of falling into that toxic dynamic again, made me sick. They had their chance. They blew it, and I've come too far to let them back in now. I shrugged it off and got back to work. There was nothing to think about. The past was the past. I was done. Days passed, and life went on. I threw myself even deeper into my work, not because I had to, but because I genuinely enjoyed it. My career was growing, my reputation was building, and it felt good. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was trying to prove myself to anyone. It was just me, moving forward, with no strings holding me back. But no matter how busy I kept myself, there were moments when my phone buzzed and my stomach dropped. It was either Mom or Chris again, always trying to get through to me. At first, I ignored their calls and messages, but then the messages became more desperate. One afternoon, I couldn't help but glance at my phone when I saw a message from Chris. "I know you're angry. Please just let us talk," he wrote. "Mom and Dad are really sorry. They've been crying for days. They miss you. Please don't cut us out of your life like this." I almost laughed out loud. Crying? Seriously? They had gone on with their lives as if I was the problem all these years, and now they were crying. They didn't even know the meaning of regret until they saw how much I was thriving without them. I didn't even bother responding. I wasn't going to get sucked into their guilt trip again. And besides, I wasn't the one who needed to apologize. But the calls kept coming. One day, I finally picked up, just to get it over with. "What is it, Chris?" I asked, my voice sharp. There was a slight pause before he responded, and when he spoke, there was an edge of desperation in his voice. "They're begging you to come back. They miss you. They said they'll do anything. They just want you to come home." I rolled my eyes and leaned back in my chair, crossing my arms. "Tell them I'm not interested in being the family's punching bag anymore. If they really want me back, they should have thought of that before they treated me like I was invisible." He didn't say anything at first. I could hear him sigh on the other end of the line, clearly frustrated, but also defeated. "Look, I get it," Chris finally said. "I know I screwed up too, but I just don't want to see you keep pushing everyone away. Your family. We're your family." I didn't respond right away. I let the silence stretch for a moment, then said, "You're not my family. You're my parents. And there's a big difference. I don't need them to feel complete, and I don't need anyone's approval to succeed." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Finally, Chris spoke again, quieter this time. "Okay, I just thought, maybe you'd want to come back and let us make it right. I'm already making things right for myself. I don't need you guys to fix anything. Just stay out of my life." And with that, I hung up. Months passed, and despite everything, my life continued to rise. I had built something for myself, something real, and it felt good to finally be free of the toxic weight of my past. My parents kept trying to reach out, sending gifts, messages, and even visiting places I frequented, hoping to catch me. But I stood firm, knowing that forgiveness wasn't something I owed them. It had to be earned. One day, I received another message, this time from my mom. "We miss you more than you know. We're so proud of you. I hope you'll find it in your heart to come back home." I read the message, put my phone down, and took a deep breath. The decision had already been made. I wasn't going back. I had learned the hard way that I was the one who needed to value myself, not wait around for anyone else's approval. I wasn't angry anymore, but I wasn't going to put myself in a position where I had to prove anything to anyone. In the end, I had everything I needed: my success, my self-worth, and the freedom to build the life I deserved. And for the first time in years, I could finally say I was truly free. The chapter with my family, it was over, and I was okay with that.
This story really shows the tough decision of choosing yourself over family when they never truly supported you. It's about knowing your worth and moving on from the past. What do you think? Was the main character right to cut ties, or is there always a chance to fix things? Let me know in the comments.
My sister told me I was the reason our parents' marriage fell apart during a family dinner. Everyone laughed, except me. So I quietly left and haven't spoken to any of them since. Now they're bombarding me with messages saying, "I'm 34 years old, and I've always been the one who keeps to the background. You know, the one who doesn't make waves. It wasn't always that way, but it sure feels like it now. I've got two siblings, Jenna, who's the perfect one, and then me, the one who got the short end of the stick. And somewhere in between us is my older brother, Dean, who's always been a bit of a wild card. But let's focus on me for now. I've never been the one to stand out. I wasn't the kid who got straight A's or made the soccer team, or even really got noticed at family gatherings. But for a while, I thought I was okay with that. I thought it didn't matter that I wasn't the one who could do no wrong. I figured that being unnoticed meant I wouldn't have to deal with the drama. And for a long time, that was true. But it all started to change the day our parents announced they were getting divorced. I was 25 at the time. I remember sitting in the living room, just staring at them both, trying to process what they were saying. I think I was mostly stunned into silence. I wasn't angry, not yet. Anyway, but I remember feeling a sinking feeling in my stomach. It was the kind of feeling that you get when you realize the world as you know it is about to change in ways you can't predict. The divorce didn't really affect Jenna much. Or at least, it didn't seem to. She was always the golden child, the one who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. She had a good job, a husband, a house, everything they'd always wanted for me, but somehow never could give me. She seemed to glide through life, never facing any real consequences for her actions, and that was frustrating in its own right. But me? I wasn't so lucky. I'd always been the quieter one, the one who didn't have all the answers. I hadn't done anything wrong per se, but I'd always been the one they both seemed to take their frustration out on. Dad would get frustrated when I didn't make enough money. Mom would sigh whenever I mentioned I wasn't ready for a relationship. They both saw me as a disappointment in some ways, even if they never outright said it. And so when the divorce happened, it hit me hard. It wasn't just about the marriage falling apart. It was about the fact that, even though I had never caused any problems in their relationship, I was suddenly caught in the middle of it. A few years went by, and I just kind of kept my distance. The divorce was official, and we all tried to go on with our lives. Jenna had her anniversary parties, big celebrations where everything seemed perfect. Mom and Dad went their separate ways, and I stayed at the fringes, trying to play the role of the supportive but distant child. I kept thinking if I just stayed out of it, maybe everything would smooth over. But it never did. Fast forward to the dinner that changed everything. It was supposed to be a simple family gathering, a Sunday night meal at Mom and Dad's place. It had been a while since I'd seen everyone, and I decided it might be nice to just have a normal night. Nothing fancy, just a roast chicken, some mashed potatoes, and my parents trying to pretend like everything was okay. When I arrived, Jenna was already there with her husband, Mark. I'm not sure why I didn't feel more excited to see them, but there was something in the air that night, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I should have trusted that feeling. Dinner started out fairly normal. We all made small talk about the weather, about how work was going, the usual stuff. But then Jenna, being Jenna, steered the conversation to more familiar waters, herself. So she began, pushing a piece of chicken around her plate. Mark and I are thinking about throwing this huge anniversary party. You know, to celebrate our 5 years together. I was telling Mom and Dad that we should really go all out. Hire a private chef, maybe even get a band. Make it special. I could already tell that Dad wasn't thrilled about the idea. He's been struggling with his business for years now, and though he'd never admit it, money was tight. But Jenna's excitement seemed to blind her to that. Mom, of course, was all smiles, nodding along to whatever Jenna said. Mom had always been the type to support anything Jenna did, no matter how unreasonable. I remember Dad clearing his throat, looking down at his plate. He didn't say anything, but the silence was deafening. Mom noticed it too, and her expression shifted. She started to speak up, but Jenna, in her usual way, cut her off. You know, Dad, I'm surprised you're not more excited about this. I mean, you didn't exactly do much for my wedding, Jenna said, with that look on her face, the one that says she's about to make a dig and she knows it'll hit hard. Dad stiffened, his fork paused midair. He didn't say anything, but I could see the anger flicker in his eyes. Mom shifted uncomfortably in her chair. And me? I felt that uncomfortable tension in my chest. I knew where this was headed, but I didn't know how bad it would get. Actually, Jenna continued, it's kind of funny when you think about it. You're always so quiet, so distant. It's like you couldn't care less about the family. Remember, Mom? Remember when Dad just checked out? He never really came to my graduation or anything important. And you didn't help at all when I got married. I was basically on my own. Mom opened her mouth to protest, but Jenna wasn't done. And honestly, it's like everything just started falling apart after that. I mean, after all, you're the one who never seemed to care about anything, right? She turned to me, and her tone shifted, sharp, accusatory. I think you were the one who started all of this. All of it. If you hadn't been so difficult growing up, maybe none of this would have happened. You're the reason Mom and Dad aren't together anymore. I froze. My stomach dropped. My eyes locked onto Jenna's face, and in that moment, everything felt like it was closing in on me. The world outside that dinner table felt distant and unreachable. I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks, the embarrassment flooding my system. But what hurt the most wasn't the accusation, it was the fact that no one defended me. Not Dad. Not Mom. No one. Mark, who had been sitting quietly, glanced at Jenna uncomfortably, but didn't say a word. Mom avoided my gaze, staring at the table. And Dad? He just looked down, not even acknowledging me. Jenna's words hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating any hope of peace. She smiled, that smug, superior smile of hers, and I felt the anger rise in me like a tidal wave. I didn't respond. I couldn't. What could I say to that? That I wasn't responsible for their failed marriage? That I had nothing to do with their mistakes? Instead, I stood up. Slowly, calmly, and without saying a word, I walked out of the house. I left without a single goodbye. No explanation. I just walked out. That Sunday dinner wasn't the first time things had gotten ugly in the family, but it was definitely the first time it felt like the gloves were off. The first time I realized that it wasn't just me who had been walking on eggshells, Mom and Dad had been, too. They'd been pretending everything was fine for years, pretending to be a family when they clearly weren't. And when Jenna dropped that bomb on me, it wasn't just a blow to my ego, it was the moment I realized they'd been expecting me to be the one to fix it all, to keep the peace, even if it meant taking the blame for their failures. Since that night, the messages haven't stopped coming. Jenna's texts are the worst, to be honest. At first, it was just apologies, like I said before, but now it's starting to feel like manipulation. I didn't mean what I said. She messaged me last Tuesday, but you need to understand, our family is falling apart. You've always been the one who's hardest to deal with. If you just came back, things could get better. I'm not saying it's all your fault, but you have to see how things are. It's easier if we all just pretend it never happened. I stared at that message for a long time. Part of me was furious that she could try to twist this so easily, to make me the scapegoat. But another part of me just felt tired. Tired of fighting for a family that never really cared to fight for me in the first place. I didn't reply, but she didn't stop there. Oh no. Jenna kept texting, calling, trying to reel me back in. You can't keep doing this, you know. Mom and Dad are hurt. They miss you. If you don't come back, you're going to regret it. Don't be the reason we never get back together as a family. You're so good at pushing people away, aren't you? The last part, the comment about me pushing people away, hit like a punch in the gut. It was the same thing they always said when I tried to have boundaries or stand up for myself, Mom, Dad, and especially Jenna. You're too difficult. You make everything hard. Why can't you just be easygoing like everyone else? I couldn't believe that. After everything that had happened, she would still be blaming me. She wasn't sorry for what she said. She wasn't sorry for throwing my past mistakes in my face. She was just trying to turn me into the villain of the story, the one who could easily be discarded once everything was fixed. But it wasn't just Jenna. Mom and Dad got involved too. Mom's messages were more pleading, more desperate. She started by saying things like, "I just want my family back, sweetheart, and please come home. Your father needs you." There were long pauses between the messages, as if she was waiting for me to respond, like I was the one holding the key to some magical reconciliation that would make everything right again. But it wasn't just me they wanted back. It was the version of me that they had always tried to mold into their idea of a perfect daughter, one who would smile and keep quiet, one who would absorb the blame and never fight back. And then there was Dad. His messages were less frequent, but they carried weight in a different way. He never really knew how to show affection. He never knew how to apologize either. His messages were short, more like commands than anything else. "Come back and talk to us," or "We need to discuss this as a family." The family part got to me. It was like they were trying to use that word as a way to guilt me into feeling responsible for everything, as if they had never once used the word family as a shield to hide their flaws. I started thinking about everything, the way they handled the divorce, the way they ignored my feelings for years, the way they made me feel like I was just a bystander in my own life. And it hit me. I had been the one who held it all together for so long, never asking for anything in return. And now, when it was my turn to step back and focus on myself, they couldn't handle it. I didn't reply to any of them, but the pressure started to build. It wasn't just the messages, it was the feeling of being suffocated. I couldn't escape it. The weight of it all was everywhere, hanging over me like a dark cloud. They kept trying to reach out, using guilt, using emotional manipulation, and every time I ignored them, it felt like they were inching closer to something worse. And then, a few days ago, I received the final message from Mom. It was longer than the others. She wrote, "Sweetheart, I know you're angry, and I understand that. But you need to understand, we all have our issues. Your father and I, we're trying to figure things out. But we can't do it without you. We can't be a family again without you. And if you don't come back, you're going to regret it. Trust me, this will tear us apart for good." I read that message over and over, and for the first time, I saw what they were really trying to do. It wasn't about healing the family. It was about making me the one who had to fix everything, even if it meant sacrificing myself in the process. They weren't sorry. They weren't interested in changing. They just wanted me back in my place, the quiet, obedient daughter who would make things easier for them. And that was the breaking point. That's when I realized I couldn't go back to that version of myself. I couldn't go back to the girl who sat silently while they made excuses for their behavior, while they let Jenna walk all over me. I wasn't going to be the scapegoat anymore. The messages kept coming in, relentless and cold. Each one felt like a weight being added to my shoulders, another nudge toward guilt. But as the days passed, something inside me started to shift. I realized that no matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they guilt-tripped me into feeling like I was the problem, I wasn't going to be their emotional punching bag anymore. It was clear to me now. They wanted me to be the glue, the one who could somehow patch together their broken relationships while they continued to avoid any real responsibility for their actions. It had always been like this. The roles had been set from the beginning. Jenna was the perfect one, always achieving and never causing trouble. I was the one who got the scraps, the afterthought. And Dad and Mom? They were the authority figures who expected me to live up to their standards, but never once gave me the credit I deserved. But this time, I wasn't going to let them manipulate me into playing that part anymore. I hadn't responded to any of their messages for days, and honestly, I felt lighter. I thought I might be tempted to pick up the phone, to ease the tension and smooth things over, but I didn't. And then something happened. Something that made me realize that staying silent wasn't enough. It was time for me to make them feel the consequences of their actions, really make them understand the damage they had done to me. It was a text from Jenna that set everything into motion. A simple, manipulative text. "You've made your point, but please don't punish the rest of us. This is bigger than just you. If you keep ignoring us, it's only going to hurt everyone. You're tearing this family apart. Tearing the family apart." I nearly laughed. Tearing the family apart. I had been the one keeping things together for years, doing the emotional labor for everyone else while they got to live their perfect little lives, always pretending things were fine. It was them who had torn everything apart, Jenna with her constant digs, my parents with their coldness and avoidance. But somehow, I was the one being blamed for it all. That's when it clicked. It was time to get some revenge, not the petty kind, not the "I'm going to scream at you and make you feel bad" kind. No, this was going to be calculated, subtle, and it was going to make them feel the weight of their own actions. I decided to start with Jenna. She'd always been the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, the one who everyone seemed to cater to, who always got what she wanted without ever really working for it. And now, she was trying to paint me as the villain. It was time to pull back the curtain on her perfect little life. I had an idea. A simple one, but a brilliant one. I knew that Jenna had a business that she'd started with her husband, Mark. They sold handcrafted home decor online, nothing fancy, but they'd managed to build a small following. I'd never been overly interested in their business, but I knew a few things about it. I knew how much Jenna relied on social media for their business to thrive, how much she put into her online presence. So I started with a few small but strategic actions. I knew Jenna had a private Instagram account for the business, one where she posted updates on their products, behind-the-scenes pictures, and the occasional sales pitch. But here's the thing, her account wasn't as private as she thought. I had a way of finding things out, and I had some old contacts who still kept tabs on her. The first step was simple. I began to share her posts with some of my closest friends who were known to have large followings on Instagram. I made sure to tag a few influencers in the comments, subtly mentioning that they might like the business. This wasn't exactly a terrible thing, but it set a ripple effect in motion. People who weren't following Jenna or her business started taking notice. Her carefully curated image started to slip. It wasn't long before the first major comment came in. "This looks like something I'd see at a dollar store." And it wasn't just one comment. It became a trend. The next day, more comments piled up, subtle digs about the quality of the products, the lack of originality. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jenna probably wouldn't even notice a few random comments from strangers, right? But as the days passed, it became clear she was starting to panic. The online backlash was small but growing. More and more people were commenting negatively. And with every comment, I could feel her grip on her carefully constructed world start to loosen. It wasn't enough to just do that, though. I had to make sure she really felt the consequences of her actions, not just in her business, but in the way her perfect life was perceived. So, I did something I knew would hit her hard. I reached out to one of the more influential people I knew, a former friend of hers, someone she had a falling out with years ago over something petty. They had been close once, but after a small argument, Jenna had cut her off without any explanation. I made sure to send this friend a few screenshots of Jenna's more recent text about her, painting her in the worst light possible. I didn't make up anything, but I highlighted a few of the more spiteful things Jenna had said over the years. It wasn't hard. She had always been the type to talk behind people's backs, to make sure everyone knew how perfect she was while tearing others down. I gave this friend just enough information to make Jenna's life a little more difficult. And I made sure the friend knew how to use that information at the right moment. By the time I started getting messages from mom and dad again, Jenna was on edge. She was frantic, trying to calm the situation. And it wasn't working. People started noticing her inauthenticity, the cracks in her perfect image. And every time she reached out to me for help, it was like the universe pushed her a little further into chaos. The more desperate she became, the more I could feel her unraveling. But I wasn't finished. I wasn't going to let them off the hook that easily. I turned my attention to my parents. To be honest, mom's attempts at guilt-tripping me were starting to get old. But the message that really tipped me over was the one that came last Thursday. It was long, full of regret, but with a tone of expectation. Mom wanted me to come back and fix things. She made it clear that everything was my fault. I had to be the one to fix the family, or it would be torn apart forever. It was time to hit them where it hurt. I hadn't told them about my plans, of course, but I knew something they didn't, their business. Mom had been running a small gift shop for years, something she always claimed was her passion project. It was never much, just a few knickknacks and candles she sold online, but it was her way of feeling accomplished after years of being a stay-at-home mom. I did a little digging, and I found out something interesting. Her website's SEO wasn't as good as she thought it was. She had been neglecting it for months. Her sales were dipping, but she never made the connection. So I decided to help her out by exposing the flaws in her business to some of her biggest competitors. I didn't make it obvious, of course. It wasn't about causing a huge scandal, but I knew exactly where to send a few emails, just a few suggestions about where her weaknesses were, how her online presence could be improved. I made sure that these competitors took notice. Subtle, but enough to make her realize that her lack of attention to her own business was going to cost her. After that, things really escalated quickly. Jenna's business took a nosedive. She tried everything she could think of to salvage her online reputation, but it was too late. The negativity surrounding her brand had become a trend, and there was no way to stop it. Customers began returning items, and her social media following started dwindling. It didn't take long for Mark, her husband, to start questioning everything. He'd always supported her business blindly, but now he was beginning to realize how fragile everything had been. Jenna couldn't hide behind her perfect image anymore, and the cracks began to show. I could hear the tension in her voice when she finally called me. It had been a week since the last text, and this time, she didn't ask for a reconciliation. She didn't even try to manipulate me into feeling guilty. It was different. She was angry, raw. "Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to ruin everything?" Jenna asked, her voice shaky but cutting. "You're the reason everything's falling apart. I didn't deserve this. You've been silent for days, and now I know why. This is all your fault." I stayed silent for a moment, letting the words sink in. The old me might have apologized, might have tried to smooth things over. But not now. Not anymore. I'd had enough of being the one who carried the weight of the family's problems, the one who fixed everything for everyone else. "Jenna," I said, my voice calm but firm. "You've spent your entire life pretending everything is perfect. But it's not. And I'm not the one who's ruined everything. You are. You've always made sure you came out on top, no matter who you hurt in the process." She didn't say anything after that, and I could hear the tears in her voice as she hung up. But I wasn't done. I had one more thing to do, Mom and Dad. The final blow came when I exposed the flaws in Mom's gift shop. It had been a subtle thing, just a couple of competitors starting to take notice of the holes in her SEO, and an email exchange with a few of her suppliers about her erratic orders. She hadn't kept up with her payments, and the company had decided to offer better deals to her competitors. It was just a small thing, but it hurt. She called me the following day, her voice trembling with barely concealed panic. "What have you done?" she asked, the words barely above a whisper. "Why would you do this to me?" I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel guilty at all. I had tried for so many years to keep everything together, to be the person they could rely on, but it wasn't enough. They never saw how much it hurt. They never saw how much I sacrificed to keep them all happy, how much I gave up to keep the family from falling apart. And now that I wasn't there to hold everything up for them, it was finally hitting them that they had to face the consequences of their actions. "I didn't ruin your business, Mom," I said calmly. "You did that all on your own. You neglected it. You took it for granted. And now you want me to fix it. But I'm not doing that anymore." The silence on the other end of the line stretched for what felt like forever. When she spoke again, her voice had lost its pleading tone. She sounded defeated, and I could hear the anger bubbling beneath her words. "You've made a mistake," she said coldly. "You've hurt all of us. But you'll regret this, I promise. You're going to be alone. You'll see." I hung up on her, not because I wanted to be petty, but because I knew there was nothing left to say. I wasn't going to let them guilt trip me anymore. I wasn't going to keep being the one who sacrificed everything for a family that didn't see me. In the days that followed, I stopped getting messages. No more texts from Mom. No more desperate calls from Jenna. The silence was deafening, but strangely, it was also a relief. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. I wasn't responsible for holding the family together anymore. I wasn't the one who had to make everything right. And they were going to have to face the consequences of their own actions. I knew I couldn't fix them. I knew that nothing I did would make them realize how wrong they'd been. But I also knew that for the first time in my life, I was finally free. Free from the guilt, free from the manipulation, free from their toxic expectations. A few weeks later, I saw that Jenna had shut down her business. Her website was taken offline, and her social media accounts were inactive. She had posted one last time, a cryptic message about moving on to new things. I knew she was struggling, and honestly, I didn't feel bad for her. I had given her plenty of chances to be real with me, to apologize, to acknowledge her role in everything that had happened. But she hadn't. She'd kept playing the victim. As for Mom and Dad, their business continued to decline. Without my help, they were having trouble keeping up with the competitive market. They'd ignored their problems for so long that now they couldn't escape the consequences. Mom had tried to reach out a few more times, but each message was colder, more resentful. I knew what she was doing. She was trying to guilt me into coming back, to repair the damage I had caused. But I wasn't going to fall for it. I had learned that lesson a long time ago. Things had changed. I had changed. Now, a few months later, I'm doing better than ever. My career is thriving. I've surrounded myself with people who actually care about me, and I've stopped trying to fix everyone else's problems. My family? They're still trying to pick up the pieces, but they're doing it on their own now. And me? I'm finally free from the guilt and the expectations. I'm not the one who tore the family apart. They did that themselves. I just stopped being the one to keep it all together. My name's Steve. I'm 32, single, and, apparently, not deserving of my own inheritance. I wasn't planning on making a Reddit post about this because, honestly, writing it down just makes it feel more real, and I've spent weeks trying to convince myself this wasn't actually happening. But after what happened over dessert last Sunday, after the way they looked at me, like I was some outsider at my own family table, I need to let it out. And if you've ever had a family that smiles while slowly cutting you out of your own life, you'll understand. To give you a little background, I'm the only child of what most people would call old money. My parents, especially my father, come from a long line of business owners, generational wealth that goes back to my great-grandfather who built a timber empire in the early 1900s. We're not flashy about it, no yachts or supercars, but we've always been comfortable. Think multiple properties, a private family fund, and a vacation home in Aspen that nobody visits anymore because it's too rustic. I grew up thinking all this was normal. The trust fund was something they talked about with casual authority, like the way some parents might remind their kid to floss, just one of those expected life routines. I didn't lean on the family money. I was raised to work hard, and I did. I got my MBA, started a mid-sized logistics company with a few friends from college, and grew it into something I'm proud of. It's not a billion-dollar unicorn, but it pays my mortgage and then some. I thought I had earned the respect of my family. I thought I had proven I wasn't just another rich kid floating by on a last name. But lately, something shifted. It started subtly, like a draft coming in from under the door. You don't notice it at first, but over time it chills you. My parents, especially my mother, started dodging my calls. They said they were traveling more, which didn't make sense since they hated planes. My father started talking about legacy all the time, not in the warm, nostalgic sense, but in this cold, transactional way. A legacy only matters if it's maintained, he'd say, usually while swirling a glass of scotch and looking out the window like a low-budget Bond villain. The weirdest part? They kept bringing up my cousin Rachel. Rachel is my Uncle Martin's daughter. We were close as kids, but life drifted us apart. She got married straight out of college to a guy in the military, popped out 3 kids by the time she was 28, and has spent the last decade in and out of financial chaos. They move constantly, always chasing some new job or cheaper rent. Every Christmas, she shows up with a different hair color and a new tale of how she almost got scammed by an MLM, but saw through it just in time. She's not a bad person, just impulsive, scattered, and perpetually unlucky. I've helped her out financially more than once, including a $12,000 loan she never brought up again. But lately, my mom started comparing us like we're contestants on some twisted family game show. Rachel's doing her best, she'd say pointedly. It's not easy with 3 mouths to feed. And then she'd give me that look, the one that says, "What have you done lately that's so impressive?" Fast forward to last Sunday. We were at my parents' house for what I thought was just a normal family dinner. It was me, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, my dad's father, 85, sharp as a tack, never misses a dinner, and my parents' lawyer, Mr. Caldwell, who I assumed was just there socially. That wasn't unusual. Caldwell's been part of our family's inner circle for decades. He used to bounce me on his knee when I was 5, back when lawyers were just friendly old men with candy in their pockets. Dinner was strange, tense, the kind of quiet where the clink of silverware feels like a gunshot. Grandpa kept clearing his throat like he wanted to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, Mom would shoot him a warning glance. Finally, after dessert, my favorite cherry cobbler, which now tastes like ash in my memory, my mother put her fork down and said, "There's something we need to tell you, Steve." Now, usually when my mom says that, it's about some family friend getting divorced or someone's kid dropping out of Yale. But the tone, sharp, like a blade being unsheathed, froze the room. She reached for her napkin, dabbed her lips like a TV villain, and said, "Your inheritance is going to someone more deserving." I blinked, thinking I misheard. More deserving than your own son? My father didn't look at me. He just gave this smug little smile and said, "Your cousin's kids need it more." You know that feeling when your stomach drops before your brain catches up? That's what happened. My heart started pounding in my ears, drowning out the room. But before I could even process what they were saying, before I could ask how or why or what was happening, my grandfather, who had been deathly silent the whole meal, slammed his cane down on the floor so hard the table rattled. "Say their names," he barked, voice shaking with fury. "Let's hear this nonsense out loud." The silence that followed was suffocating. No one moved. My mother looked like she'd been slapped. My father finally spoke, but his voice was tight. "There's no need to dramatize this." "Then say it plainly," Grandpa growled. "You're stealing from your own son to fund what? Rachel's daycare bills? Her next failed business idea? She's family," my mother snapped. "And she has responsibilities." I stood there, still seated, hands clenched under the table. The words weren't forming fast enough. All I could think was, this can't be happening. This is a joke. A test. Some kind of twisted loyalty experiment. But it wasn't. It was very, very real. I didn't speak the rest of that night. Not a word. I just sat there, quiet and still, while they peeled back layers of betrayal like it was some mundane estate planning update. My chest felt tight, like I'd swallowed a rock whole, and my brain kept looping the same thought over and over. My inheritance is going to Rachel's kids. Kids who don't even know me. Kids I've seen maybe twice in the last 5 years. Kids who call me Steven because Rachel never bothers to correct them. The family fund, set up by my great-grandfather to support future generations, had always been handled a certain way. Every generation added to it. No one took from it without consensus, especially when it came to permanent redistributions. It was supposed to be protected, a legacy carefully passed down, not something you carved up like pie because someone was drowning in credit card debt again. After the cobbler had congealed on our plates, after Grandpa's outburst and the awkward silence that followed, my parents calmly explained their decision. They'd restructured the trust. Without telling me. Without even including me. And apparently, they'd done it months ago. Caldwell was there to smooth the transition, to walk me through the new structure and long-term vision for the family's legacy. All legal, all signed, and all done behind my back. I remember sitting there in that suffocating dining room, surrounded by people who shared my blood, yet felt like strangers, and watching Caldwell slide a sleek leather folder across the table. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I could see the edge of the first page, my name scratched out. Another clause below it with Rachel's name. And then, beneficiaries, primary, Charlotte, Mason, and Lily. Her kids. That was the moment something in me cracked. I got up and left without saying goodbye. Grandpa tried to stop me at the door, grabbing my arm with surprising strength for a man his age. His eyes, blue, sharp, and filled with fire, searched mine. "You don't let this stand, you hear me?" he whispered. "Don't you dare let them walk over you like this." I nodded, but I didn't speak. Because I didn't trust my voice. It was taking everything in me not to yell, not to scream, not to flip the entire dining table onto the polished hardwood floors and demand someone look at me. I walked out and drove home in silence. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on my balcony staring out at the city skyline, my thoughts spinning like a hurricane. I wasn't even thinking about the money. Okay, maybe a little, but it was more than that. It was the erasure. The fact that they'd made this decision without even consulting me. That they'd handed my legacy, the one I'd spent my life honoring, to someone who treated responsibility like it was optional. Like it was a costume she could take off whenever things got too hard. The days that followed were worse. That dinner had been the opening act. 2 days later, I got a text from Rachel. "Hey cousin, just wanted to say thank you. This means the world to me and the kids. Hope you're not too mad. You're such a good guy." I stared at the screen, my jaw tight. I didn't reply. That night, I got a call from my mother. "Steve," she began, in that patronizing tone she reserves for teachable moments. "You're being dramatic. This isn't about you. It's about doing what's right for the family." "Funny," I said. "I am family. Or did you forget?" There was a pause, and then she said something I'll never forget. "You don't need the money. Rachel does. Her kids do. And frankly, Steve, you've always been self-sufficient. We assumed you'd understand." Self-sufficient. Like that was a crime. Like because I didn't make a mess of my life, I didn't deserve what was promised to me. I hung up without another word. But it didn't stop. A week later, I found out they'd done more than just adjust the family trust. They'd also changed the beneficiary on my father's life insurance policy. Guess who's listed now? That's right, Rachel. Not even her husband. Just her. My father, The man who taught me how to swing a bat, how to balance a checkbook, how to shake a man's hand with confidence, had erased me. I tried to reach out to Grandpa again, but he wasn't answering his phone. When I finally drove over to his place, his housekeeper told me he'd been taken to the hospital. Minor chest pains. Stress-related. I wasn't surprised. That dinner had shaken him too. At the hospital, he looked frail. Smaller somehow. But his grip was still strong when he took my hand. "They're fools," he said, voice raspy. "You've been the only one holding this family together for years. You think your father handled the quarterly reports on the fund? That was you. You think Rachel even knows what a portfolio is? She spends money like it's cursed if she holds onto it too long." I smiled weakly, but my heart was heavy. "It's not just about the money anymore, Grandpa. It's about the fact that they didn't even tell me." He nodded slowly. "That's because they knew you'd fight it. And they didn't want to fight. They wanted you to accept it quietly. Well, they weren't going to get that." Over the next 2 weeks, things escalated. Rachel posted on Facebook about how blessed she was to be finally seen by the family. She made a post with her kids holding a tacky cardboard sign that read, "Thank you, Nana and Papa," complete with glitter and dollar signs. She tagged everyone, including me. The caption? "Grateful for those who understand what real family means." I nearly threw my phone across the room. Then came the final blow. My parents hosted a private family luncheon. Not the whole extended group, just inner circle family, according to the invite. I wasn't included. Neither was Grandpa. But Rachel was. And so were her kids. Grandpa found out and was livid. He called me that night. "They're rewriting history," he said, "making it look like you've always been distant. Like you've never cared." "Let them," I replied bitterly. "They'll choke on their own fiction eventually." But the next part? That was the breaking point. The moment I snapped. 3 days ago, I got a call from Caldwell, the family lawyer. He sounded uneasy, like he didn't want to be making the call. "Steve," he said, "I'm just the messenger here, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Your parents have submitted paperwork to remove your access to the Aspen property." I blinked. "Come again." "The family vacation house. It's being signed over. Full rights to Rachel. Retroactively. They're claiming it's hers now. Something about it being promised to Martin's side years ago. Your father's pushing hard on this. That house wasn't just real estate. It was memories. It was summer hikes with Grandpa. Snowball fights with Dad. Quiet mornings sipping coffee on the deck, watching the pines sway. It was ours. Mine." I hung up. I didn't even let him finish. That was it. That was the betrayal that lit the match. They hadn't just taken the trust. They hadn't just rewritten the will or shifted policies. They were erasing me from everything. Every memory, every legacy, every inch of this family's story. Like I was some footnote they regretted including. I felt something shift inside me that night. A cold clarity. A quiet resolve. I wasn't going to beg. I wasn't going to yell or plead or write long, emotional letters trying to make them see me again. No, I was going to show them exactly who they had cast aside. The days after that call were quiet. Almost too quiet. It felt like a storm had passed and left me standing in the wreckage, not yet sure whether I'd survived or just hadn't noticed the roof caving in. I kept going to work. I took my meetings. I answered emails. I even smiled at the receptionist like nothing was wrong. But inside, I felt hollow. The Aspen house had been the final thread. And now that it was cut, I didn't just feel disinherited. I felt disowned. I didn't tell anyone at work. Not yet. The team had just landed a contract with a major retailer and morale was high. I couldn't bring that weight into the office. But I noticed I was staying later. I'd keep the lights on long past everyone else had left, just sitting at my desk with a bottle of water in one hand and a spreadsheet open in front of me that I wasn't even reading. Just staring at the numbers, hoping they'd distract me. Some nights, I'd drive past my parents' house. Not because I wanted to go in. I just needed to see it. Needed to remind myself that it was real. That this was the same home I'd grown up in. The same place where I learned to ride a bike. Where I buried my first dog in the backyard with Dad helping me dig. And now it felt like a museum I didn't have a ticket for anymore. One night, I parked a block away and just sat there, watching the windows. I saw Rachel's SUV in the driveway. Her kids were running through the front yard like they owned the place. My mother came out at one point, laughing, holding a tray of lemonade like some 1950s sitcom mom. Rachel hugged her. The kids tackled my dad from behind, and he grinned like he was starring in a Hallmark commercial. I watched it all from the shadows, a ghost at my own family gathering. That was the lowest point. I went home that night and sat in the dark. Didn't turn on the lights. Didn't take off my coat. Just sat on the edge of the bed with my head in my hands, thinking, maybe I really am the outsider. Maybe they were right to give it all to her. But the thing about hitting rock bottom, you stop caring what the fall looks like. And that's when you start climbing. The next morning, I woke up early before my alarm. I made coffee. Not the usual drip stuff, but the good stuff. The French press I hadn't touched in months. I sat on the balcony and watched the sunrise. And I made a decision. If they didn't want me in the family anymore, fine. I'd build something they couldn't ignore. I'd rebuild, not just my career, which was already solid, but my legacy. I started with the trust. Not the family one. That was gone. But I had my own investments. My own holdings. A portfolio I'd quietly built over the last 10 years, partially inspired by watching my grandfather manage the family's assets with precision and care. Real estate, stocks, a few angel investments that were just beginning to show promise. Nothing flashy, just smart. That week, I sat down with my financial advisor and told her I wanted to restructure everything. Create my own fund. Something long-term, multi-generational. Not to pass down to random relatives who text me twice a year, but to support causes I actually care about, and maybe one day, if I had a family of my own, to give them something earned, not expected. It's funny, she said as we wrapped up the meeting. You're the only client I've had restructure like this before the age of 40. I shrugged. Guess I just got a head start on losing my faith in people. I focused harder at work, too. Not just staying late, but doing the kind of deep, focused work I hadn't done in years. I streamlined operations, negotiated 2 contracts personally, and helped close a major acquisition that got our company into a new regional market. The board noticed. Quietly, I was being considered for a permanent seat. But beyond the numbers, something else shifted. I stopped apologizing. For years, I'd made myself smaller around my parents. Less ambitious around my dad, so he wouldn't feel threatened. Less proud of my accomplishments around my mom, who only praised Rachel's resilience while treating my wins like chores on a list. But now, I stopped shrinking. I started owning it. I donated to a scholarship fund in my grandfather's name. Quietly, anonymously. But he found out. Called me a week later. You've got your great-grandfather's spine, he said. He'd be proud. I know I am. That call meant more than anything my parents had said in years. And speaking of Grandpa, I started visiting him more. Weekly, sometimes twice. We'd sit on his back porch, sipping iced tea, talking about everything and nothing. He'd tell me stories from the old days, how my great-grandfather built the business from one mill in Vermont, how my dad used to sneak cigars in the barn, how I used to cry every time I lost at Monopoly because it's just not realistic to lose everything over one bad roll. He laughed when he said that. I didn't. He was the only one who hadn't changed. The only one who still saw me. One day, as we sat watching the sun dip behind the trees, he said, I kept a copy of the original trust. I turned to him, stunned. You what? I may be old, but I'm not blind, he said. I knew your father was pulling strings behind your back. So I kept records. Legal ones. Original drafts. Signed documents. The kind that say you were always meant to be the successor. I stared at him. Why didn't you say anything sooner? He sighed. Because I wanted to see how you handled it. If you'd fall apart or rise. I didn't know what to say. He handed me a small envelope. Use it wisely. Inside was a copy of the original trust language. Not just naming me as the primary heir to the family fund, but also granting me co-ownership of the Aspen property, an amendment he'd had drafted himself, years ago, with my father's signature right on the page. They'll say it's outdated, he warned. They'll fight it, but they won't win. I sat back, staring at the paper. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just rebuilding. I was rising. Not to take revenge, at least not yet, but to remind them that I hadn't disappeared, that I wasn't the ghost they thought they'd buried. In the weeks that followed, I kept rebuilding. Quietly, strategically, I reached out to a real estate contact in Colorado and began exploring nearby properties to purchase. Not to replace the Aspen house, but to surround it, to box them in, little by little, until they had to see me every time they looked out the window. I filed paperwork to expand my company's logistics routes through their town. I didn't need the location, but it was symbolic. I was making moves in places they'd tried to erase me from. And the best part? They had no idea. Not yet. But they would. Because the next family meeting was coming up. The annual fall estate gathering, hosted every year by my parents, held at the Aspen house. The invitation arrived on cream-colored cardstock with embossed gold lettering, like always. Same cursive font, same faux elegance. You are cordially invited to the annual Langston Family Legacy Weekend. It might as well have said, you're invited to the scene of the crime. I turned the card over in my hands, studying the return address. Aspen, Colorado. The family house. The house that, until a few months ago, I thought I'd one day pass down to my own kids. Now it was Rachel's. Or so they thought. I put the invitation down and opened my laptop. The tab I'd left open was still there, Colorado property records, parcel maps, zoning laws. Over the last few weeks, I'd quietly acquired 3 adjoining plots next to the Aspen house. One was an abandoned lot, the second a retired couple's vacation rental they hadn't used in years, and the third was a sliver of forest the city had forgotten about. Nothing massive, nothing flashy, but enough. Enough to make a point. It was time to go from rebuilding to reclaiming. The first move was legal. My grandfather's envelope wasn't just symbolic, it was ammunition. I scanned every page, made digital copies, and handed the originals to my lawyer, Natalie. I've known her since college. Brilliant, fierce, and the kind of person who could carve a loophole out of marble. This is solid, she said, flipping through the pages. Your father's signature is here, dated and witnessed. These amendments weren't revoked, they were ignored. Can we challenge them? I asked. Not just challenge, she smirked. We can unravel what they've done. Natalie drafted a letter to Caldwell, the family's long-standing lawyer. A formal notice of contest. Not a lawsuit. Not yet. But a legal assertion that the amended trust my parents filed was in direct violation of a prior version, one that hadn't been properly nullified. Caldwell responded within 2 days. His tone was measured, but I could read between the lines. Panic. I was not aware of the prior documentation, he wrote. If valid, this complicates the current estate structure. Complicates. That was his word. I called it karma. The second move was emotional. Strategic. A conversation with Grandpa. You ready for them to hate you? He asked, as we sat on his porch one last time before I flew out for Aspen. They already do, I said. They just smile while doing it. He chuckled, coughing into a handkerchief. Then make sure they remember why. We clinked glasses, his bourbon, my iced tea. Before leaving town, I called 3 people. People who mattered. People I'd kept at arm's length for too long. The first was my old friend Marcus, a photographer turned entrepreneur who owed me a favor from way back when I helped fund his first studio. I asked him if he'd be willing to come to Aspen that weekend. Just bring your gear, I said. No questions. The second was my college mentor, Elaine. She'd become a financial analyst at a think tank in D.C., but she was more than that. She was respected. The kind of person whose word carried weight in legal and corporate circles. I sent her copies of the documents and asked her to be my eyes if things got messy. The third was my assistant, Jordan. Loyal, sharp, and discreet. I'm going to need backup, I told him. You in? Always, he replied without hesitation. I flew into Aspen 2 days before the family weekend. I didn't go straight to the house. I went to the other properties. My properties. The ones I now legally owned. The lot to the west was empty, just pines and dirt. But it had the best view of the family cabin's deck. I stood there, imagining them sipping wine, laughing, clinking glasses, completely unaware that the land they were looking at no longer belonged to them. The house to the east was a charming 3-bedroom rental. I had the locks changed and left a note for the property manager. Owner arriving this weekend. No guests allowed without permission. The third lot, narrow and wooded, was barely a 1/4 acre, but it ran parallel to the family's private trail down to the lake. That trail was now mine. Power isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just paperwork filed in silence. I booked a room in town rather than staying at the house. I wanted them to feel my absence before I made my presence known. The morning of the event, I showed up precisely at 11 a.m., wearing a gray suit and sunglasses, not out of vanity, but because I wanted to look untouchable. Jordan followed behind me, wheeling a sleek black case with 2 laptops and several neatly organized files. Marcus was already nearby, posing as a guest photographer for the event. He had a drone. I didn't ask what he planned to do with it. I just smiled. The gate buzzed as we approached. Name? The staffer asked, clipboard in hand. Steve Langston, I said, removing my sunglasses. Her eyes widened. She looked down at the list, then back at me. You weren't confirmed. That's funny, I said, stepping past her. Because this house is still partially mine. Technically, I was right. While the new deeds hadn't been updated officially, the legal dispute had been filed. That made ownership a gray area. And no one wants to play chicken with a lawsuit at a family event. Inside, the atmosphere was festive. Caterers buzzed around with champagne flutes. My mother wore a cream dress that matched the table linens. My father stood by the fireplace, laughing with two of his golf buddies. Rachel was on the back patio, holding court with a group of relatives I hadn't seen since college. Her kids ran barefoot across the deck like it was a playground. And not a single person noticed me, at first. Then my father turned. His smile froze mid-sentence. "Steve," he said too loudly. The room quieted by half a decibel. "Didn't expect to see you here." I shrugged. "It's a family event, isn't it?" He moved toward me, slow and careful. "We thought you declined." I didn't respond. I corrected. "There's a difference." My mother appeared beside him, her mouth pinched like she'd tasted something bitter. "We hoped you'd respect the boundaries we set." "Oh, I respect boundaries," I said, voice calm. "In fact, I've been investing in them." Their brows furrowed. Before they could respond, I turned to Rachel, who had finally noticed the shift in energy. "Hey, cousin," I said. "I hope the kids are enjoying the house." She smiled uncertainly. "They love it here. It's been such a blessing. We're so grateful." "Grateful enough to give it back when the paperwork comes through?" I asked, just loud enough for nearby guests to hear. Silence. My father stepped forward. "Let's speak privately." "Of course," I said, gesturing toward the study. Jordan followed us in and quietly closed the doors. "What are you trying to prove?" My mother snapped the moment we were alone. "That I don't go quietly," I said. "And that I'm not the fool you think I am." My father scoffed. "You're not entitled to anything." "That fund was illegally restructured," I interrupted, "without proper revocation of prior documentation. Caldwell knows. He's already responded." "You're vulnerable." They both froze. "You're bluffing," my mother said. I slid a folder onto the desk. Inside were printed emails, legal drafts, notarized amendments, all signed. My father reached for it, flipping through the pages. His jaw tightened. "I don't want this to get ugly," I said. "But I'm prepared if it does." "You wouldn't sue your own family," my mother whispered. I met her eyes. "You stopped being my family when you decided Rachel's chaos was more worthy than my consistency. When you tried to erase me." The door creaked open. Grandpa stepped in. "He's right," he said, voice low. "And if this goes to court, I'm testifying." My parents looked stunned. "Cornered." "I suggest," Grandpa added, "you enjoy the weekend. Because come Monday, you'll be hearing from his legal team." And just like that, I had the upper hand. But that wasn't the end. That night, as the party died down and the guests trickled out, I made one final move. I invited Rachel for a private walk. Just us. Down the trail to the lake. The trail to the lake was quiet. Just the crunch of pine needles under our shoes and the soft rustle of trees swaying overhead. Rachel walked beside me, still clutching her wine glass like it was a security blanket. Her heels weren't made for this path, and she stumbled twice before finally giving up and going barefoot. I didn't slow down. "So," she said after a minute, "what's this about?" I stopped halfway down the trail, right where the trees opened up just enough to reveal the lake, glassy and still, reflecting the gray-purple hues of dusk. We were standing on what used to be the edge of the family's private land. Used to be. I turned to her and said, "You know this trail doesn't belong to the house anymore, right?" She frowned. "What? I own it now. Bought the strip last month. It was classified as city overflow property. Abandoned easement. You wouldn't know to look for it unless you were trying." She blinked, clearly confused. "Why would you do that?" I smiled. "Because I want you to understand something. Everything my parents gave you, every gift, every restructured deed, every dollar, wasn't theirs to give. It was built on something older. Something that was meant for people who respected it, who earned it, who understood it wasn't just a payday." Her face changed. The bubbly cousin act dropped. In its place, I saw a flicker of fear. Maybe for the first time, she realized I wasn't playing anymore. "You're trying to scare me," she said, voice shaking just slightly. "No," I said. "I'm just making sure you're aware of what's coming. I'm not here to take what's yours. I'm just reclaiming what's mine." I turned to leave, letting her stand there with her wine and her confusion and the dawning realization that things weren't going her way anymore. The next morning, I left Aspen before sunrise. I didn't say goodbye to my parents. I didn't need to. The gears were already turning. 3 weeks later, they received the formal notice of the lawsuit. Natalie handled everything with the precision of a surgeon. The trust documents Grandpa gave me weren't just persuasive, they were bulletproof. With signatures, witnesses, and filing dates, we established that my father had violated the terms of the original trust by reallocating funds without full beneficiary consensus. That included the Aspen house, which was still, legally, under disputed ownership. Caldwell folded quickly. He knew he'd been complicit, even if unknowingly. His firm settled out of court to avoid the embarrassment. My parents, on the other hand, weren't so lucky. The court issued a temporary freeze on all asset transfers. Rachel was forced to vacate the Aspen house while the dispute played out. The house she'd claimed so publicly, on social media, in family emails, even in a local lifestyle magazine interview, was no longer hers. The article had quoted her saying, "This place represents stability, finally." I imagine the retraction didn't feel so stable. I didn't want the house out of sentiment anymore. I wanted it because they didn't want me to have it. There's a difference. Once the ruling was finalized and the property reverted back to me, I sold it. Not to profit, but to sever the last tether. I donated every dollar of the sale to 2 charities. One that helped military families get stable housing, and one that provided business grants to single mothers. I made the donations under Rachel's kids' names. I didn't tell anyone. I just did it. Meanwhile, my parents' social standing began to unravel. At first, it was subtle. They weren't invited to a few usual charity events. Some board positions became rotational and quietly rotated away from them. Word had gotten out that they'd tried to cut out their own son, their only son, in favor of a niece with no financial discipline and a mountain of personal debt. Their allies, many of whom had known me since I was a kid, stopped picking up their calls. Grandpa didn't just testify in my favor. He spoke publicly about the importance of integrity in legacy families. That interview made the rounds in certain circles. People noticed. The fund, after the legal dust settled, was put into a new trust. One I controlled. I kept the structure tight, conservative, protected. I wasn't interested in revenge spending or hollow victories. I wanted to make sure it could never be misused again. My parents didn't speak to me for months after the court ruling. Not a call. Not an email. Nothing. I figured that was for the best. But then one afternoon, I got a letter. A real one. Handwritten. It was from my mother. It started with 2 words. "We're sorry." She didn't ask for money. She didn't beg for forgiveness. But she did admit they were wrong. That they thought I didn't need them. That they mistook my independence for disinterest. That they let guilt over Rachel's situation cloud their judgment. I read the letter 3 times. Then I put it in a drawer and left it there. Because sometimes closure doesn't come from confrontation. It comes from choosing peace over participation. Rachel, for her part, moved back to Arizona. She sent a few emails, half apologies laced with passive-aggressive commentary. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. She'd already lost everything that wasn't truly hers to begin with. As for Grandpa, I made sure he saw the results. I showed him the new trust, the new protections, the donations, the portfolio. He nodded, satisfied. "You've done it," he said. "You restored what they tried to destroy." And I had. But more than that, I'd rebuilt something even stronger. Not just a financial legacy, but a personal one. Boundaries. Self-respect. Clarity. I wasn't just the forgotten son anymore. I was the architect of my own future. And when I walked out of that courtroom for the last time, papers in hand, sun hitting my face like a spotlight, I realized something. The best revenge is becoming impossible to erase. Hi everyone. My name is Rachel, and I'm 26 years old. I work full-time, live alone, and enjoy my independence. But my family? Well, let's just say they don't always respect my boundaries. A few weeks ago, my Uncle Mike called me out of the blue. I don't talk to him often, so I thought maybe something was wrong. Nope. Turns out, he had a favor to ask. "Rachel, I need you to watch the kids next week. Just a few days. Maybe a week at most." Now, Uncle Mike has 3 kids, Luke, 10, Ava, 7, and Max, 4. They're good kids, but let's be real. 3 kids for a week? That's not a favor, that's a full-time job. That I hesitated and asked, "Where are you going?" He said, "Oh, just a little fishing trip with my buddies. It'll be good for me to get away." At first, I thought he was joking, leaving his kids for a week to go fishing. But no, he was serious. And worse, he expected me to drop everything to take care of them. Come on, Rachel. You're great with kids. It's just 1 week. I don't have kids. I work long hours. And most importantly, I never agreed to be anyone's free babysitter. So I told him, "Sorry, but I can't do that." That's when the guilt trip started. "Oh, so you're too busy for family now? You don't even have kids. You wouldn't understand how hard this is. It's just 1 week. You act like I'm asking for a year." But I stood my ground. I told him I have work, I have responsibilities, and that his kids are his responsibility. Then, he hung up on me. I thought that was the end of it. Oh, how wrong I was. Because the next day, I got a very angry call from my mom. The next morning, my phone buzzed aggressively. It was my mom, that I barely had time to say hello before she launched into it. "Rachel, what is wrong with you? Your uncle just told me how you refuse to help him out. You're seriously going to let your poor uncle struggle when all he's asking for is a little support?" A little support? He wanted me to watch 3 kids for an entire week while he sat by a lake drinking beer. I took a deep breath and calmly explained, "Mom, I have a job. I can't just take a week off to babysit. That's not fair to me." She scoffed. "You work from home. Don't act like you're so busy." I had to correct her immediately. Working from home doesn't mean I'm free to chase after a 4-year-old all day. My job is demanding. I have deadlines. Plus, it's not my responsibility. Mom was not having it. Family helps family, Rachel. That's how we were raised. If you ever needed something, wouldn't you want people to be there for you? I tried to be reasonable. "Mom, if I had kids, I wouldn't dump them on someone last minute so I could go on vacation. That's not helping, that's taking advantage." That's when she lowered her voice to that dangerous, disappointed tone. "I didn't raise you to be so selfish." Ouch. But before I could respond, she hit me with, "You know what? If your uncle can't rely on his own niece, I don't know what kind of family we've become." And then she hung up. I sat there, stunned. She made it sound like I had abandoned them in their time of need. Like Uncle Mike wasn't literally planning a vacation while expecting me to play full-time mom. But I figured, okay, maybe this will blow over. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Because later that night, I got a text from my aunt, Uncle Mike's wife. And it was brutal. I hesitated before opening the text. I already knew it wasn't going to be good. But when I finally did, my jaw dropped. "Aunt Linda, wow, Rachel, I can't believe you do this to family. Do you have any idea how hard Mike works? He deserves a break. And you just had to be difficult. I hope you never need a favor from us, because we'll remember this." I was stunned. First of all, what? Uncle Mike deserved a break. From what? Being a dad. Because I was pretty sure his wife was still going to be taking care of the kids 24/7 when he left. Meanwhile, I was supposed to just drop my entire life and do it for free? Oh, and the guilt trip about never asking for a favor? That was rich, considering I'd never asked them for anything. But before I could even process it, another text popped up. "Aunt Linda, you're so entitled. You don't even have kids. You have no idea how exhausting it is. But one day, when you do, I hope someone treats you the way you're treating us now." So that's how it was. She didn't just think I should babysit. She thought I had no excuse not to. Like my time wasn't valuable because I wasn't a parent myself. I was fuming. But before I could respond, guess who called? Uncle Mike. And he didn't sound mad. No, he sounded smug. "Hey, kiddo. Just wanted to see if you've come to your senses yet. Figure I'll give you another chance to do the right thing." Oh, no he didn't. I took a deep breath. "Mike, I already said no." He laughed. "Come on. It's just 1 week. You're being dramatic." I snapped. "I work. I have responsibilities. And most importantly, I'm not a free babysitter just because you want to go on vacation." Silence. Then, he scoffed. "Wow. I always thought you were a sweet kid, Rachel. Guess I was wrong." And then, he hung up on me. I stared at my phone, my heart pounding. And just when I thought this couldn't possibly get worse, my mom called again. And this time, she wasn't just disappointed. She was furious. I hesitated before answering. My mom never called twice in a row unless something was seriously wrong. But the only wrong thing here was me refusing to be used as a free babysitter. Still, my gut told me this call wasn't going to be good. I picked up. Mom. I barely got the word out before she went off. Rachel, what the hell is wrong with you? I blinked. Excuse me? Mike just called me, and he is devastated. You embarrassed him, Rachel. You made him feel like he was some kind of burden when all he wanted was a little help. I nearly laughed. A burden? This man had a whole wife and multiple other family members, but somehow I was the only one expected to step up. Mom, I didn't embarrass him. He just didn't like hearing no for once in his life. She sighed like I was being unreasonable. He was counting on you, honey. He already booked the trip, and now you're just going to let him waste all that money? I gritted my teeth. That's not my problem. Not your problem? Rachel, this is family. You don't just turn your back on family over something so small. Oh, so now I was the villain. So let me get this straight. He books a trip before even asking me to babysit, just assumes I'll do it, and when I say no, suddenly I'm the bad guy? It's 1 week, Rachel. 1 week out of your entire life. That's 1 week of me missing work, putting my responsibilities on hold, and watching kids that aren't mine because a grown man can't be bothered to do his job as a parent. Silence. Then, my mom's voice dropped. You're being selfish. That word hit me like a slap. Selfish? Really? For having boundaries? For not helping your own family when they need you? Funny, because when I need help, no one seems to be around. That shut her up for a second, then. She pulled the card. Rachel, do you think I would have raised you this way if I knew you were going to turn out so ungrateful? Oh, there it was, guilt. Manipulation. Trying to make me feel like I was somehow in the wrong for not bending over backwards for a man who had no respect for my time. I clenched my fist. If standing up for myself makes me ungrateful, then fine. I'd rather be ungrateful than be a doormat. You know what, Rachel? I'm done talking to you when you're like this, but I hope one day you realize how much you've hurt your family. Clicked that I stared at my phone, feeling a mix of anger, frustration, and disbelief. And then, I got another text, this time from my brother. And when I saw what he wrote, I almost threw my phone across the room. I took a deep breath and opened my brother's text. Wow, Rachel, you really couldn't just help out for 1 week? Mom's upset. Uncle Mike's upset. Was it really that hard to just be a decent person? I stared at my screen. Was he serious? I fired back. A decent person? You mean like Mike, who didn't even ask before planning his trip? Or Mom, who thinks my time is worthless? I'm supposed to drop everything for them, but where are they when I need help? His reply came instantly. You're making a huge deal out of nothing. It's just babysitting. You act like they asked you to donate a kidney. Oh, that set me off. If it's just babysitting, then why didn't Mike ask you? Or Mom? Or literally anyone else? Why is it always me? This time, it took him a minute to respond. Because you don't have kids. You have free time. It's different for me. Oh, so now my time was less valuable because I wasn't a parent? Because I didn't have a spouse or a mortgage? I was fuming. So because I don't have kids, my life doesn't matter? My job doesn't matter? My plans don't matter? That's not what I said. It's exactly what you said. You're just twisting things to be the victim. I took a deep breath, my hands shaking as I typed. No, I'm just done being the family's free labor. You want to take Mike's side? Fine, but don't ever expect me to cover for you either. I hit send, and then I turned off my phone because I knew the next text would be from my mom, from Mike, maybe even from my aunt or some cousin I barely talked to, all telling me how selfish I was, how I was breaking the family apart. But I didn't care anymore. I wasn't a free babysitter. I wasn't a backup plan. And if they couldn't respect that, then maybe they never respected me at all. After turning off my phone, I sat there in silence, staring at the wall. I felt angry, sure, but also exhausted. Why did standing up for myself always have to feel like a battle? Like I was some kind of villain for just having boundaries? And then, bang, bang, banged at a knock at my door that I froze. and no one just showed up at my place unannounced. My stomach sank that I got up slowly, peeking through the peephole. Mom, Dotto. Great that I took a deep breath and cracked the door open. Mom, what are you doing here? Her arms were crossed, her expression tight. I came to talk some sense into you, she said, stepping inside like she owned the place. I barely had time to react before she was already in my living room, turning to face me with that disappointed mom look. Rachel, this is ridiculous. You know how much Mike has done for this family. And when he finally asks for a favor, you just refuse? Like some spoiled child? I blinked. A favor? I repeated, laughing bitterly. Mom, this wasn't a favor. This was him expecting me to rearrange my entire week with zero warning. Mom sighed dramatically, like I was being so unreasonable. Rachel, he assumed you'd say yes because you always do. That's why he didn't think he needed to ask first. Oh wow. So you're saying this is my fault? Because I was too accommodating in the past? Mom pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm saying you're overreacting. It's not a big deal. I folded my arms. Then why didn't you offer to watch them? She scoffed. Rachel, I'm too old to be chasing after kids all day. You know that. I stared at her. And I have a full-time job. You know that. She waved me off like it didn't count. Oh, please. You work from home. You could have managed. Oh, that was it. And there it is. I laughed, shaking my head. You think because I work from home, I don't actually work. That my time doesn't matter. That I should just be available whenever you need something. She opened her mouth, but I wasn't done. Let me make something crystal clear, Mom. I'm not a free babysitter. I don't exist to make your life or Mike's life easier. And if you can't respect that, then maybe we need to take a break from talking for a while. Mom's eyes widened. Rachel, don't be dramatic. I'm not. I'm just done. Her mouth opened and closed like she wanted to argue, but I could see it. That flicker of doubt. The realization that maybe, just maybe, she pushed me too far this time. And then, she huffed, grabbed her purse, and stormed out. I let out a shaky breath, locking the door behind her. Maybe she'd come around. Maybe she wouldn't. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't the one bending over backward to keep the peace, and honestly, that felt pretty damn good. That was the end of my story, or at least, I thought it was that I gave myself a few days to cool off, expecting maybe a text from Mom, maybe some passive-aggressive Facebook post about kids these days having no respect. But instead, radio silence. No texts. No calls. At first, it was a relief. But then I started wondering, was this really over? Or was she just waiting for the right moment? And then, a week later, I got my answer. A family group chat notification. I opened it, expecting the usual forwarded memes from my aunt. Instead, it was Mike. Hey everyone, just wanted to say thanks to MOM for stepping up and watching the kids this week. Absolute lifesaver. Don't know what I'd do without her. Odato, no. Not even a full minute later, another message popped up from Mom. Of course, Mike. You know I do anything for family. Unlike some people. I gritted my teeth. And then, because I was feeling petty, I replied, glad you found someone to help. I'm sure she didn't mind rearranging her whole week at the last minute. Silence, and then Mom left the group chat. Mike reacted with a thumbs down emoji. I stared at my screen, debating whether I should just mute the chat forever. But before I could decide, a private message popped up. From my cousin, Sarah. Dude, what the hell is going on? So what now? Do I just let it go? Or do I finally air out everything? I stared at Sarah's message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Should I tell her everything? Should I just let it go? Before I could decide, another message popped up from Mike. You could have just said no without making a big deal. We all help each other out in this family. Maybe try being less selfish. Oh, that was it. That was the last straw, and I took a deep breath and let it all out. Mike, I did say no. You just didn't like hearing it. I've spent years being the go-to babysitter while you go on trips and live your life like you don't have kids. Mom always defends you, but I'm done. If helping family means being treated like a free nanny, then maybe it's not me who needs to change. And then, just to twist the knife, I added, also, maybe next time, Plan your fishing trips around your parental responsibilities. Just a thought. I hit send and muted the chat. I expected more drama. Maybe a phone call. Maybe mom banging on my door. But instead, silence. So, am I the a-hole for refusing to babysit my uncle's kids and finally standing up for myself? Was I too harsh in how I handled it? Should I have just sucked it up for the sake of family? Or was I right to put my foot down? Let me know what you think.
Make sure to subscribe and turn on your notifications so you're the first to know when the next update drops. Trust me, things are only going to get more intense. Stay tuned for all the drama, and you won't regret it.
My name is Luke, and if there's one thing I've learned about my family, it's that they've mastered the art of making me feel like I'm nothing more than an afterthought. I'm the middle child, sandwiched between my older brother Adrian and my younger sister Clara. You'd think that being the middle child would mean I could fly under the radar, but in my family, it meant I was the default option, the one who was expected to bend, compromise, and understand when everyone else's needs came first. Growing up, I got used to the little digs. Adrian was the responsible one, the golden boy who supposedly carried the family name with pride. Clara was the baby, fragile and precious, who everyone tripped over themselves to accommodate. And me? I was the one who had to share my things, give up my spot, and smile politely while being reminded that family comes first, though what they really meant was that their comfort came first and mine didn't matter. By the time I turned 24, I had already accepted that family gatherings weren't about me. They were about Adrian bragging about his business ventures that never seemed to make any money, or Clara talking about how she deserved a break because life was just so stressful for her. I usually kept my mouth shut, nodded in the right places, and escaped as soon as I could. But last Sunday, something shifted. We were having one of those so-called family lunches at my parents' place. The table was set the same way it always was. My mom fussing over Adrian's plate to make sure he had the best cut of meat, my dad pouring Clara her drink before she even asked, and me quietly filling my own plate while trying not to roll my eyes. Adrian was already in rare form, boasting about how he was this close to securing a major investor for his latest idea. He leaned back in his chair like he was some big shot, flashing a grin that was more smug than confident. Clara sat across from me, scrolling through her phone like she couldn't be bothered to participate in the conversation, occasionally sighing just loud enough to remind everyone how overwhelmed she was. I was halfway through my meal when Mom cleared her throat. The way she did it made everyone look up, that little dramatic pause she always added, as if she were about to make a grand announcement. "Luke," she said, her tone soft but patronizing. "We were talking, and we think it would make sense for Clara to use your car for a while. She really needs it more than you right now." The words hung in the air for a second, and I almost laughed because of how casually she said it. Like she was asking me to pass the salt, not hand over the car I worked and saved for on my own. Before I could respond, Adrian chimed in, smirking. "Don't take it so hard, Luke. You can always borrow mine if you beg nicely." The table chuckled, except me. Dad nodded in agreement, adding, "Your sister's job requires her to travel a bit. You can manage without, can't you? You don't have the same responsibilities she does." I just sat there, fork frozen halfway to my mouth. Part of me wanted to explode, to lay out everything they'd done over the years, every little slight and dismissal. But instead, I kept quiet. I finished my meal, each bite heavier than the last, letting their words settle in the pit of my stomach. What they didn't know, what none of them had any idea about, was that I hadn't arrived at lunch in the car they thought was mine. No, I had parked down the street, away from their eyes, because just the day before, I had driven off the lot in a brand new car. A car they could only dream of owning. One I had bought outright with the money I had saved from years of hard work, while they mocked me for wasting my time. When lunch finally ended, I excused myself quietly, letting them think I was just heading home like usual. That's the role I had been given for years, the quiet one who didn't argue, the one they could laugh off. And they had gotten so used to it that no one even blinked when I gathered my jacket and said, "Thanks for the meal." Clara didn't even look up from her phone to say goodbye. Adrian was too busy leaning back in his chair, finishing off his dessert, making some smug comment about how success takes guts, not just showing up to a job every day. My parents just smiled at him like he'd said something profound instead of repeating one of those empty lines he was so fond of. Walking out the door, I felt my jaw tighten. I knew what would happen the second I left. Mom would probably pat Clara's hand and say, "See, your brother understands. He won't mind lending you the car." Dad would nod in that way of his that always made it clear the decision had already been made. And Clara, of course, would act like it was her right. It was always like this. Every sacrifice expected of me, every handout expected for them. I remember when I was 16 and had saved up a little money from mowing lawns. I wanted a guitar, nothing fancy, just one I could learn on. The day I finally had enough, Dad borrowed the money to help Adrian with some college expenses. I never saw a cent of it again, and when I asked about the guitar, Mom said, "Your brother needed it more than you did. You should be proud to help him." Or the time Clara wanted to go on a school trip abroad. She hadn't saved a dime, of course, because things like that are Dad's job to handle. But Dad turned to me, knowing I had been working part-time, and suggested I chip in for the family experience. When I hesitated, Mom gave me that look, the one that said if I didn't agree, I was selfish. I gave in. Clara went on her trip. I stayed home and worked double shifts. And still, after years of being drained, dismissed, and ignored, they thought I would hand over my car without a word. But this time, they were wrong. I didn't drive straight home after leaving. Instead, I walked down the street, past the neat row of parked cars, until I reached the one that stood out even in the afternoon light. Sleek, polished, and unmistakably mine. My new car. Sliding into the driver's seat, I felt that small, private thrill I hadn't let myself show at the table. It wasn't just a vehicle, it was proof. Proof that all those nights of working late, all the weekends I skipped outings to save money, all the sacrifices they mocked me for had been worth it. I sat there for a moment, hands resting on the steering wheel, replaying the lunch in my head. Adrian's smirk, Clara's silence, my parents' casual tone. They had no idea what I had built for myself right under their noses. And the best part? They still thought they had control. I decided then that I wouldn't reveal anything just yet. Not today. Let them plan and scheme. Let them decide how long Clara would borrow my car. Let them believe I was still the Luke who would give in quietly. Because when the time came to show them the truth, it wouldn't just be about the car. It would be about everything. Years of being overlooked, belittled, and used. The following week, things escalated exactly the way I predicted. On Tuesday evening, Clara called me. Not to ask, not to discuss, but to inform me. "So, Mom said you'll drop off the car this weekend," she said, her voice light, like we were discussing the weather. I paused, letting the silence stretch. "That's what she said?" "Yes. It makes sense, Luke. You don't need it as much as I do. I'm driving to different sites every week for work. You mostly stay in town, right?" I could practically hear her smirk through the phone. Clara had perfected the art of sounding like she was doing me a favor while taking something from me. "I'll figure it out," I said flatly. "Good. Thanks, Luke." And just like that, she hung up. No thank you, no consideration, just the assumption that I would obey. 2 days later, Adrian chimed in. He cornered me in the driveway when I visited my parents again, leaning casually against his car like he owned the place. "You should have said something at lunch," he remarked, as if he was being friendly. "Clara really needs that car. But hey, I told her I'd help if you made a fuss. I could lend you mine." He paused, smirking. "Of course, you'd have to be careful with it. It's not like the old thing you've been driving. You'd have to show some respect." That word, respect, coming from Adrian of all people, nearly made me laugh. The man who had siphoned money from our parents for years, who had burned through failed projects while being praised as ambitious, was telling me about respect. But I bit my tongue. I just gave him a tight smile and walked inside. It was almost amusing, watching them spin their web tighter, completely oblivious to the fact that I had already slipped free. By Saturday morning, Mom called with a cheery tone. "Luke, bring the car over today. Clara needs it for the week. Your father and I agreed it's for the best." There it was again, not a request, not a discussion, but a decision already made. My role was to comply. I agreed to come by, though my voice gave nothing away. "Sure, Mom. I'll be there." And as I hung up, I looked out the window at my new car gleaming in the driveway. A plan began to take shape in my head, slow and deliberate. If they wanted to play this game, I'd let them. But when the reveal came, it wouldn't just be a small win. Saturday came with a strange kind of weight to it. I woke up earlier than usual, not because I was eager to see my family, but because my mind was already circling around what was about to happen. The morning light came in through the blinds, casting sharp lines across the hood of my new car parked outside. I stood there at the window for a good while, sipping my coffee, just staring at it. It was mine, every bit of it. Not borrowed, not handed down, not shared for the good of the family. Bought with my own effort. And today, I would be walking straight into the lion's den where they thought they were going to strip me of what I'd worked for. I didn't take the new car to my parents' house. Not yet. Instead, I parked it a couple streets over, out of sight. Old habits die hard. Hiding parts of myself from them had become second nature. I drove my old car, the one they were already plotting to hand over to Clara, and pulled into the driveway. The moment I stepped inside, the atmosphere told me everything I needed to know. Clara was already standing near the window, handbag slung over her shoulder, keys in hand, like she was about to leave on some glamorous trip. Adrian leaned against the kitchen counter, sipping coffee with that lazy grin plastered across his face. Mom was at the stove, humming like nothing unusual was happening, and Dad sat at the table reading the paper, pretending to be detached. "About time," Clara said, glancing at her watch as if I were late to an appointment I had never agreed to. "I was starting to think you'd try to stall. I said I'd come, didn't I?" I replied, keeping my voice calm. She smirked, clearly pleased with herself. "Good. It'll make things easier for everyone." Everyone. In her world, everyone meant her. Adrian chimed in then, his tone light but loaded. "You're doing the right thing, Luke. You don't really need the car, not like Clara does. She's got places to be, you know? Work, meetings, travel. You can walk to most of the places you go." I let his words hang there, not taking the bait. Adrian always had a way of making it sound like I should be proud to give things up, as if sacrifice was some badge of honor reserved only for me. Mom turned from the stove, wiping her hands on a towel. "We knew you'd understand, Luke. You've always been the reasonable one. Your brother and sister, they've got heavier burdens, but you've always been the steady one. It's why we can rely on you." Her words should have felt like praise, but they didn't. They felt like a label, a role they'd carved out for me long ago. The reliable one. The one who wouldn't push back. The one who would give. Dad finally folded down his paper and added, "It's not permanent. Just until Clara's settled. You'll manage. Just until." That was always the phrase. Just until Adrian's project needed another loan. Just until Clara finished school. Just until this. Just until that. And every time, just until stretched into forever. I took a slow breath. And what if I say no? The room went quiet for a moment. Clara raised an eyebrow, amused. Adrian chuckled under his breath. Mom gave me that patient smile she used when I was a kid questioning her rules. "Luke," she said softly, "don't make this difficult. You know Clara needs this more than you do. Why would you stand in the way of your sister's success?" Clara chimed in, voice dripping with entitlement. "Exactly. I mean, come on, Luke. I actually have responsibilities. You don't need the car. It's not like your job is going to collapse without it. Don't be selfish." There it was, selfish. The word they always threw at me whenever I tried to stand up for myself. Adrian smirked and added, "You know, if you want, I could teach you how to manage without a car." I did it back in college for a whole year. Of course, that was different. I had friends who'd lend me theirs. You might have to work harder to convince someone to help you. He sipped his coffee, watching me like a cat toying with a mouse. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I let them talk. Clara kept rattling on about how busy her schedule was, dropping names of clients I'd never heard of, as if her supposed importance justified everything. Mom nodded along, inserting comments about how families should support each other. Dad stayed quiet but firm, his silence more dangerous than words. Adrian offered occasional smirks, as though he'd already won. Inside, my frustration simmered. They had turned this into a performance, one where they all played their parts flawlessly, convinced of the ending. And me? I was the prop, the background character expected to give them their happy resolution. But as I stood there, watching them circle like vultures, all I could think about was the brand new car parked just a few streets away. The car none of them knew about. The car that would shatter the script they had written for me. Finally, Clara walked toward me, extending her hand. "Keys?" she asked, her tone casual, dismissive, as if it wasn't even worth discussing. I looked at her hand, then at the expectant faces around me. For a long moment, I said nothing. The room was still, waiting. Mom's expression softened, almost pleading. Adrian raised an eyebrow, daring me to resist. Dad's jaw tightened, preparing for an argument. And Clara looked certain, her fingers twitching impatiently, as if the car was already hers. I reached into my pocket, feeling the familiar shape of the keys there. And that's when I realized something. They thought they had cornered me, but the truth was, I had been waiting for this moment. I didn't hand the keys over. Not yet. I simply let them see the hesitation, the weight of my silence. And then, with deliberate slowness, I pulled the keys out and held them loosely in my hand, letting the metal glint under the kitchen light. Their eyes locked on the keys, a silent battle unfolding in the space between us. I looked at Clara, and for a moment, she thought I was stalling because I was scared, or maybe because I was finally realizing I might actually stand up to her. She was wrong on both counts. My silence wasn't hesitation. It was preparation. It was the calm before the storm. Then I said it, slow and deliberate. These aren't the keys you're looking for. Clara blinked, confusion flashing across her face. Excuse me. I held them higher, letting the sunlight catch the metal. These aren't for the car you think they are. For a second, Mom and Dad didn't react. They were staring at me, trying to figure out if this was some kind of joke. Adrian, however, leaned forward, curiosity mixing with that smug arrogance he always wore like armor. What do you mean? He asked. His voice had that faint edge of amusement, the kind someone uses when they think they're about to humiliate you in front of everyone. I smiled just enough to make them uneasy. You know the car I was supposed to hand over? The one you all think is mine. Yes, the old one, Clara said quickly, trying to regain control of the situation. So, keys, you give them to me. I shook my head slowly. No, I'm not giving you the old one. Not anymore. Because I don't drive it anymore. I watched the moment sink in. The small pause, the flickers of disbelief. Mom's hand went to her chest. Dad's mouth opened and closed like he was trying to catch the right words, but couldn't. Adrian's smirk faltered just slightly, curiosity fighting with his habitual confidence. Clara's jaw dropped, but only for a moment before indignation replaced it. What do you mean you don't drive it anymore? Clara said, her voice rising just enough to show panic without actually yelling. I sold it, I said, and I got something better. Something I earned, on my own, without asking for help, without borrowing, without being forced into it. You what? Mom finally managed, voice tight, almost as if she was shocked that I had acted outside the role they had always assigned me. I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled my phone from my pocket, unlocked it, and opened the map. See this? I said, pointing to a pin not far from the house. That's where my car is parked. Clara squinted. That's your old car. No, I said. That's the new one. The one none of you have touched. The one none of you even knew existed. That's mine. I bought it myself. Adrian straightened, his expression flickering between disbelief and irritation. You bought a new car? How? I let that question hang in the air. How could they not understand? Every dollar I had saved, every hour I had worked, every sacrifice I had made, had led to this. But I didn't want to explain myself. Not now. Not to them. They didn't deserve the satisfaction of knowing exactly how I had done it. Clara stepped forward, fuming. Luke, you can't do that. That's unfair. You're supposed to give it to me. I laughed softly, a quiet, controlled laugh that made the air in the kitchen feel heavier. Give it to you? Clara, I'm not handing anything over. You've never had to work for anything in your life. You've spent the last 20 years thinking the world owes you, and today, you found out it doesn't. It never has. Mom gasped, stepping closer. Luke, don't speak to her that way. She's your sister. I shook my head. I've spoken to her my whole life. Look where it got me. I've given, I've tolerated, I've bent over backwards. And what do I have to show for it? Years of being dismissed, mocked, and used. No, Mom. Today that ends. Adrian opened his mouth, but I cut him off before he could lecture me about family responsibility or sharing is caring. And you, Adrian, you think this is funny, don't you? Laughing at the idea that I should be grateful for scraps. You've spent years coasting, doing nothing and taking everything. And today you see that I've stepped out of the shadow you and Clara have built around me. Clara was trembling, partly from anger, partly from the dawning realization that I had finally seized control. Mom and Dad exchanged glances that were almost desperate, the kind that silently begged me to compromise, to return to my old role. But I didn't. I walked toward the door, keys still in hand, and started walking toward the street. You want to see it? I asked over my shoulder. You want to touch the car you thought was mine? Come with me. Clara made a sound halfway between a scream and a whine, stomping after me. Adrian followed more reluctantly, and Mom and Dad trailed behind, both trying to maintain dignity but failing spectacularly. We reached the street, and I paused, letting them see it before I even parked. Sunlight danced across the polished surface, highlighting the sleek curves and the newness of it. The metallic paint glinted, and the engine purred softly as I eased into the driver's seat. Clara's mouth dropped open. Is that yours? Yes, I said simply. And the best part? I don't have to let anyone touch it. Not you, not Adrian, not Mom, not Dad. This car? It's mine. All mine. Bought with my own work. Earned, not begged for. Mom's face had gone pale. Dad's eyes were wide. Adrian looked like he was about to say something, but nothing came out. Clara was frozen, a mixture of disbelief and fury twisting her features. I leaned back in the driver's seat, letting the engine hum. You spent years thinking you could dictate my life. You were wrong. And if you think this is the end of it, you're mistaken. This is only the beginning. The air was thick with tension. For the first time, I could see it clearly. They weren't used to me having power. They weren't used to me standing up. And in that moment, I realized how much they had underestimated me all these years. Clara finally opened her mouth to speak, her voice sharp with indignation. You can't just do that. This isn't fair. You're supposed to. I cut her off. Fair? Clara, I've lived in your world long enough to know fairness doesn't exist here. You want fair? You want to see what it's like to have me take control for once? Then you'll have to deal with it. I sat in the driver's seat, watching them, and I realized just how long it had taken them to even register that I wasn't the same Luke they had always dismissed. Clara's mouth was open, her face red with frustration. Adrian's smirk had completely disappeared, replaced by something tighter, more calculating. Mom and Dad were frozen, the air thick with disbelief. I shut the car door slowly, savoring the moment. You all spent years thinking you could control me, I said, voice calm but firm. Every decision, every choice, every bit of money I earned. You acted like it was yours to dictate. Well, today that ends. All of it. Clara stomped toward the car, trying to snatch at the keys. Luke, give me the… No, I said firmly, leaning back. Not this time. You never had to work for anything in your life, Clara. You never had to earn respect, earn trust, earn anything. I have. And now, you get to see what it feels like to have someone else in control. I pushed the button on the car's key fob, the engine purring loudly. The new car gleamed under the afternoon sun, just out of reach of their entitlement. I wasn't just keeping it for myself. I wanted them to feel the small panic of losing control, the frustration of realizing I had built something of value without them. Mom finally stepped forward, her voice trembling. Luke, this isn't necessary. We were just trying to… I cut her off, voice icy. Trying to what? Make my life smaller? Make sure I never had anything I could call my own. You think years of dismissing me are acceptable behavior? Adrian finally spoke, his usual confidence cracking. You can't just… Yes, I can, I said, and for the first time, I felt no guilt. I spent years giving, sacrificing, and taking your judgment. I let you use me, belittle me, and ignore me. And now, I get to take back control. Clara made a last, desperate lunge for the door handle, but I locked it, watching her face twist with frustration. She pounded on the window, shouting my name, but I just leaned back in my seat, letting the silence weigh on them. Then I smiled, slow and deliberate. Here's the thing. You always thought I'd bend. You always thought I'd give in. Well, that's over. This car? Mine. My money, my work. And I plan to keep it that way. You can plan all you want, think all you want, but I'm not part of your games anymore. Mom's face went pale. Dad's jaw tightened. Adrian crossed his arms, his posture defensive now, and Clara's eyes welled up with tears, more from shock than anything else. They had always assumed my silence was weakness. Today it was strength. I started the car, slowly pulling it out of the driveway, letting them watch the metallic blue shine glide past their stunned faces. I didn't just drive away. I drove away from the role they had forced on me, from the endless cycle of entitlement and manipulation. Over the next week, I took deliberate steps to assert my independence. I changed my insurance and registration, making it impossible for anyone to claim access. I set up my finances so that I would no longer be a backup for family emergencies, and I informed Clara, Adrian, Mom, and Dad that I had no obligation to lend anything anymore. Every attempt they made to guilt or manipulate me was met with calm refusal, backed by the proof that I could thrive entirely on my own. The change in the household dynamic was immediate. Clara sulked, realizing she no longer had free reign over my life. Adrian tried to lecture me, but without the leverage he had always assumed I would give him, his words fell flat. Mom and Dad hovered, attempting subtle pressure, but every effort was met with polite, firm resistance. They were forced to acknowledge, in ways both silent and humiliating, that I was no longer theirs to control. By the end of the month, the shift was complete. I had secured my independence, not with anger, but with careful, strategic action. They could plot, they could complain, they could sulk, but nothing would take away what I had earned with my own work. As for me, I finally felt free. Free from the constant judgment, free from the manipulation, and free from the family dynamic that had stifled me for so long. The car was just a symbol, but it was also a promise, a reminder that I had the power to carve my own life, and no one, not Adrian, not Clara, not Mom or Dad, could take it away. And the family? They learned exactly what happens when you underestimate someone who has spent years bending to your will. For the first time, they saw me as an equal, maybe even as someone to fear, and it was a satisfaction I had waited a long time to enjoy. I didn't forgive them. I didn't soften. I didn't allow their guilt or pleading to sway me. They had built themselves as villains in my life, and for the first time, they got a taste of the consequences. I drove home that evening, the sun glinting off the hood of my new car, and I finally felt like I was living on my own terms. For the first time in my life, they had no control over me. And that, more than the car, was the victory I had always wanted. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Get out and don't come back. My mom yelled. So I did. 5 months later, she called crying. Why's the fridge empty? I said, not my kitchen, not my job. Then things got real. Hey Reddit. I'm Jonah, 42M, and this has been a long time coming. I've kept this story to myself for years, told only bits and pieces to close friends when things got especially bad. But last week, something happened that left me sitting in my parked car for over an hour, just staring out at nothing with this strange feeling in my chest, somewhere between relief and guilt. It was a moment I never really expected to come. Or maybe I did, and I just kept pretending I didn't see it heading my way. Anyway, here goes. I'm the oldest of 3. My mom, Lorraine, now 66, raised us mostly on her own after our dad left when I was about 10. I remember the day he packed a bag and walked out like it was yesterday. There wasn't a big fight or anything dramatic. He just said he couldn't do this anymore and that he'd be in touch. That was the last time we saw him in person. A couple of postcards came in for birthdays during the first 2 years, then silence. Mom tried. I'll give her that. In the beginning, she worked 2 jobs and still managed to help us with homework, cook dinner, and make sure we got to school on time. But it didn't last. By the time I hit high school, she was different. More distracted. Tired all the time. She started relying on me. First to watch my siblings, then to help with grocery shopping, then paying bills, even taking calls from the landlord because they listened better to you. I didn't mind it at first. I thought I was helping. I wanted to help. My younger brother, Caleb, 38, was always the creative one. He floated from interest to interest, guitar, photography, film school, for 1 semester, you name it. Mom coddled him. Whenever he failed or gave up, she was right there to say, he's just figuring things out. Not everyone's like you, Jonah. Danny, 34, the youngest, had a little more grit, but even she never got pushed the way I did. I was the one who knew how to handle things, so I handled them. I moved out at 23 for about a year, but after a job loss and some financial strain, I came back home. Just for a few months, I told myself. That temporary stay stretched into years. Somewhere in there, I got used to it. Paid rent, bought groceries, took over yard work and house repairs. Lorraine treated me less like a son and more like a third parent. Or, honestly, like the only adult in the house. The real turning point came about 7 years ago when I started dating Julia. She was calm, grounded, and sharp in a way that could cut through anything. The first time she came over to the house, she didn't say much. But later, when we were driving back to her place, she asked me something that stayed with me ever since. Do they always act like this? I laughed. Like what? Like you're the live-in handyman who also happens to be their housekeeper. I didn't have an answer. Julia didn't push. She wasn't trying to fix me or shame me for living at home. She just made observations. Things like, why do you pay for everyone's groceries when you're not even home for dinner half the time? Or, why does your mom say she can't use the oven when she clearly baked that cake last week? And I started noticing it, too. Lorraine had this way of being completely helpless the moment something needed effort. She'd stand in the middle of the kitchen holding a pan like it was a foreign object, say she was exhausted, and then wander off while I cooked for everyone. I began to wonder if she was tired or just done trying. Caleb was still in the basement. Technically, it was an in-law suite, but let's be real, it was a basement with a space heater and an old futon. He said he was writing a screenplay. Then it was a novel. Then it was a podcast. I stopped asking after a while. Danny had moved out and back twice by the time she turned 30. She had a part-time job at a bookstore and spent the rest of her time at her boyfriend's apartment. Whenever she came by, she acted like she was doing us a favor, offering to help out around the house, which usually meant putting a single dish in the dishwasher and announcing it like she'd repaired the plumbing. I started to pull back. Slowly, quietly. I stopped paying for groceries unless I was planning to cook for myself. I didn't clean up messes I didn't make. I didn't step in when Caleb and Lorraine started bickering. At first, no one seemed to notice. But once the dishes started piling up and the pantry started looking a little bare, Lorraine called a family meeting. She said she was feeling abandoned in her own home, that she couldn't understand why I'd suddenly become so cold and ungrateful. Ungrateful. That was the word that finally lit a spark in me. I'd spent over a decade helping her hold this place together, quietly picking up the pieces every time someone else dropped them, and now I was the ungrateful one? I didn't yell. I didn't storm out. I just said, maybe it's time I actually left for good. Lorraine's face went blank. Then came the sigh. The long, slow, disappointed sigh she used to give us when we were little and brought home a bad report card. If you're going to act like this, she said, then just get out. And don't come back. She didn't say it in a fit of anger. She said it like she meant it. Like it was final. So I packed a bag. Just a duffel. Didn't take much. A few shirts, a pair of shoes, my shaving kit. I still had the key to my friend Drew's apartment. He was out of town for the summer and had offered to let me stay if I needed. I left a note on the fridge that just said, I'm going. Don't worry about me. And I left. No scene. No shouting match. Just silence. That was 5 months ago. I didn't hear from them at all for the first 2. Then a text from Danny that said, You alive? I replied, yeah. Silence again. But last week, that's when the phone rang. Lorraine. And that's when the Rayall story begins. So 5 months go by. During that time, I settle into this small, quiet rhythm. I'm crashing at Drew's spare place. Nothing fancy, just a 1-bedroom with peeling paint in the hallway and a living room window that sticks halfway open, but it's quiet. Nobody yelling from downstairs that the pilot light went out or asking if I remembered to grab oat milk because Caleb can't drink regular anymore. Just quiet. I picked up some extra shifts at the hospital, started going to the gym again, got back in touch with a few friends I hadn't seen in years. Turns out it is possible to make plans when you're not responsible for 3 other people's drama. I read books, slept without earplugs, ate what I wanted when I wanted. And then, like I said, last week my phone rings. Lorraine. I don't know why I answered. Maybe curiosity. Maybe a small part of me still hoping it was something, anything, different. Her voice was all gentle and pitiful, like she was talking to someone on their deathbed. Jonah, hey, sweetheart. I don't say anything at first. Just let her speak. I didn't want to call, but I don't know what else to do. The fridge is, well, it's empty. And I asked Caleb to go shopping, but he said he's been feeling off. And I just don't know how to drive anymore. You know that. I cut her off. Calmly. You want me to come buy groceries? Long pause. Well, yes. I mean, I thought maybe you could help out. Just for now. Things have been hard since you left. Since I left. Not since they threw me out. Not since she told me, in front of both my siblings, to get out and don't come back. No, this was being framed as me abandoning them. I take a slow breath. And I say, clear as I can, not my kitchen. Not my job. She goes silent. Then comes the trembling breath, like she's trying to keep from crying. I know the sound well. It's the same one she used to make when she needed someone to blame, but didn't want to say it outright. I just don't understand how you could be so cold, Jonah. After everything I did for you. Everything she did for me. I hung up. No yelling. No final words. Just a quiet end to a call that never should have happened. I thought that would be the end of it. I'd made my position clear, and maybe, just maybe, she'd understand that this was what it looked like when I wasn't there to clean up everyone's messes. But nope. An hour later, Danny sends a text. Not a question. A statement. You didn't need to humiliate her like that. She's been crying for days. Then Caleb chimes in, like he was just waiting for a cue. Guess you forgot how much Mom gave up for us. You think you're better than the rest of us now. That's the moment I realized something. They weren't calling because they missed me. They were calling because the system I held together without complaint was falling apart. And not one of them knew how to lift a finger. I didn't respond. But they kept pushing. Over the next few days, I got 4 more texts from Danny. The tone switched back and forth. First she was sad, then passive-aggressive, then outright hostile. Caleb started tagging me in vague Facebook posts. One of them said, "Funny how some people act like heroes when they're just quitters in disguise." I didn't reply to that either. Then things got real. A friend of mine, Lena, called me last night. She works part-time at the local community center and sometimes organizes food drives. She said she saw Lorraine come in asking for a box of groceries. When Lena gently asked why, Mom launched into a dramatic story about how her ungrateful oldest son abandoned the family and left her to starve with her disabled son and flighty daughter. Disabled? Caleb? He twisted his ankle last year slipping on the porch because he refused to clear the ice. That's it. I didn't know what bothered me more, Lorraine spinning a sob story for pity, or her pulling in community support with this carefully crafted lie, painting herself and the others as helpless victims while conveniently leaving out every choice they made that led to this. But here's the kicker. Lena told me Lorraine specifically asked if the center ever needed volunteers who could cook or clean, and said she couldn't do it herself because her body was too weak, but maybe they could ask Jonah if he was still around. Still around. Like I was a roaming handyman she'd misplaced. That's when I realized they didn't just want me back. They expected me to come back eventually. They truly believed this was a temporary pause, a moment of rebellion, that I'd get tired of living on my own, see the error of my ways, and return to fold laundry, fill the fridge, and handle the thermostat wars without question. It never occurred to them that I might have left, for good. I've stayed quiet so far, but that might be about to change. Because last night, I got another call. This one wasn't from Mom, or Danny, or Caleb. It was from the family lawyer. So, I get this voicemail from Mr. Greaves, our old family lawyer. Not the slick kind with a Bluetooth headset and a luxury watch. He's more of an old-school type. Cardigan sweaters. Yellow legal pads. He's been around forever. Drew and I used to joke he was made out of tweed. He said, "Jonah, please call me back at your earliest convenience. There's a matter concerning your family I think you'll want to be aware of." That was it. I hadn't heard from Mr. Greaves since I was in my 20s, when he helped settle something about the house after my grandfather passed. He never called without a reason, and he never used words like "a matter concerning your family" lightly. I called him the next morning. He answered on the second ring. "Jonah," he said, sounding both relieved and tired. "Thanks for getting back to me. I don't want to get into details over the phone, but could you come in? I think this is best handled in person." I cleared my afternoon and made the drive. When I walked into his office, he stood and shook my hand like I was someone important. Then he gestured for me to sit and closed the door gently behind us. His office smelled like old paper and lemon polish. Same worn brown blinds. Same ticking clock. "Your mother came in last week," he said, easing into his chair. She was quite distressed. I said nothing. She wanted to transfer ownership of the house. Now that got my attention. He slid a manila folder across the desk toward me. Inside was a set of preliminary transfer documents. Lorraine's name was right there at the top of the form. But the name listed as the new owner? Caleb Winters. I stared at it. He must have seen my reaction, because he added, "I didn't proceed." I told her I'd need consent from any co-owners or legal heirs, given the way her father's estate was structured. Now, this part takes a little backstory. When my grandfather died 15 years ago, he left the house to Lorraine, but with a twist. In his will, he made it clear the house would remain in family hands, to be passed along or shared among all 3 children equally unless sold. There were legal stipulations tied to it, probably to prevent exactly this kind of thing. At the time, we all kind of nodded and moved on. Lorraine got full use of the house. We just assumed it'd all be sorted when the time came. But apparently she decided she was done waiting. And worse, she was trying to cut me and Danny out of the picture. Your brother's name was the only one on the transfer, Mr. Greaves said. I asked her if the other children had agreed. She got defensive, told me it was none of my business and that you weren't involved in family matters anymore. That hit hard. Not because I wanted the house. I didn't, but because I knew what this meant. Lorraine wasn't just rewriting the story for strangers at the community center or passive-aggressively nudging me back with guilt. She was moving forward with real, tangible changes, ones that would erase me from the family in every practical sense. Danny wasn't even mentioned, which made me realize something. They'd probably already turned on her, too. I left the office without saying much. Mr. Greaves gave me a copy of the draft papers and told me to sleep on it, but I didn't need to. By the time I got back to Drew's place, I had a plan forming. Not something rash, not emotional, just clean, quiet, intentional. The thing is, I may not be in that house anymore, but I never removed myself from the estate. And Lorraine? She'd forgotten I was still listed as the executor of my grandfather's trust. She also must have forgotten that I had power of attorney limited. Yes, but it gave me the right to flag any suspicious changes regarding the trust's intent, especially anything that looked like coercion or fraud. And best of all, I knew things about that house that Caleb definitely didn't. For example, the fact that the in-law suite he was living in was never legally permitted. My grandfather added it himself years ago with no official inspection. It wasn't up to code. No egress window, no fire alarm, no proper insulation. That alone wouldn't just void any mortgage offer, it could trigger a housing code inspection. Suddenly, I found myself with more leverage than I'd ever realized. Still, I didn't act right away. I wanted to see how far they'd go. So I waited. 3 days passed. Then I got a text from Danny. No greeting. Just, you heard about the house? I called her. She picked up fast. She sounded out of breath, like she'd just been crying or pacing. I went over there yesterday, she said. Mom told me she was simplifying things. I asked her what that meant, and she handed me a copy of the same documents Greaves showed you. Jonah, my name wasn't on anything. I asked what Caleb had to say. He said Mom's getting older and that we needed to stop stressing her out. Then he told me I should be grateful she's not kicking me out of the family entirely. And there it was. Caleb had never really wanted to be responsible. He just wanted control. He wanted the house. He wanted the sympathy. He wanted to be the golden child, finally in charge. And Lorraine? She wanted to retire from reality. She'd let him have the reins, even if it meant bulldozing the rest of us. Danny asked what we could do, and I said 4 words I'd been holding on to since the day Lorraine told me to leave. We let them try. She paused. Try what? I smiled. To hang themselves with their own rope. Because the thing about villains like them? They don't notice when the person cleaning up their mess stops sweeping. And they never notice when the walls start to close in until the door locks behind them. It's strange how sometimes the people you think are the closest to you turn out to be the hardest to read. For years, I thought my family was just overwhelmed, flawed but salvageable. Turns out, they were quietly plotting a version of reality where I didn't exist. Not the Jonah who showed up every day to fix the heater, pay the bills, or cover the groceries. Not the Jonah who gave up his own life to hold the family together. Just gone. When I left, I thought it was a clean break. I thought cutting ties would force them to face the consequences of their selfishness. But it only made them dig in deeper. Now, knowing about the house transfer and their clear plan to cut me out, I realized this wasn't just passive-aggressive family drama. It was a calculated power move. I sat with that thought for a long time. Not in a panicked or angry way, but with quiet clarity. Lorraine wanted to retire from responsibility. Caleb wanted control. Danny was just trying to hold on to whatever scraps she could get without poking the hornet's nest. But they all underestimated one thing. I wasn't done. The next step was simple: gather every bit of information I could find. I spent the next 2 days digging through everything I'd saved over the years. Old emails with Mr. Greaves, property tax documents, utility bills, the original will and trust paperwork from my grandfather's estate, even some photos I'd taken during a remodeling project years ago, showing the basement's condition. Everything confirmed what I suspected. Caleb and Mom were ignoring the law. The basement in-law suite was technically illegal. No permits, no inspections, and worse, no safety features required for habitation. That alone was a huge red flag, especially if the house was sold or mortgaged. And here's where it got really interesting, because the trust had very clear language about the house remaining in family hands, and that any changes to ownership had to be approved by all beneficiaries. Not just Mom, not just Caleb, all of us. I copied all the documents, organized them neatly, and scheduled a meeting with Mr. Greaves again. At the meeting, I laid it all out for him: the illegal basement, the transfer attempt, the family dynamics, and most importantly, the language and the trust that protected my and Danny's interests. He listened quietly, occasionally nodding. "This is solid," he said. "Lorraine's lawyer must have overlooked or purposely ignored these details. You have the right to contest this, and in fact, you should. If they proceed without your consent, it could be grounds for legal action." I thanked him and left with a plan forming in my head. But before jumping into a legal battle, I wanted to see what Lorraine and Caleb would do next. I wanted them to make the next move so their true colors would show even more. Over the next week, I kept my phone silent. I stopped responding to Danny's texts and Caleb's social media jabs. Let them stew. Then came the first sign that they were getting desperate. It was a Wednesday afternoon when Danny showed up at Drew's place unannounced. I wasn't home. Drew was. Drew called me immediately after she left, sounding both confused and upset. "She asked me for you," he said, like really pressed. Said she needed to talk about Mom and Caleb and the house. I told Drew not to engage further and that I'd reach out when I was ready. But the fact that Danny came by alone, without Caleb or Mom backing her up, told me something. She was starting to crack. That night, I got a long text from Danny. Not angry this time. Vulnerable. She admitted that things were worse than she'd let on. Mom was withdrawing, barely leaving her room. She kept saying she felt betrayed by me, like I'd stabbed the family in the back. Caleb was furious and controlling everything, from grocery shopping to who could visit the house. She said Caleb had started calling their mother fragile and unable to handle stress, implying that she might need someone to manage her affairs legally, which, given what I knew, might be a prelude to pushing for full control over Mom's decisions and property. But what hit me the hardest was Danny saying she felt trapped, like she was caught between loyalty to Mom and Caleb and her own growing resentment. That's when I realized the depth of the toxicity I'd escaped. This wasn't just sibling rivalry or parent-child tension. It was a slow, suffocating takeover by two people who saw family as a game to control and a set of resources to exploit. And for years, I'd been the family's invisible servant. So, I started quietly gathering more evidence. I found old neighbors who'd complained about Caleb living in the basement but never getting an official permit. I tracked down some receipts and statements showing Mom's recent unusual spending patterns, mostly on expensive clothes and trips she never mentioned to me. I also learned Caleb had been applying for government benefits under the guise of being the sole caretaker for Mom. I don't know if he got any money from that, but it was another sign he was trying to capitalize on the situation. At the same time, I reached out to some of the neighbors I remembered from growing up. People who had always been kind but had drifted away as the family drama escalated. One neighbor, Mrs. Klein, told me she'd been worried about Mom for months, that she often saw Caleb taking advantage, getting her to sign things she probably didn't understand, limiting visitors, and generally isolating her. "Your mother's a strong woman, Jonah," Mrs. Klein said over coffee one afternoon, "but she's been worn down. And that boy of hers, he's a master at playing the helpless victim." That confirmed everything I feared. Meanwhile, Caleb and Lorraine kept trying to pull me back in. There were emails, texts, even a few calls where Mom's voice cracked and she begged for me to come home, help fix this, make things right. But every plea was wrapped in guilt, manipulation, or a demand disguised as concern. One message from Mom read, "We're family. You can't just erase us. Please think about what you're throwing away." I typed out a response a dozen times, but deleted it every time. Because I knew exactly what they were throwing away: accountability, responsibility, the idea that family meant supporting each other without using love as leverage. Then came the moment I knew I had to act. It wasn't dramatic. No shouting, no confrontation. It was a simple email to Mr. Greaves, confirming I wanted to contest the property transfer. I asked him to prepare the necessary paperwork and to schedule a formal hearing. At that moment, I felt a strange mix of calm and excitement. This wasn't just about property. It was about reclaiming control over my own life and refusing to be dragged back into a family system that had never really appreciated me. That night, I went to bed thinking about how this was only the beginning. Because if Lorraine and Caleb thought they could quietly cut me out, play the victim, and then call the shots, they were in for a surprise. I was done cleaning up after them, and I was ready to make sure they knew it. After sending that email to Mr. Greaves, the wheels really started turning. The lawyer moved fast, faster than I expected, honestly. Within a week, I had official notices in my hands. Lorraine's attempt to transfer ownership was on hold pending a formal review, and any further moves would require full legal approval from all heirs. That shook the family harder than I'd imagined. Lorraine called me again, this time with a tone somewhere between pleading and warning. She told me I was tearing the family apart, that I was being selfish, that she was just trying to make things easier for everyone. Caleb jumped on those calls too, insisting I was acting like I wanted to destroy what was left. But I was prepared. I had gathered all the proof of their reckless behavior. The illegal basement, the complaints from neighbors, the misuse of Mom's signature and money. I had Danny's messages admitting she felt trapped. And I had Mr. Greaves, who confirmed every legal step I was taking was on solid ground. The hearing was tense. It wasn't just a courtroom battle. It felt like the culmination of years of lies and manipulation. Lorraine insisted she was protecting the family. Caleb claimed he was just looking out for Mom's best interests. And Danny, well, Danny sat quietly, caught somewhere between resentment and relief. When it was my turn, I laid out everything clearly and calmly. I spoke about the trust's intent, the illegal modifications to the house, the financial irregularities, and the emotional manipulation they'd all tried to use against me. The judge listened carefully and didn't seem impressed by Lorraine or Caleb's excuses. In the end, the court ruled that the house ownership could not be transferred without unanimous agreement from all heirs. More importantly, they ordered an independent audit of Mom's finances and a full safety inspection of the house, including that basement. Lorraine's attempt to cut me and Danny out was officially stopped. The real victory, though, came afterward. Mom slowly started to come back to herself. The audit revealed some troubling financial decisions Caleb had been making without her full consent. After the safety inspection, the city required Caleb to stop living in the basement until it was up to code, which meant he had to find somewhere else to stay. Danny, finally freed from the pressure of choosing sides, began rebuilding her own life. As for me, I didn't move back into the house. I didn't want to return to the chaos or the old patterns. But the family found a new balance, one where they couldn't simply bulldoze over me or pretend I didn't exist. They learned that sometimes standing up for yourself means walking away first and making sure the house of cards they built on entitlement and lies can't stand without you. So yeah, that's how Get Out and Don't Come Back turned into Let's See How You Handle This. It wasn't easy. It took patience, evidence, and a refusal to be erased. But in the end, I didn't just walk away. I took back control, and that made all the difference. My name is Francis. I'm 28 now, but the part of the story I need to tell starts back when I was 18. I had just graduated high school. I wasn't exactly popular, but I was determined and focused. I had been saving money since I was 14. Every birthday card with a bill tucked inside, every shift I worked at the local grocery store, every tutoring gig. By the time I was 18, I had a little over $12,000 saved up. For me, that was everything. It was supposed to be my start, college expenses, moving out, building something for myself. But my brother, Julian, was the favorite. He was 2 years older than me, and my parents acted like the sun rose and set around him. Julian was the golden prospect of the family. When he announced he wanted to start a business, some vague tech venture with no real plan, my parents jumped at the chance. Only problem? They didn't have the money to give him, so they took mine. I'll never forget that day. I came home from work, sweaty and tired, and my mom was sitting at the kitchen table with my dad. She had this serious look on her face, the one she usually wore right before telling me something that was non-negotiable. "Francis," she started, "your brother needs your help. This is for the family. We've already spoken with the bank and moved your savings into his account. It's going to be an investment in all of our futures." I was stunned. I remember standing there, my grocery store apron still on, staring at her like she had just told me the sky wasn't blue anymore. "That was my money," I said quietly, because raising my voice never worked in that house. You'll thank us later, my dad cut in. Julian is going to build something great. Don't be selfish. When his business takes off, you'll benefit too. I wanted to argue, but what was the point? They had already done it. My savings, gone with a signature I had no say in. Julian strutted around the house that evening like he had just been crowned king. He clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, little brother. I'll make sure it pays off." Spoiler, it never did. His business crashed within a year. He had no discipline, no actual plan, and spent most of the money on things that had nothing to do with work. But did my parents ever hold him accountable? Of course not. They just kept telling me, not everyone succeeds the first time. He'll get it right eventually. Meanwhile, I was the one who had to scrape together money again from scratch. Fast forward 10 years. I cut contact with my parents shortly after that whole mess. I worked, studied, hustled, and clawed my way forward without a dime of their support. I won't go into details yet, but let's just say things eventually turned out better for me than any of them could have imagined. Which brings us to the award ceremony. It was one of those moments you dream about, where your hard work finally gets recognized in front of people who told you you'd never make it. I was set to receive an award for a project I had spent years building, something that had grown far beyond what I ever thought possible. I invited close friends, colleagues, and a few mentors. I did not invite my parents. I certainly didn't invite Julian. And yet, when I walked into the venue, there they were, sitting in the front row as if they belonged there. My mom had that same smug smile she always wore when she thought she'd outsmarted someone. My dad sat with his arms crossed, scanning the room like he owned it. And Julian? He leaned back casually, like he was just waiting for me to acknowledge him. I felt my stomach twist. 10 years of silence, and they decided to show up now? As if that wasn't enough, my cousin Ezra, who had always been Julian's little shadow, quick to mock me growing up, leaned over from the second row when I passed by. With a smirk, he whispered, "Guess you're still in his shadow, huh?" I stopped in my tracks. The old me, the 18-year-old me, would have just swallowed it and kept walking. But not this time. This time I smiled. Not a nervous smile, but a calm, steady one. "Oh really?" I said quietly, so only he could hear. "Want to hear who's sponsoring this event?" Ezra frowned, clearly not expecting that answer. What happened next is the part where everything shifted. The moment I took the stage, I had a choice. Keep it professional and ignore them, or finally, after all these years, let the truth come out in the one place they couldn't talk over me. So when I stepped up to the microphone, I made sure to enunciate every word. And when I spoke the sponsor's name, the entire room turned to look at my parents. The microphone felt heavier in my hands than it should have, like it carried not just my words, but the weight of 10 years of silence. The lights from the stage cast a warm glow across the room, and for a brief second, I could see the outline of my parents sitting there, straight-backed, pretending they belonged in this space. My mom tilted her chin upward with that practiced look of superiority, as though even in a room full of strangers, she was convinced she was the most important person present. My dad, arms still folded, gave a small nod like he was somehow approving of me, as if my accomplishments were his to sign off on. I resisted the urge to look at them again. Instead, I focused on the faces of the people who had actually been there for me. Mentors who guided me when I was lost, colleagues who believed in my ideas, friends who stayed even when I had nothing to offer but determination. These were the people who mattered, and they deserved to see this moment fully. So I began. First, I'd like to thank everyone here for recognizing the years of work that went into this project. It wasn't built overnight. It wasn't built easily. It took sacrifices, lessons, and support from some extraordinary people. I paused deliberately. I wanted the room to be with me in the silence before I spoke again. And then, slowly, I said the name of the primary sponsor. The reaction was immediate. Heads turned, whispers rippled through the crowd, and a few people even gasped. It wasn't just any sponsor. It was a name that carried weight, influence, and undeniable success in the field. A name that no one would ever expect to be connected with someone like me. I didn't look at my parents right away. I let the moment sit there, suspended, until the applause swelled. And then, just for a second, I let my eyes flicker to the front row. Their faces were drained of color. My mother's lips parted slightly, as if she was struggling to find air. My father's jaw tightened, the smug confidence wiped clean. Julian, who had been lounging so casually before, leaned forward with narrowed eyes, like he couldn't quite process what he had just heard. But it was Ezra's expression that caught me most. The smirk was gone, replaced with something between disbelief and panic. He had leaned forward to deliver his jab earlier, so sure of himself, and now he looked like someone had yanked the ground from under him. I turned back to the crowd and continued my speech. This recognition isn't just about me. It's about proving that when you put in the work, when you believe in something even when others don't, you can get here. To everyone who supported me along the way, you know who you are, thank you. I wouldn't be standing here without you. The applause came again, and I stepped back from the mic, shaking hands with the presenter. On the surface, everything remained professional. But inside, I could feel something stirring, an old wound that was finally beginning to close, though not quietly. Because while I had just delivered a poised, polished speech, the real storm was waiting for me the moment I stepped off that stage. Sure enough, as the ceremony transitioned to the next speaker, I spotted them making their way toward me. My mother was in the lead, her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor, her face arranged in what she probably thought was a warm smile, but came across as brittle. My father followed close behind, and Julian trailed, his eyes locked on me like he was preparing an attack. Ezra didn't move, but I could feel his gaze drilling into the back of my head. "Francis," my mother said, her voice low but pointed, "what a wonderful speech. You should have told us you were going to be honored like this." The way she said it, you'd think I was the one who had failed her, like I had committed a grave offense by not including them. "I didn't think you'd be interested," I replied calmly. Her smile faltered for just a moment before she adjusted it back into place. "Don't be silly. We're your family. Of course we're interested." My father stepped in then, his tone gruffer. "We should talk, son. In private." Son. I hadn't heard him call me that in years. The word felt foreign, misplaced, like he had dusted it off just for this occasion. Before I could respond, Julian spoke up. His voice carried that same arrogance I remembered so well. "So this is what you've been up to all this time? Funny how you cut everyone off, and suddenly you're rubbing shoulders with people like that." He gestured vaguely toward the stage, as if the sponsor's name I had announced was some trivial coincidence. "You know, maybe we should discuss how to, what's the word, collaborate. You've got the connections, I've got the experience. Imagine what we could do together." I looked at him for a long moment, studying the lines of entitlement carved into his expression. He truly believed I would hand over the fruits of my years of labor, just because we shared DNA. "I don't think so," I said, my voice even. Julian chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "Don't be like that. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for me. Remember who helped set things in motion? Remember who our parents believed in first?" There it was, the twist of the knife. He wanted to remind me of that day 10 years ago, when my savings were ripped away to fund his failure. My mother reached out then, placing a hand lightly on my arm. "Francis, dear, don't bring up the past. Tonight is about your success. And as your family, we just want to share in it. Isn't that right?" Her voice was sweet, but I could hear the undertone. Share in it, meaning they wanted access. They wanted to be seen beside me, to bask in whatever light I had built for myself. I took a slow breath. Around us, the ceremony continued, but in that corner of the room, it felt like time had slowed. "Actually," I said, "tonight is about the people who stood by me when I had nothing. And as for the past, you're right. I haven't forgotten it." My father's eyes narrowed. "Don't make this difficult." And before I could reply, Ezra appeared, slipping into the circle with that familiar smirk creeping back onto his face. "Careful, Francis," he said softly, though his voice carried just enough for me to hear over the crowd. "Don't embarrass yourself. You wouldn't want everyone here to know what kind of family drama you're dragging around, would you?" It was meant as a warning, but it landed as a challenge. I straightened my posture, meeting each of their eyes in turn, my parents, my brother, my cousin. The four of them, standing there as if they had any claim on this moment. "Actually," I said slowly, "I think it's about time people did know." Their faces shifted instantly. My mother's smile cracked, my father's scowl deepened, Julian's bravado flickered, and Ezra's smirk faltered again. And that was the exact moment the host tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Francis, they'd like you back on stage for a quick Q&A." I nodded, turning away from my family without another word. But in my chest, my pulse quickened. because I knew exactly what I was about to do. The host Q&A felt like a formality at first, soft questions about process, mentors, and what advice I'd give to someone starting out. I answered each one with the rehearsed calm of someone who's practiced public speaking more than once. But under the surface, every answer was a blade I was slowly turning. I wasn't there to be polite. I was there to make the people who had taken from me squirm, but on my terms. Who inspired you? The host asked, smiling into the camera. I thought of a dozen answers: teachers, a professor, friends who helped brainstorm late nights. But the person I'd learned the most from wasn't flashy enough for the stage. Still, I chose to tell the truth. My first real mentor was a woman named Rosa Alvarez, I said. She ran the youth tech lab at the community center where I worked after school. She asked me to build something practical, something that actually solved a problem. I did, and she let me fail in public so I could learn to fix things. She also introduced me to someone who changed everything. There was a murmur. I let it hang. She introduced me to Maris and Thorne. I continued. They'd been through a rough patch with an investment that went sideways a few years earlier. Someone mismanaged funds, and that fallout cost them reputation. Rosa believed that people who learned from failure were the ones you could trust with responsibility. She asked them to look at what I'd built. They did. They gave me a chance. The name again, Maris and Thorne. Heads turned in the crowd. I caught my parents' faces in the front row. My mother's expression had gone from stunned to faintly incredulous, like she was trying to recall where she'd heard that name before. My father's knuckles whitened on the armrest. Julian's face had drained away from amusement to something far colder. I let the applause die down before I spoke again. They backed me because they saw grit, not because I had family connections or lavish promises. They asked for proof, so I showed them results. When you put in the work, people notice. They don't notice entitlement. The room laughed, half polite, half nervous. I didn't smile. After the Q&A, the reception swelled. People clustered around the hors d'oeuvres, swapping congratulations and small talk. I worked the room professionally, taking a handful of handshakes and a few compliments that felt earned. But through all of it, I could feel my family's presence like a pressure point, waiting. My father cornered me by the coat check as the crowd thinned a bit. "Can we speak?" he said. His voice was low, but not so low it wasn't intended to be overheard. "Not now," I said. "I'll have a coffee with you later." I didn't want to be alone with them in the immediate aftermath of the reveal. Whatever my plan was, I needed witnesses, neutral ones. I needed the crowd, the cameras, the sponsor's representative within earshot. My mother stepped in, smile fixed. "Francis, darling, we're proud." She sounded like someone reading a pre-written line. "Of course we didn't know about Maris and Thorne backing you, but how wonderful for you." Julian crossed his arms. "So now you're one of them, huh? Riding on their coat tails." His words were calculated to goad. I looked at him and spoke slow, letting each syllable land. "When I needed a chance, a mentor gave me one. When you needed money, they gave you." I let the sentence become a question and left it. Everyone could fill it in. Julian's face tightened. "You think that makes you better than me?" "No," I said. "I think it means I did the work. You were given money you didn't earn, and you squandered it. Some people learned from that. Some people pretended it never happened." The air shifted. I could see people glancing toward my parents, then back to me, then to Julian. A woman I'd spoken to at the reception, one of the Maris and Thorne directors, I later learned, had a notebook in her hand and looked like she was deciding which side of the room to be on. That was when I decided to escalate. This wasn't about petty triumphs. This was about truth and about forcing accountability from people who hid behind family loyalty and influence. "Would you mind if I said a few words?" I asked the small cluster of people around me. The director from Maris and Thorne raised an eyebrow, but nodded. A mic was produced. I stepped forward. 10 years ago," I said, "my parents moved my savings into my brother's account. They told me it was an investment for the family. It was not. It was money I'd earned. I wasn't consulted." A cold hush fell. The chatter stopped. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. My father's jaw worked. Julian's smirk was gone. I rebuilt from nothing. I continued. "I worked nights. I learned. I failed. I tried again. I didn't call my family to help me. I didn't ask for handouts. I built something that worked, and a firm willing to take chances on people who've learned hard lessons. Maris and Thorne helped me scale it." They looked like deer caught in headlights. I wasn't done. Maris and Thorne is sponsoring tonight because they believe in the values this award stands for. And because of what happened 10 years ago, I said. They also happen to have records of the investment they made in my brother's business. They know how it was spent. They've seen the accounting. So before anyone tries to rewrite the story of the last decade, I thought I'd offer everyone the truth. My father's face went ashen. He took a step forward, then stopped like he'd been struck. My mother looked like she might faint. Julian's voice, when it came, was tight and small. What are you implying? I felt something like calm flood through me. For years I'd imagined this moment in different forms: quiet confrontations, sealed envelopes, anonymous tips. But nothing had the power of public truth. Not only would it land harder, it would be backed by someone at the table who had no reason to lie for me. I'm implying that there are documents, I said, in the hands of people sitting here tonight, that show exactly what happened to my savings. I'm implying there are emails that list expenditures and transactions that don't line up with your investment story. I'm implying that if you want to explain yourselves, you can start now, in front of witnesses. Julian looked like he might explode. You can't be serious. The Maris and Thorne director stepped forward then. She was younger than I expected. Her voice was crisp, with the clinical neutrality of someone who'd had to deal with messy business before. We reviewed the transactions related to the account in question during our due diligence, she said. We can confirm discrepancies. We also have correspondence from the period indicating misrepresentations by parties tied to the venture. Her eyes flicked to my parents and then back to me. If Mr. Francis would like me to, I can provide copies. My mother's face drained entirely. She made a noise, half a protest, half a plea. That's not necessary. There must be a mistake. There is no mistake on our end. The director's tone left no room for negotiation. We are sponsoring the event because we support the work Mr. Francis has done. We are not here to litigate family matters in this room, but we will assist in clarifying facts if required. Julian was livid now, and for the first time since I was a teenager, I felt zero compulsion to soften my edges. He grabbed my arm. His grip was hard. You don't get to drag us into this in front of people, he hissed. You think this is victory? You think humiliating us makes you a better man? It should have been easier to be angry. It should have been satisfying. But there was something darker and quieter I wanted. Humiliation wasn't the end game. I wanted justice, not just for me, but for the truth to be recognized so others couldn't be treated the way I had been. So, I said, louder, do you want to stand here and explain what happened? Or would you prefer we take this somewhere official? I can call the director back and she can show you the emails. There's no rush, of course. You can decide now, while people are watching and while your faces are still open. My mother's hand shook. My father's face reddened, not with anger this time, but with the weight of exposure. Julian's jaw clenched so hard the muscle throbbed. Then something unexpected happened. Ezra, my cousin who'd been sneering earlier, appeared beside Julian, moving as if to protect him. He leaned in, whispering something fierce into Julian's ear. Julian's eyes shifted from me to Ezra, and then to the Maris and Thorne director, as if weighing options. Before anyone could respond, the director's phone buzzed. She glanced down, then looked up, eyes narrowing slightly. We have more than emails, she said quietly, and for a second the whole room froze. There are audited statements. There are witness testimonies. We didn't bring them tonight because our focus was the event, but we can make them available. My parents went very still. Julian swore a low, ugly sound under his breath. Ezra's hand found his shoulder and gripped it like a brace. Do you want to do this here? My father said finally, voice a fraction too controlled. Or do you want to make a spectacle of the family? The irony in his phrasing hung like a splinter in the air. The tension snapped like a wire. People around us made the discreet step back that says something serious is happening. A cluster of reporters, there to cover the awards, sensed a story and moved closer. The Maris and Thorne director folded her arms, expression unreadable. I felt something raw and satisfying take root in me. This was the moment I'd worked toward. Not petty revenge, not a single cold remark, but the slow, deliberate dismantling of a comfortable lie. I'd built credibility, and I had witnesses who weren't invested in family narratives. Julian's face flushed. He began. I held up a hand. If you'd like to explain what happened 10 years ago, I said, I'm ready to listen. Or we can go somewhere formal and let the documents speak. For a heartbeat, there was only the noise of small talk dissolving into silence. Then my mother's face crumpled, not with contrition, but with fear. She turned and moved toward the exit, Peter right behind her. Julian hesitated, then followed. Ezra stayed a step behind, his eyes flicking to me like a coiled animal. They left in a flurry, skirts and coats, and a murmur of shocked words trailing after them. The room exhaled as if a storm front had passed. People turned to look at me, at the Maris and Thorne director, at the empty space my family had just occupied like it was a stage left bare after an act. And then, as I was processing the surge of adrenaline and relief, and something like triumph, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I read the text and felt my stomach drop. It was from an unknown number. The message was short. "We're not done. Jay?" I looked up. Julian had stopped at the edge of the glass doors, one hand on the handle. He turned his head just enough for me to see his profile. There was a hard set to his mouth. He didn't speak. He opened the door and stepped out. I had thought the worst was a public scene, a demand for apology, the satisfaction of seeing them pale. I had not expected a text like that. Calm, direct, insinuating that leaving the room was only the first move. The fight wasn't over. If anything, it had just begun. People started to gather again around me. Congratulations couched in curiosity, questions I didn't yet want to answer. The Maris and Thorne director offered me a quiet nod, sympathy and calculation in her face. But Ezra's eyes lingered at the doorway where Julian had disappeared, and I knew he wasn't going to let it go either. Some part of me had wanted this, the chance to expose, to force truth. But another part, quieter and more wary, realized how deeply intertwined our lives had been. Retribution could be public, yes, but it could also be corrosive in ways that wouldn't stop when the applause did. I slid my phone back into my pocket, pulse still racing. Outside, the night hummed with the city's indifferent life. Inside, there were conversations to be had, documents to be reviewed, and a family that had just been unsettled enough to strike back. After the shock of Julian's text, I felt the adrenaline begin to fade, replaced by clarity. I had control now. For years, they had treated me like I was expendable, like my efforts were only worth as much as they could manipulate. Tonight, that ended. The next morning, I made calls. I arranged a private meeting with the Maris and Thorne directors and explained everything. They listened attentively, reviewed the documents I'd flagged, and agreed to support me formally if we needed to confront the financial mismanagement in a legal or business setting. They were meticulous and professional, exactly what I needed. With their guidance, I drafted a concise presentation of evidence, emails, bank statements, and receipts showing how my savings had been misappropriated, how Julian's so-called business had gone to personal luxuries, and how my parents had endorsed it without accountability. I didn't embellish. I didn't exaggerate. The facts spoke louder than any speech I could have written. I requested a formal meeting with my parents, Julian, and Ezra, making it clear it was private, official, and documented. Naturally, they assumed I was going to beg for reconciliation, but when they arrived, the room was tense before a word had been spoken. I began calmly. 10 years ago, my savings were taken without my consent. They were given to Julian to fund a business that failed. Documents and witness statements confirm every step of this. The outcome is clear, and I am here to present the facts. I laid out everything. The bank transfers, Julian's extravagant purchases, my parents' signatures approving it, the years I had spent rebuilding from scratch, and finally, the role Maris and Thorne had played in supporting me when I had nothing else. I showed every document, every email chain, and even included statements from mentors who had backed me. My parents were visibly shrinking as I spoke. My mother's voice quavered when she tried to interject, but the Maris and Thorne director had the presence to stop her politely, but firmly. "Let's stick to facts," she said. My father's usual stern, untouchable demeanor had completely crumbled. Julian's confidence wavered, and Ezra's smugness was replaced by rigid unease. When I finished, I didn't pause for pity. I stated the final point clearly. Based on this evidence, I am taking legal and financial steps to recover what was mine. This is not a request. This is a rectification of past wrongs. They were silent. For a full minute, no one spoke. My parents realized that their history of favoritism and manipulation had caught up with them. Julian's protests sputtered into nothing. Ezra opened his mouth to argue, But even he understood the documentation would crush any attempt to deny or spin the truth. The next few weeks were procedural but decisive. With Maris and Thorne's backing, I recovered my original savings, plus interest and damages incurred by the mismanagement of Julian's venture. I also arranged for the company Julian had failed to be formally dissolved and made it clear publicly that the business had never been viable due to negligence. It was never about public humiliation, though they certainly felt it. It was about justice and reclaiming what had been stolen. By the end of it all, my parents were financially embarrassed and publicly exposed. Friends, neighbors, and extended family had seen enough of their entitlement and favoritism to understand the pattern. Julian's reputation, already shaky from his failed business, took another blow when I revealed the records of mismanagement to the few industry contacts he had left. Ezra, who had always enjoyed mocking me, was left visibly humiliated as his complicity in defending Julian became clear to those around him. I did not forgive them. I did not offer reconciliation. I made it clear that my life would move forward without them. They were left to their own devices, with their authority diminished and their credibility shattered. As for me, I retained my financial independence, my reputation, and my sense of dignity. I had worked hard, clawed back what was mine, and finally ensured that the family who had tried to suppress my potential would never wield power over me again. Today, my parents and Julian barely acknowledge my achievements. Ezra avoids me at family gatherings. I am not bitter. I am simply free. Free from the years of entitlement, manipulation, and injustice that they imposed. Every decision I make now is mine alone, and every step I take is a step built on the work I earned, not on the whims of those who believe they could dictate my life. In the end, the story isn't about revenge for the sake of it. It's about justice. They were villains. They acted like it for years, and I made sure their reckoning was precise, complete, and undeniable. And I finally proved that no amount of favoritism, manipulation, or entitlement could ever stop me from building my own path. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My sister skipped my wedding without a word and ghosted me for weeks. When I finally learned the real reason, I knew our relationship was over for good. Hey Reddit, I'm Claire, 40F, and I've been turning this story over in my head for weeks, maybe months now, trying to decide if it's worth sharing. But every time I think I've made peace with it, something small will remind me. A song on the radio, a picture in my camera roll, a well-meaning friend asking, "Hey, whatever happened with your sister?" And I feel that same heavy knot tighten in my chest all over again. So here I am, hoping that writing it out will help me finally untangle the mess. To give you a bit of context, I recently got married to the most thoughtful, level-headed, and genuinely kind man I've ever known. Aaron, 42M, is the type of person who notices when I'm pretending I'm fine and checks in later when no one else is around. We met 5 years ago through a community garden project. Very romantic, I know. He brought compost, I brought coffee. And from the very first conversation, there was this easy, steady rhythm between us. Nothing flashy, just real. We moved in together after a year, got engaged 3 years later, and decided to keep our wedding intimate and meaningful. No ballroom, no stretch limos, just a small ceremony at a local historic home with a sun-dappled garden and creaky old floors. We had about 70 people, mostly family and close friends. It wasn't extravagant, but it felt exactly like us. Now, growing up, I always imagined that when I got married, my younger sister Elise, 37F, would be by my side. Elise has always been the flashier one of the two of us. Where I'm more of the quiet, bookish type, Elise has this magnetic energy. She walks into a room and everyone notices. She's artistic, outspoken, and used to be fiercely loyal, at least to me. Growing up, we weren't one of those sisters who are best friends all the time, but we had our moments. We passed notes back and forth during long family road trips, stayed up late watching movies on a shared laptop when our parents thought we were asleep, and confided in each other about everything from high school crushes to our complicated feelings about our dad's temper and our mom's habit of pretending things were fine even when they weren't. That's why what happened, what Elise did or didn't do, rather, still baffles me. And not just because she missed my wedding without explanation. It's the silence that followed. The deliberate, echoing silence. That's what really did it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Things between Elise and me started feeling a little off about 6 months before the wedding. It wasn't anything major at first, just a general sense that she was pulling away. Normally, she'd text me back within the hour, often with a voice note or a flurry of emojis that only she could get away with. But gradually, her replies got shorter. Sometimes she'd go a day or two without responding, and when she did, it was always something like, "Sorry, swamped right now," or "Can we talk later?" Super slammed today. I figured she was just busy. Elise freelances as a graphic designer, mostly for boutique brands and artsy startups, and her workload can be unpredictable. Sometimes she'd have 3 weeks of light work and spend half of it texting me unsolicited memes, and then suddenly go radio silent for 10 days because she was knee-deep in logo revisions for some eco-scented candle company or something. Still, when I asked her if she'd be my maid of honor, she said yes. Not immediately, and not in the jumping up and down kind of way I'd expected, but she agreed. Her exact words were, "Of course I will. I mean, who else would you pick?" With this half smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Looking back now, I should have asked more questions. Planning the wedding wasn't stressful in the traditional sense. Aaron and I agreed early on to keep things simple, but coordinating with Elise became surprisingly difficult. I tried involving her in small ways. I sent her swatches of fabric for the dresses. I asked if she wanted to help plan a weekend spa trip with the bridesmaids. I even offered to fly her out early, just to spend some time together before things got busy. She kept deflecting. One time, she said, "I'm not really a spa person, you know that." Another time, she just ghosted my text chain about bridesmaid shoes completely. I should say this, Elise doesn't do warm and fuzzy. She's not the type to get emotional over centerpieces or wedding vows. But this was different. It felt like she was actively keeping me at arm's length. I asked her directly, maybe a month before the wedding, if everything was okay between us. We were on the phone. I remember I was folding laundry in the bedroom, the light from the window falling across the bed just so, and I paused mid-shirt fold and said, "Elise, is there something you're not telling me? You've been distant." She laughed it off. "You're just stressed, Claire. Wedding brain." "I'm fine. We're fine." And because I wanted to believe her, because I needed to believe her, I let it go. The week before the wedding, I texted her the itinerary. I included her hotel confirmation, which we paid for, by the way, the rehearsal dinner details, and the exact address for the venue. I added, "Call me if you need anything at all. Can't wait to see you." She didn't reply. That was a Wednesday. The rehearsal dinner was Saturday evening. Elise was nowhere to be seen. At first, I kept glancing at the door like she might come strolling in any second with an excuse, and that signature smirk she's always had when she knows she's late, but charming enough to get away with it. When dessert was served, I tried not to feel the tightness in my throat. I tried to act like everything was normal. My parents didn't seem especially concerned. When I asked my mom if Elise had said anything to her, she shrugged and said, "You know your sister. Always on her own schedule." I called Elise that night. Straight to voicemail. I didn't sleep much before the wedding. I kept waking up and checking my phone. Nothing. The ceremony came and went. Elise wasn't there. And still, no word. No apology. No message. Not even a one-line excuse. She just vanished. And it wasn't until weeks later, that I finally heard from her again. By then, I thought I had prepared myself for whatever reason she might give. A panic attack, a scheduling mix-up, even some kind of personal crisis she didn't want to talk about. But when she finally told me the truth, it wasn't any of those things. And it broke something between us that I don't think can ever be fixed. So, a few weeks after the wedding, just when I'd resigned myself to not getting any kind of explanation, Elise finally messaged me. Nothing dramatic, just 5 words. "We need to talk. Soon." No greeting. No apology. Just that. I stared at the message for a while before answering. I didn't even know what to say. Part of me wanted to reply with something short and cold. "Now you want to talk?" But a larger part of me still wanted answers. Still wanted my sister back. We agreed to meet at a quiet cafe downtown. Neutral ground. I got there early, even though I told myself I wouldn't. It was a small place tucked between an antique shop and an old bookstore, the kind with mismatched furniture and a handwritten chalkboard menu. I picked a table near the window and sat with my hands wrapped around a warm mug of tea I didn't drink. She arrived 12 minutes late. I'll admit, when I first saw her walk in, a strange hope flickered up inside me. She looked like herself, same dark jacket, same clipped stride. For half a second, I thought maybe she'd explain everything and we'd laugh nervously and agree it had all been a misunderstanding. Maybe she'd even hug me. She didn't. She sat down across from me without saying hello, placed her phone on the table face down, and let out a long sigh like I was the one who had wronged her. I waited. Finally, she said, "Look, I know I messed up. I didn't come to your wedding, and I should have told you. I should have called. I just couldn't do it, Claire." I leaned in slightly. Couldn't do what? She looked down at the table. Be there. Watch it all. I just couldn't. I was quiet. Waiting. My heart was thudding so loudly I was sure she could hear it. Then she said something that didn't make any sense at first. "You always get everything. You always have. I didn't want to sit through one more day of everyone pretending like you're perfect." I blinked. "What are you talking about?" She looked up, her face unreadable. "Mom and Dad. You. This whole fairy tale wedding. The way everyone bends over backwards for you. Ever since we were kids, Claire, it was always Claire's the responsible one. Claire's the smart one. Why can't you be more like Claire?" I was never enough. And then I get invited to sit front row while you marry the perfect guy in the perfect dress in front of everyone who's ever judged me? No thanks. I sat back, stunned. That's when it hit me. This wasn't about the wedding. This had been building for years. Decades, maybe. And I hadn't seen it. "Elise," I said slowly, "I never thought I was perfect. I never asked anyone to compare us. I just wanted my sister there. I didn't want a show. I wanted you." She shook her head, her jaw tightening. "You don't get it. You never have. You get everything without even trying. The house, the husband, the attention. Meanwhile, I'm scraping by, barely making rent half the time, and every family dinner is just a countdown to the moment someone asks me when I'm going to get my act together. But you? They brag about you like you're a trophy." I opened my mouth to speak, but she cut me off. "I couldn't stomach watching you walk down that aisle. Not with everyone smiling like you're the success story, and I'm the mess no one talks about." It was the coldest thing anyone had ever said to me, and the most honest. I didn't know whether to feel angry or heartbroken. "Elise, I invited you to stand next to me. You could have been part of it." She laughed, not a warm laugh, but the kind people use to shut down vulnerability. "No, I'd just be background noise. That's what I always am with you. You shine. I fade. I wasn't going to humiliate myself like that." There was silence between us then. Heavy, ugly. But what she said next changed everything. She leaned forward, lowering her voice like she was letting me in on a secret. "And if we're being honest, part of me hoped you'd notice I wasn't there. Part of me wanted to see if your little perfect world would crack without me." That was when I realized this hadn't just been about old wounds. Elise hadn't just missed my wedding. She had chosen to hurt me. She'd wanted me to hurt. And she wasn't done. "Elise," I started, but she waved her hand dismissively. "Don't act surprised. You always pretend you're so nice, but you like being the favorite. You like being the one who has it all together. You just don't want to admit it." She stood up, gathering her coat, and phone like we were done. Like this was just some venting session she'd been holding in for years, and now she could go home, lighter. I stayed seated. My hands were shaking. As she turned to leave, she added over her shoulder, "By the way, don't bother asking Mom and Dad to take sides. You know they won't. They're used to making excuses for you." And then she was gone. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there, trying to understand how my own sister had sat with years of bitterness quietly boiling under the surface while smiling at my engagement photos and nodding along during phone calls. But the worst part wasn't the silence before the wedding. It was what I found out after. Because a few days later, someone sent me a photo. And in that photo was Elise. Not at home, not sick, not stuck with work, but somewhere else entirely. And who she was with made my blood run cold. 3 days after that conversation in the cafe, I got a message from an old friend, Lena, someone I hadn't seen in years, but who still followed me on social media. We'd gone to college together, and though we weren't close anymore, we occasionally liked each other's posts and exchanged birthday wishes. Her message was short. "Hey, saw something weird and thought you should know. Not sure if it means anything, but here." Attached was a screenshot. A photo pulled from someone's public Facebook album. The lighting wasn't great, but I recognized the place instantly. A private lake house about 2 hours north, owned by the family of Elise's college roommate, Miriam. We used to go there in the summers sometimes. Elise had always loved it. In the photo, Elise was standing near the edge of the dock, a drink in hand, head tipped back in laughter. There were string lights hung across the patio, people in dress clothes, little white lanterns floating in the water. It looked like a celebration of some kind. Maybe a party, maybe more. The date? The day of my wedding. At first, I thought maybe it was an old picture. Maybe Lena had sent it by mistake. But then I zoomed in. Elise was wearing the exact same necklace she'd worn at our coffee meeting. A small silver pendant in the shape of a crescent moon. It was new. She'd mentioned it once in passing during a call earlier that year. Something I bought to remind myself not to go chasing after people who don't value me, she'd said. It hit me like ice water. Not only had Elise skipped my wedding, but she had done so to attend an entirely different event, an elegant, lakeside party, smiling like nothing was wrong. I stared at that image for a long time, turning it over in my mind like a stone. There was no emergency, no last-minute client meltdown, no panic attack. She just chose not to come. And instead of telling me the truth, she let me stand at the altar scanning the crowd for her face. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was who was in the background of the photo, barely visible but unmistakable. Our cousin Thomas. Let me tell you about Thomas. He's a few years younger than me and Elise. Grew up a few towns over. We weren't close, and for good reason. Thomas has always been the kind of person who thrives on conflict, not loudly, but quietly, sneakily. When we were kids, he once told my parents Elise had stolen money from my dad's wallet. She hadn't, but it took her 2 months to convince them otherwise. In high school, he spread a rumor that I'd been caught cheating on a biology test. Never mind that I wasn't even in that class. He's that kind of person, the type who stirs the pot, then stands back like he had nothing to do with the mess. He'd RSVP'd no to the wedding, citing a work conflict. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. We weren't close. Now here he was, celebrating with Elise on my wedding day. And suddenly, everything started to click. I called Lena. Do you know what the party was for? She hesitated. I think it was for Miriam's new startup. Some kind of investor launch party or something. Elise did the branding, I think. She's been posting about it for months. I figured you already knew. I hadn't. Elise never mentioned it to me. Not once. My stomach turned. It wasn't just that she skipped my wedding. It was that she'd made other plans long before the date even arrived. She had decided weeks, maybe months ahead of time that she wouldn't come. And instead of telling me, instead of being honest, she let me plan and prepare and hope, all while knowing she'd be somewhere else entirely. Something inside me hardened. I don't consider myself a vengeful person. I really don't. I've always tried to be the one who keeps the peace. I'm the one who calls on birthdays, who mails holiday cards, who keeps the family connected even when no one else seems to try. But something shifted that day. It wasn't about Elise skipping the wedding anymore. It was about years of little things I had brushed aside. Elise interrupting me whenever I shared good news. Elise mocking Aaron for being too gentle when he offered to help her move. Elise going silent whenever I needed support, only to resurface when the attention could swing back to her. I realized I'd been making excuses for her for a long time, and I decided I wasn't going to do it anymore. So, I started planning. Not loudly, not angrily, quietly. The kind of revenge that doesn't scream, it just moves like a slow current. First, I called my parents. I asked them if Elise had told them anything about why she missed the wedding. My mother hesitated. Well, she said she had a conflict. Some important work thing. She sounded upset about missing it. Did she say where she was? I asked. A pause. She didn't give specifics, my dad added quickly, as if he was trying to protect her. You know Elise. She doesn't like to be pushed. I didn't argue. I just thanked them for their honesty. Then I sent them the photo, the one from the lake. There was silence for over a minute. Then my mother said, I didn't know about this. I told her it wasn't about punishing Elise. It was about clarity. If they chose to believe Elise's version of events, that was up to them. But I wanted them to have the full picture. I wanted them to know that the daughter they kept making excuses for had been smiling at a private party while I stood on my wedding day wondering if she was in a hospital or stuck on a flight. And that was just the beginning. Because Elise had more secrets. After showing the photo to my parents, something shifted in their tone. For years, they had gently tiptoed around Elise's outbursts and excuses, always attributing them to stress or bad timing. But this was different. This was deliberate, calculated. For the first time, they didn't rush to defend her. My dad didn't clear his throat and mumble something about letting it go. My mom didn't sigh and say Elise just processes things differently. Instead, my mother said, quietly, I think we need to talk to her. And I knew then that I wasn't alone in seeing who Elise had truly become. Still, I wasn't done. There was one final thread to follow. I mentioned before that Elise had done branding work for Miriam's startup, the one she was apparently celebrating on the day of my wedding. I did some research. Public records, press mentions, LinkedIn updates. Miriam's company had launched under the name Wavefront Studio, a sleek creative marketing firm that had just landed a major contract with a regional hotel chain. But something about the logo looked familiar. And not just familiar, identical. It was a design I had created. Years ago, before I switched to working full-time in nonprofit outreach, I used to freelance as a graphic designer. It was a quiet sort of creative life. Nothing flashy, mostly logos for local businesses, event flyers, small branding packages for community initiatives. I loved it, not because it made me a lot of money, it didn't, but because it gave me the space to shape something from nothing. Blank canvas to final product. A name turned into a visual identity. There's something deeply personal in that process. One of the last logos I worked on, never for a client, just an idea I had while staring out at the water on a weekend trip, was a minimalist shoreline concept. A clean, sweeping wave. Soft curves, muted colors. Underneath it, in a slender, hand-drawn font, I'd written the name Coastline. I wasn't even sure what it was for, just something I toyed with while daydreaming about maybe opening a boutique design business of my own one day. I had even added a small crescent moon in the lower right corner of the design. It was subtle, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, but it was mine. My quiet little signature. A nod to the kind of serenity and stillness I was always chasing, both in my work and in my life. I'd drawn it in a sketchbook I used to keep on my coffee table. One afternoon, Elise was over at my apartment. This was before her relationship with our family got really strained, before I started noticing all the cracks in her armor. We were having coffee, and I'd been telling her about my uncertainty, how I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep freelancing or try something bigger, maybe even open a small design studio in town. She was half listening, thumbing through the sketchbook like it was a magazine. At one point, she stopped on that wave logo. This is nice, she said, tapping the page. You could totally sell this. Then she turned the page and moved on. I never submitted that logo anywhere. It wasn't even finalized. It was more of a concept, a personal design exploration. After I left freelancing and transitioned fully into nonprofit work, it just became one of those old creative artifacts I kept tucked away. A reminder of another version of myself. So when I saw the branding for Wavefront Studio, and that same wave, with my lines, my lettering, my crescent moon, it was like being sucker punched in slow motion. The colors had been shifted slightly, the font was digitally polished, but it was mine. There was no mistaking it. Elise hadn't just copied an idea. She had stolen a piece of me. And suddenly, the story of my wedding day changed entirely. She hadn't skipped it for an emergency, or even just for a party. She had skipped it for a launch. A moment of personal and professional triumph where she could shine on the back of my work. She had chosen applause over family. Over me. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, though. I've learned, especially in family dynamics, to approach conflict carefully. So I reached out to Miriam, the friend who owned the lake house, Elise's old college roommate, now the founder of Wavefront Studio. I crafted my message carefully. Friendly, non-accusatory. I just wanted to understand how the logo came to be. To her credit, Miriam replied quickly and with warmth. She told me Elise had been brilliant to work with, and that her creative instincts had elevated the entire launch. She even thanked me for reaching out and offered to show me some of the early design notes. So I asked, gently, did Elise share where the wave concept came from? Any drafts? Mood boards? Rough sketches? Miriam replied with a laugh. Oh, it was all her. She said the idea came to her on a napkin at a train station. If you can believe it. Said it just came to her out of nowhere, like it had been waiting. I felt like the ground dropped out beneath me. I didn't argue. I didn't explain right away. I simply attached a photo of the original sketchbook page, dated over 2 years earlier, with my original notes scribbled along the edge, including the small crescent moon. There was no reply for 2 days. When Miriam did respond, her tone had changed. I had no idea, she wrote. I feel completely blindsided. I don't even know what to say. I didn't ask her to take action. I didn't threaten or guilt her. But I didn't have to. Miriam did the right thing on her own. She quietly removed Elise's name from the company website. Contracts were renegotiated. The hotel chain partnership was put on hold pending rebranding. Word got out quickly, small industry, close circles. Elise never addressed it. Not to me. Not publicly. But I know she knew. I could see it in the silence that followed. In the absence of the usual social media updates. In the quiet withdrawal from the design groups and creative forums where she once posted frequently. In that one short message she finally sent me, 3 weeks after everything collapsed. I don't know what you told them, but thanks for ruining everything. No apology. No explanation. Just blame. I didn't reply, because I hadn't ruined anything. I had simply revealed what had already been there. The aftermath was quiet but permanent. My parents pulled back from Elise, especially my dad. He didn't say much, but his silence at family dinners, the way he stopped mentioning her name, spoke volumes. My mom still called her occasionally, but with a new hesitancy in her voice. Like she finally understood the kind of damage Elise could do. As for me, I took a step back from the family scene. Not out of spite, but for self-preservation. I needed time to rebuild the parts of myself that Elise had chipped away at. My confidence, my sense of safety, my trust. Aaron, as always, was my anchor. We focused on our life, our home, the quiet joys of weekends together. The wedding memories are still bittersweet, but we treasure them now for what they did show us. Who stood beside us? Who really cared? And Elise? We haven't spoken since. Not a word. And honestly, I don't think we ever will again. Some lines, once crossed, can't be walked back. What she took from me wasn't just a drawing or a seat at a wedding. She took years of trust, of sisterhood, of the belief that, at the end of the day, we would always have each other's backs. But I've learned that betrayal doesn't always come with shouting or dramatic exits. Sometimes, it arrives with a smile, a half-hearted excuse, and a hand that quietly picks your pocket while you're still talking. Forgiveness is one thing, but trust? Once it's broken like that, you don't rebuild it. You step around the rubble. You keep walking. And that's what I did. I moved forward. With clarity. With peace. And without her,